Ready?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Good to see everybody. Good to be here. We're back from closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalu-Jidovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Brent.
Here.
And Mayor Brand.
Here. City Manager, Mike Witansky, do we have anything to report from closed
Yes,
session?
two items, Mayor. The first, Brandy Forbes, Community Development Director, joined us for items F3, F4, and F5. And for item F3, the City Council unanimously authorized the City Attorney to file a motion to intervene in that case listed under F3.
Okay, no further reportable actions. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to open session, or adjourn closed session.
So move that. Second.
Okay, any objections? Okay, we're adjourned to closed session. Now, welcome to the open session, a regular meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Kalu-Jidovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Brent.
Here.
Mayor Brand.
Here. Okay, let's all rise and salute the flag. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Take a moment of silence. Okay, thank you. Any announcements, Councilmember Nierenheim?
I do. Had a really good online community meeting last night, a ton of people. We went over a couple of big topics. Fireworks issue was a big topic. IES site was a big topic. The budget was a big topic. Metro Green Line, an update on that. And of course, a bunch of events and small items that we went over. Probably will not be having my online or in-person community meeting in July. Stay noticed for that. It's usually the second Saturday, which would be the July 8th. I'm probably not going to be doing it that month in July. A couple updates for next couple of weeks because we will not be meeting on July 4th. We've got this weekend, Riviera Village Summerfest, starting on a Friday night with a beer garden and of course some food, I think some food vendors maybe for some kids and the kid booths and the kids games. So bring the family down. There will be, I think, a small band down there doing some stuff. It's always a great time. The Friday night festivities is relatively new. They usually started just on Saturday, and then so Saturday and Sunday is the food booths, the arts and crafts booths, a bunch of other activities, kids games, beer garden, bands. The entire Riviera Village is just done up really nicely. So come on down for Saturday and Sunday. It's a big event. The weather I heard is going to be even better than it was today. It's going to be 80 degrees. It's going to be plenty of parking down there, and it's going to be lots of fun. So come on down. And then, of course, 4th of July is the Oingo Boingo, former band members singing the hits of the Oingo Boingo band. So the former members of Oingo Boingo will be singing, performing live for the 4th of July on Avenue I, Fun Day. And there'll also be an Independence Day firecracker run in the morning at 8 a.m. So I just want to remind everyone that you have that event to go start the day off with a nice quick run. Then you can go to the village and celebrate our nation's Independence Day. $40 at the door for tickets. Buy your tickets now before they sell out. VIP is almost sold out. So come on down for that. They have bands all day long down there. It'll be a huge festivity, a lot of fun. And then that brings everything up for District 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Brand. Good to have you back.
Yeah, thank you.
And a couple things. One is I want to congratulate, I didn't get a chance to do this last week, all the Redondo Union High School graduates. We're all proud of you and congratulations to you on your accomplishment. The Other thing I want to talk about is the District 2 community meeting for June will be held a week from last night. It'll be Monday, June 26th, online. Register redondo.org under District 2. And we will be discussing hopefully a passed budget, we'll see. And any other things that people want to talk about, probably 4th of July, I would imagine, and anything else. But for those of you who I don't speak to before, have a good 4th of July. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kalu-Jedovich.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Let's see, last week I was able to attend another tour of the Alcove facility with Redondo Beach PD. It was really great to see how we can work together with those two groups. Also had my community meeting at Franklin Park, talking about what we can do there as the Friendship Campus is being constructed and what improvements that the park needs. Great community input there. And I just want to say that I was over by Dominguez Park as I was coming in, and it looks like the fire department's doing some great training over there. Well done. That's it for me.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, I'll piggyback off of Councilmember Lowenstein's congratulations to RUHS graduates and congratulate also the MiraCosta graduates. A great number of our North Redondo families have their kids at MiraCosta High, but I'm proud of them all from both high schools. In addition, I'm proud of our, in District 4, we have Dance One on Artesia Boulevard owned by District 4 residents. That's Randolph and Francisco Stern. They are taking youth who train there at Dance One to Beijing, China, to do a performance with other youth from across the country, the United States, there of the Chinese Mermaid. And it's just a part of a Chinese program to help build relations with the United States and conduct cultural exchange. And it's great to see, as a person who's traveled to China myself, despite the depictions of Chinese-United States relations that you see among the presidents and the like, the Chinese people are super friendly when you go there, super welcoming, as are many Americans when they come here. So it's great to see them leading the way there. And that's a great business on Artesia Boulevard. My community meeting will be on July, I believe, 19th, as indicated on my council page. Let me just double check the date. That's, yes, Wednesday, July 19th, with Public Works Director Ted Simon discussing the things that we're working on Grant Avenue, Artesia Boulevard, and Aviation to make those streets safer. And hopefully we'll have some great announcements from the budget on the subject of safer streets come then. And that'll be at the Perry Park Senior Center at 6 p.m. In the evening. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. No announcements this week for me.
That's allowed. So yeah, everybody, it's welcome. It's great to be back. And it's been a long time. The battle continues for me with my cancer. Appreciate everybody's patience with it. Appreciate Councilmember Narenheim filling in for me. Done a great job. Staff, it's great to see everybody. You know, it's big night, budget night. Thought I had to come back for this. I was up for it. And so, yeah. I guess the disappointing thing I have to say is there's no 4th of July fireworks in King Harbor. So I lived here a long time, and I think it's the first year there'll be no fireworks in King Harbor. I think a lot of people don't know that, and I think a lot of people are going to be, you know, very sadly disappointed that night and be looking in the sky and go, what happened? So spread the word, unfortunately. But we are looking, and you'll hear a discussion later tonight about having them possibly at Dominguez Park. So it really has to do with the Coastal Commission, and yeah, it's certainly not us. We certainly we're not electing not to have the fireworks. So it has to do with, you know, pollution, and yeah, it's complicated. So, and disappointing, you know, because of a 20-minute show, we don't get to have the fireworks. So spread the word. Anybody asking, or yeah, talking to people plan around it, right? They go, yeah, we're gonna have our barbecue, and then we're gonna go down to Zuller Park or wherever. Not having them down in, you know, Avenue I either. But we're gonna have a lot of fun. It's 4th of July. So yeah, looking forward to it. And it's right around the corner. So with that, yeah, we got not a packed agenda, but we're going to be busy with our budget. So I guess I'll entertain approval and order of agenda. Motion.
I'll-
We'll move them around.
Oh,
Somebody make a motion.
Zane, Councilmember Baji.
Can I make a motion to move everything that was after the budget to before the budget? So the budget's the last item that we discuss.
I mean, there's everything after the,
With the exception of L3, I think we want the master fee schedule to go last so we can align that with the budget action. So you want the fee hearings to go in order, and then I think you're referring to M1 and N1 being in advance of the budget.
Sure, as amended by the city manager.
yeah.
That'd be my
That's a
motion.
good suggestion. I'll second that.
Okay, so motion and a second. Any discussion about this? Okay, any objection? Not seeing any objections. Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, blue folder items. We have some blue folder items, Eleanor, to
Yes, we have H21, which is an amended leases with 126 West D Street, Wilmington, between the city of Redondo and Swami International. J1, non-agenda items, we have public communications. For L1, we have it's a public hearing related to the renewal of the Redondo Beach Tourism Marketing District, letters of support for the RBTMD members. For L2, the continued public hearing related to the budget and capital year, 5-year capital improvement. We have public communications, and M1 related to the city's 2023 4th of July fireworks display, public communications, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to admit those to the record?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any objections? Okay, so ordered. So, yeah, next up, I guess, our consent calendar. We have packed consent calendar, 21 items. Is anyone in the public who wants to speak about any of these consent calendar items? Okay, is anyone on the council that wants to pull any items from Councilmember Nierenheim, items from the consent calendar?
I'll pull item H15 real quick.
H15?
Yep.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein,
H10 real quickly as well, too.
H10. Okay, Councilmember Kalyujadovich.
None.
Councilmember Abaji
None.
and Councilmember Barron.
No, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, with the exceptions of H15 and H10. And again, I'll ask if there's any comments, consent calendars.
And there, we have one e-comment on H18 who opposes that
On 18.
item, on 18.
Okay,
And that's it.
all right.
No Zoom comments.
Is there a motion to approve all items except H15 and H10?
Second, so moved.
Second.
Okay, the roll call. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalyujadovich.
Aye.
Member Obaji.
Here.
And count, is that a yes? Okay.
Oh, sorry, yes, that's a yes.
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Okay, there you have it.
And we have nothing to read.
Wow.
That's a first.
Nothing to read with 17 items?
21.
Yep.
It'd be a record. Maybe you have to read it H15 or H10. Okay, item H15, Councilmember Nierenheim. Okay, item H10.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Sorry, didn't want to go out of order. Just a real brief announcement. I want to congratulate Public Works on getting this done. I don't know how many railings there were total.
Several hundred.
Several hundred, okay. So if anybody says there's nothing happening down at the waterfront, there are things happening on the waterfront. Not only were these replaced and recoated, colored and recoated for hopefully long duration, but the lights have been all replaced down there. Eventually the sails, I think, are going to be either repainted or replaced. And we hope to have pavers down there sooner than later. And a skate park is down there for those of you who've not seen it. So, and some painting of the storefronts as well as the storefront improvement program. So things are happening down there. We were held back by the Center Cal Westport lawsuit, Redondo Beach waterfront lawsuit, but that's behind us and we're starting to move forward. So I want to thank everybody that was involved in this project. So I make a motion to approve H10. H10, please.
Second.
Okay. Any comments from the public on that? I'll say we were held up, 25 years on revitalizing the waterfront because of the crazy idea that we were going to build a mall down there. And that started way, way, way back. It's been much longer than the Center Cal project. So, all right. With all else, any objections to accepting item
Public
H10? Okay, so ordered.
Any public comment?
No e-comments,
did.
no e-comments or Zoom comments, for the record.
I remember to do that, but thank you.
Okay.
Okay, item H15, Councilmember Nairno.
Yeah, I just wanted to pull this real quick because I had a couple of, that's a consent calendar item. This is for the Citygate contract. For everyone who understands, it's the third party that's going to be checking out our fire department, doing a fine tooth comb. Another third party doing a fine tooth comb. We do need it. And I had discussions with our city manager on this, and I like the contract. I like where it's at. The concern I have in talking with him is, their concern was they were not going to do a big, deep dive on the other harbors. Don't necessarily want that, but I just wanted to understand, maybe if someone's on the line, or you, sir, if it is, just make sure this includes a general perspective of other harbors and other operations. Every harbor, every city is unique. They're run completely different. They have extremely unique needs. So this includes kind of just an overall viewpoint of the harbors that we looked at, not a deep dive.
Sure. Interim Fire Chief Patrick Butler. Good evening, council members, Mayor Brand. I'm here to give a little overview of the Citygate contract, but we also have the principal CEO, Stuart Gary, is zoomed in. Madam Clerk, I think I just checked in with him. He said he was in the queue.
Stuart?
Yep. And before, we've met twice with Citygate. They were selected here by the council. And one of the discussions we had with Mr. Gary was how in-depth of analysis of other harbors were we looking at? Because they actually have a complete marine division of Citygate that does in-depth analysis. So when Marina Del Rey was brought up as one of the 16 task items for the contract, Mr. Gary mentioned, like, I didn't budget to do an in-depth analysis of Marina Del Rey. It's like 6 times the size of us, and it has a pretty big operating budget. But I can definitely come in and look at your harbor, look at best practices, and then build from that. So without that, Stu, Mr. Gary, you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Okay. You're speaking here at the Redondo Beach City Council, and the floor is yours, sir. Councilman Nierenheim, any specifics? Or Stuart, do you want to just give a little background on what I just said?
Thank you, Chief. You're spot on as to our approach. We try to be cost conservative, believe it or not, and do the amount of work necessary to advance the city's interests. And surveys of comparable agencies can always become expensive and fraught with error because you're requiring other agencies to give data to staff or to consultant that may not be accurate. Other agencies make differing decisions based on their own revenues and risk exposure tolerance, what they'd like to do in their harbors. We've worked in several harbors, big and little, up and down the coastline. I have a couple of very qualified marine firefighting safety experts on the team. What we've scoped so far is to look at year risks, hazards to be protected for fire, EMS, and to a certain extent law, not in a deep crime analysis section, but in terms of patrol and enforcement. We also run a public police safety practice. And based on your risks to be protected and desired outcomes in consultation with the council and members of the staff, tell you what we think. Now, if we jointly got to the point where we really need information on, pick a number of comparable harbors, we can certainly talk about how to do that. And there might be savings during the LA County fire comparison portion of the work or other master plan portions of the work that could go to harbor. So we try to be flexible and have scoped enough that if things need to go deep and wide in LA County fire analysis or your own master plan, and to some degree the harbor, we've given you enough scope and expense to cover all that. And if we can save some along the way, great.
If you all make the decision to go deep and wide later for valid reasons, we'll have that conversation with you. We're typically not known as a change order company. We will do what you need to be done in close concert with staff.
Perfect. That actually is even better answer than I was expecting, because I was expecting to maybe have to budget some extra money for this. But it sounds like you understand the full scope and you're not looking at a later date to come back, and you can give us what we're looking for with this current proposal as if we were to sign this.
Correct. And I meant to add one clarification. We're not looking at the business management of the harbor. So renter relationships, rates, utilities, but police, fire, EMS, and also harbor master. So control of safe ingress, egress, high tide, storms. We understand functions of a harbor master. Those are the things we're looking at.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That was
Okay, just so everybody knows, we have a little malfunction up here, so I can't see when the hands go up and who does it, but Councilmember Narenheim can. So I'm going to direct to him all through the night for what hand is raised when.
No, please don't.
And yeah, so any hands raised?
No.
Councilmember Narenheim, yeah. Any comments from the public on this item H15? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Chief Butler.
None for e-comments or Zoom.
all right.
Are there comments on Zoom?
None.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just
no,
for the
thank you.
record.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Motion?
I'll make a motion.
Stuart, I'm sorry. Check.
I'll make a motion to approve this contract item H15.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second.
Chief, yeah.
No, that was it. I wanted to excuse Mr. Gary, but I didn't want to jump in.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Gary, for
Okay.
joining us.
Stuart, thank you very much. Thanks for your input.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Councilmember
Looking forward to
Narenheim.
working with all of you. And if you have early input, the proverbial which rocks to turn over, feel free to tell the fire chief to send them my way.
Okay, thanks for joining us.
And none on the break wall, please, because it's kind of precarious as is.
An issue. Okay, any objections to approval of H and F15?
I'm a no.
You're no. Okay. So there's 4 yeses and 1 no, is that correct?
Yeah.
Did you get that, Eleanor?
Yes, I got that. Thank you.
Good. So next up, public participation on non-agenda items. Anyone's is welcome to come and speak on anything that's not on the agenda. They have 3 minutes to speak. We got a 30-minute time limit on all these comments on non-agenda items. So anyone in the audience want to come down and speak on non-agenda items?
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and I'd be remiss if I didn't come by and say, welcome back, Mayor Bren. Good to see you. One of the things that Councilmember Narenheim mentioned at his public meeting, district meetings yesterday online and on Saturday a couple weeks ago was the purchase of the AES plan and how there seems to be some odd things in the contract. And last night we learned that the purchase price actually was quite a bit different than what we originally thought. Something between $50 and $55 million with some options, and as opposed to the $28 million. And also, I had some questions as to when there are property transfers, there's usually a transfer tax that the city will get some revenue off of. And seeing as we haven't seen that increase in the budget in the last few years, obviously that did maybe not have happened. But I would like to instruct the council that on one of the properties that he did purchase, he did take full title. If you look at the C-Lab location, he did pay cash for that. In fact, not only did he pay cash, but in May of last year, he refinanced that property for $5 million. And if you want to look, I have a copy of the actual trust deed that he had with a company called Private Mortgage Fund in Calabasas. If you want to talk to Mark Cantor, Ed Fisher, they're the guys that gave him a $5 million loan. Maybe it might be interesting to see where that money went because obviously if he's bankrupt, he's got some cash floating around. So at any rate, I thought I'd share that information with the council as maybe a follow-up item. Also, we learned that there might be construction taking place at that site. If so, I think code enforcement should probably take a look to make sure there's no non-permitted building taking place in that location. That would be really unfortunate if he did that. Thank you again.
Yeah, if you have any documents that you think we should look at, you should submit it for the
Yeah,
record.
I'll forward it to you. It's a copy of the trust deed that was signed on May 31st of
You might
last
want
year.
to send it to our city clerk and let her submit it to the record. Any more comments for non-agenda items? Any on Zoom?
I have none on
Honor.
Zoom, and let me just make sure there's none. And none on e-comments.
Okay.
Oh.
Is there another one? Non-agenda items? Can't be on the agenda.
Hello, my name is Remigio Tejeda, and I would just like to thank all of you council members and the city of Redondo Beach for the pallet homes in Northside Redondo and the Redondo Beach Housing Authority for granting me a Section 8 voucher. And I just wanted to come and speak to thank you all and the city of Redondo Beach for the fact that now that these resources and funding is not going in vain, because being found homeless and doing day labor at Home Depot, you can't really have a regular job when you don't have a place to shower and a place to sleep and things like that. So, you know, that if you, you know, you do reach out for these resources that are out there. You know, there are people that do, you know, it's very uplifting for some people that could just use that little bit of help, you know, to just kind of get their life back on track and get, you know, I got a job at Target, you know, I got a roof over my head, and I'm looking for, you know, housing and a place to go, you know, and it's very, I'm sorry, it's very uplifting to know that there is help out there, you know, and from, you know, sleeping in your car and, you know, showering at the gym, you know, not everybody is, you know, just abusing some of these, just funding and resources. And again, I wanted to thank you guys all, and just kind of be maybe as a small example of somebody that could just use that little bit of help to kind of get back on track. And, you know, finding myself homeless and in Redondo, you know, well, it's, you know, I get, you know, I wouldn't say harassed, but it's just these little things that, you know, like when you get, you know, kind of back on your thing, back on your, on top of, you know, taking care of business, it's very fortunate, and it's a blessing. And I just wanted to come and speak on behalf of, you know, Redondo Beach and Housing Authority, and thank you guys again, the council members and the city of Redondo for, you know, for that blessing. And just know that it doesn't go in vain, and there are, you know, it does help some individuals, you know, and thank you.
What was your name again?
Remigio Tejeda.
I gotta tell you, Remy, I can't tell you how much we appreciate you taking the time to come down here. I don't see our city attorney out here.
He's right there.
There he is.
There he is. But he was the real brainchild behind this, and one who really brought this forward. And it's a program that's been copied and emulated in other cities, like Long Beach, in Torrance.
Yeah.
And yeah, for you to come down here,
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
excuse me, I know it means a lot to him. You want to say anything, Mike? You're welcome.
I appreciate you coming down here, and for people to see not all their misconceptions of people who are experiencing homelessness. Not everyone's the same. So thank you for taking full advantage of this opportunity and making the most of it.
Thank you again, and thank you for your time.
Very impressive of you to
sir.
come down here. Moving right along.
There's none for Zoom or e-comments. The record.
Okay, we got 3 public hearings tonight.
Actually,
We're going to do M1. Right?
Oh, that's right, we reordered it.
I'm going to recuse myself from item M1. Excuse me some time. Perfect.
M1? M1,
M1.
sorry.
As in Mary.
Okay, item M1, this is about the 4th of July fireworks.
I'll just actually start off with, I'm going to recuse myself out of this. I don't have any financial interest in this contract, nor in the company. I'm not a stockholder, business owner, or anything else along the way, but I do shoot professional fireworks shows on the 4th of July, and I have worked for this company, and I do as a contractor, and I will actually shoot on the 4th of July, and actually a different show on the 3rd of July. So I'm just going to recuse myself from this, and I think you guys know what to do. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Todd. Oh, look, Councilman Loneston, you are now
Yeah, I was going to say.
the conch holder.
Moving on up.
Yeah, keep an eye on that.
It's good training.
So, do we have a staff report on this?
We do. I'm going to give you a brief intro, Mayor, and then Cameron will fill in a few details in an effort tonight to try to move as quickly as we can to get to the main event, which is budget. We'll be brief here. This item in itself, we could spend a lot of time talking about. As you mentioned, Mayor, in your remarks, it's very frustrating what's occurred. To give a little bit of context to the community, on May 25th, the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board adopted a new permit for fireworks shows over coastal waters in our region. This permit creates new water quality standards and operating standards associated with these events that our contracted fireworks operator, Pyro Spectacular, feels uncomfortable trying to comply with. What makes this frustrating is our fire chief, Pat Butler, worked very hard with the board post-adoption of these new rules to obtain a permit for the city to allow us to conduct the show. And while we haven't finalized that permit, given the nature of our relationship with Pyro, was effectively told by their staff we would be able to comply and meet the terms and conditions of the new permit responsibility. That said, it's a new order. There are differing reasonable minds can come to different conclusions as it pertains to what the order requires with or without a permit. There's concerns by our fireworks vendor of potential third-party lawsuits if they were to operate this year and not file all of the restrictive order requirements, even if we were to obtain a permit. The city attorney and I made a direct call to their chief legal counsel with Pyro to explain the urgency of the matter, the desire by the community to ultimately see this show provided, and to express what we have been hearing from Pat as it pertains to the permit requirements and the fact that we were likely able to acquire a permit, and in doing so, likely be able to indemnify Pyro for the water quality related concerns. Despite that, and while they very much appreciated that effort, they remain uncomfortable with providing the show and have withdrawn. There's a letter that speaks to their withdrawal in the packet. And ultimately, what it means for us is, despite all of our intentions and hopes, there is no ability for us to provide an over-the-water fireworks barge-based show as we had intended this fiscal year on the 4th of July holiday. Simultaneously, while we were hoping to run down a better outcome with Pyro and convince them to continue with the show, Cameron was working both with Pyro, potentially other vendors, and local partners to determine alternative venues that might be able to host a land-based show on the 4th. The challenge initially was identifying a vendor that actually had the resources and materials available on the 4th, of course, busiest fireworks day of the year, to host a land-based show. It's not as easy as being able to pull the fireworks that were intended to be shot from the barge and bringing them landside. As in my rudimentary understanding of this, there are completely different types of setup and fireworks themselves that are shot from a land-based location, Dominguez Park, Performing Arts Center, Redondo High School, et cetera, than what they would shoot from a barge. It's a completely different show. So they can't pick that equipment up and move it to the land and fire the show. So unfortunately, what that meant is we were exploring alternative options for dates other than the 4th of July land-based show. Pyro expressed an availability for July 1st, July 2nd, and July 3rd. But ultimately, as this council knows, we years ago tried hosting an alternative day show that was not very well received by the community. And I think this, while it was well-intended, the feedback we received from residents was, please don't do that again. If we're not having a 4th of July show, there's not much value in it. So that, unfortunately, while Cameron did work with the high school and identify 2 viable locations in the form of Dominguez Park and Redondo Union High School, both of those events would have had to occurred outside of July 4th on one of those alternative days. So we're not recommending an alternative land-based show. We don't think it is, in effect, worth the resources based on our history with the community and the reaction we received from the community. So tonight, we're unfortunately reporting to you that based on what we've determined, there is no real way for us to host a fireworks show over the 4th of July holiday in Redondo Beach. That said, we recognized how disappointed the community might be in that. And what we have instead tried to do is identify a way to have call it a small special event at one of our parks. First, we studied it at Seaside Lagoon. So Cameron has done some research with DJs, with food truck providers, bounce house providers, and the like, in the chance that the council would like to see something occur, has tried to talk to vendors to determine if there's an opportunity for us to have a small special event either at the lagoon or at Dominguez Park. So with that, I'll have Cameron pick it up and describe some of the limitations we've identified, and then I'll try to walk you through really what our options are this evening if you would like to see something occur.
Sure. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, Mike pretty much wrapped it up in a nutshell. We have reached out to DJs. We've reached out to food vendors, food trucks. At this point, a lot of them are booked. A lot of the food trucks have told us that without the event of a fireworks show, they're hesitant to come to a Seaside Lagoon. They are really looking at as many people as they can get to attend. And like I said, without a fireworks show, they're hesitant to commit to that. A lot of the DJs that we've reached out to are either previously booked or haven't gotten back to us. Certainly, if that's something you would like for us to continue to explore, we certainly can. But with, at this point, less than 2 weeks to go, it's going to be pressing it a little bit, but we can certainly continue to explore those. And I would say one of the things that we didn't mention before is we had previously committed Tidelands funds to the fireworks event. If we were able to secure a DJ or some sort of food vendor in the Seaside Lagoon area, we could continue to use the Tidelands fund. If we were to explore an option outside of the Seaside Lagoon or an inlands destination such as Dominguez or Alta Vista or something like that, we would not be able to utilize Tideland funds. Those would have to be general funds. So as far as the fireworks, I think Mike pretty much wrapped it up, gave you the Cliff Notes version. And if you have any other questions for me, I'm here to
and what I would say, if I could just add to the finishing touch here, if the council would like us to try to host an event, a city-run event that's separate from the Riviera Village event that Councilman Ehrenheim mentioned that is already scheduled and will be occurring down in the village on Avenue I. There's a band, there's a little festival, et cetera. If you want to do something elsewhere in town that's city-based, we can commit to hosting an event. But what we can't commit to tonight is exactly how exciting or elaborate that event will be. If you'd like, we can pursue bounce house. We could pursue food truck, as Cameron mentioned, DJ, potentially even a small beer garden operation that would be secured by our police personnel. We could use that as a bit of a revenue offset. We can explore that. I can tell you it's going to be difficult to do all of those things, but it does seem like if we put our collective heads together, we can do some of those things. The question really to you is Lagoon or Dominguez Park, or do we just tell folks, given the circumstances, that they need to find alternative 4th of July plans this year and do something with their families or in another community. So we'll do everything we can to host as extravagant and as nice a special event as possible. But with 2 weeks of outstanding setup, I just want you to understand, you may show up there and all we've got is a bounce house and somebody on the microphone welcoming people to Heritage Court. It could be that small. It could be this is something happening in Seaside Lagoon. The lagoon will be busy on the 4th no matter what, just with regular swimmers and daily admission. So there'll be activity in the lagoon with or without a special event. But I wish we had something more concrete for you, but given the circumstances and the timing of Pyro's spectacular withdrawal, we just don't have a lot of time to build an alternative program that's all that exciting. So that's our report. I know it's a little disappointed. Personally, we're all disappointed as staff that this is occurring. Pat, I mean, again, to his credit, worked very hard to try to find an alternative here. A little dismayed that Pyro didn't find a way to maybe step up and help us here and partner in this regard. But I will say, as it relates to future shows, there is a way for us to host a barge-based show in the future with these permit conditions. We just are going to need to likely find an alternative vendor that will partner under the circumstances. That's our report. We can answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, no, thanks for that very thorough report, Mike, and thanks to Chief Butler for trying to put something together. I don't think we should do anything. I think people are expecting the city to have fireworks, and they're not going to be there. They got plenty of other plans, plenty of other parties to go to, and they just go down to see the city fireworks. And if they're not going to be there, I don't think there's really anything to be able to substitute for that. It's short notice. That's just my opinion. I think we should just spend our energy getting the word out. There aren't going to be any fireworks, and why. But yeah, hey, that's just my opinion. Yeah. Todd,
Yes.
you going to tell me?
I'm actually the
who's up to
first
speed?
one, so.
Okay, how
Yeah,
convenient.
obviously, it's disappointing. Did they give a reason why it came out in May?
Yeah, we're a little baffled by that too. In talking to Pyro, there are other regional boards, Bay Area as well as San Diego, who have issued permits for fireworks. From what we heard from Pyro, their chief legal counsel, those permits were issued in consultation with the local vendors and done over a period of months. I don't know if privately the board staff had reached out to vendors to understand the impacts here. Our local order is described as something more restrictive than what was adopted in the San Diego region and by the baykeepers up in the Bay Area. I'm not sure why, don't have that full story. Ideally, this order would have been issued back in January or would have been issued in May and then effective for the following year.
Yeah.
But here we are, and despite our, like I said, despite our best efforts, Pyro just can't be convinced that they can operate in a safe and secure manner with the new conditions.
Okay, I would recommend, as Mayor Brand said, to reach out to the media outlets, let them know the reason for this, whether it's the Easy Reader, Daily Breeze, et cetera. I want people to.
Their city website.
Our
Oh
city
yeah, we'll
website,
post it all over our social media.
Yeah, social media as well, too. I want people to understand it's not the city's doing, but it is the local, the LA Water Board, Regional Water Board. I'd also recommend that we start planning for next year now.
Yeah.
Because whatever it is, maybe it's, some places have air shows, some places have, other things, inland fireworks. So it's obviously very disappointing, again, to not have fireworks, but I appreciate all the work that Chief Butler and Cameron did to try to salvage this, but it's obviously disappointing. So, Paige.
Yes, thank you. Super disappointing not to have fireworks over the waterfront, for sure. I do think that we should have something for the community. And, we have a lot of people come in out of town, but to have something that's focused more for Redondo, that's maybe just like a local, something like a block party almost. And I'm thinking of Dominguez Park just because that's where we had our birthday celebration for the city. And it's a central location. It's on a hill. People can see it. Even if they're not attending, they could see something from that space. Open to suggestions about, how we could make something happen. And I realize we can't really define that tonight, but I do think it's an effort we should make. I think not celebrating the holiday is probably not the way to go. That's all I have.
Okay. Scott.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein. Mr. City Manager, it sounds like you've done everything within reason to try to secure a fireworks show for the city of Redondo Beach on the 4th of July.
Yeah, that, absolutely. I mean, we've, up into including multiple additional vendors who, it's almost a ridiculous cold call to say, hey, on 3 weeks' notice, do you think you could step in for pyro and host a barge-based show? We did have substantive conversations. Zambelli is an organization that actually did indicate to us that they would be willing to partner with us next summer for an event, but they just were fully committed for this 4th. So it was good outreach, and that I think it is helping us prepare for next year. But we've run to ground at least every reasonable option that we can think of to host something on the 4th this year in Redondo Beach.
Okay. And I trust if there were any lessons to be learned from this incident, you and your staff are taking that into consideration going forward.
Well, absolutely. It's sadly, and I don't want to blame the board. I can't speak to their timing of why they adopted these requirements. I'm a little more frustrated with Pyro's maybe lack of willingness given our ability to maybe pull the permit. They have good reasons for it. It's hard to argue with their reasons. But I will say it is difficult. This is not the first time that life is difficult for us under the auspices of the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. The Seaside Lagoon is another area where we daily feel the pains of NPDES permits and obligations that come with their charge. And I can't speak to when and why they adopted the permit on the 25th. I'm sure they'd been thinking about it before that. If there's any lessons learned here, it's these are things that you need to consult and collaborate on well before May 25th. How about that? So that's, I think, on perhaps all organizations involved in this particular circumstance.
Okay. Thank you.
It'd be interesting to find out how those other cities found out, and in San Diego and
what
they're
their
having
timing
fireworks.
was. Yeah, and my only information on this is legal counsel for Pyro, so take it for what it is, but I have every reason to believe what he's saying, but it sounded like their permit process were highly consultative and were put together over a period of several months, and certainly didn't create it's May 25th and we are 6 weeks away from July 4th and we got to start canceling shows. So I'm sure the board is going to be frustrated by that as well. I imagine they'll be dealing with and hearing from other agencies that had planned shows that may struggle to operate. We've been told Zambelli is operating perhaps out of Marina Del Rey, so Marina Del Rey is going to have a show. Maybe Zambelli was better prepared to deal with it, or maybe they're just a little bit more risk tolerant. I don't know. But our vendor unfortunately wasn't. And, this was the first year I think we actually secured that contract early. We secured that contract in February. Typically, we're coming to you in, April or May, locking the agreement down and moving forward. So early timing didn't help us this year, unfortunately.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, so I did chat with Councilmember Kalajurovich before this meeting about the subject, and I didn't know that there was no possibility of a fireworks show. Because I thought that a fireworks show would bring people to Dominguez Park and that would secure people for food trucks, and have people there for a DJ, et cetera, and beer garden. So I do get concerned if we secure a beer garden, which I think they said they could do, but then no food. That's a concern to me, that we're pumping people, giving people alcohol, but no food and no snacks. Bringing food trucks, again, if we have no feature, no draw, I could see why food trucks may not come. And then as far as DJ, we could probably get one, but if we get a DJ and no beer garden and no food, people will bring their own alcohol, and then we're promoting essentially open consumption. So I do get concerned about all that. And then I think about the politic of if we split 2 and 2, the mayor breaks the tie. He's going to break the tie to not have an event. So I'd just rather probably. So as much as I think Dominguez Park, well, I'll say this. Going forward, it would be nice to have maybe a 4th of July and taking this money and applying it towards a 4th of July party at Dominguez Park where the fireworks show from Seaside Lagoon could be seen, because it's a central location. And that's what I like about Dominguez Park. It's for the north and the south. It's accessible, and it does have a view of the fireworks show. Actually, when you last year, going to the fireworks show, you see tons of people climbing onto that hill next to Ripley on Anita to see it. So my favorite
spot to watch.
keeping it this year and putting the monies towards next year's show, if we can do that.
There is an event in Riviera Village. I know it's.
Riviera Village is it's a trip, a huge trip. I don't know what the journey. It's so far away. 25 minutes, 20 minutes, and then good luck with the traffic afterwards. Do we know? Are they doing their fireworks show down there?
They can't. They have no
They're
permit.
not. Okay, yeah.
But Marina Del Rey is.
Marina Del Rey, from what we were told by Zambelli, now, perhaps they're just coming up to speed on the permit requirements, I don't know. That Marina Del Rey was still planning to move forward with the show. That was the last we heard.
But they're a different operator.
Different operator, different contractor.
Really, the operator.
It's the operator who.
We're doing everything we possibly can. The operator has opted out because they're nervous.
They're nervous.
Well.
And it's mostly, they're nervous about third-party liability, third-party environmental justice lawsuits.
And for what it's worth, the straw that I think that breaks the camel's back for me is it's a weekday. And so while kids don't have school the next day, parents do generally have work the next day. And so they might be playing it close to the vest on July 4th, not going all out and stuff for a party. So rather just put it for a good event next year. That's me. So.
Can I jump in one more time here?
Sure, go ahead.
This just popped in my mind, and I may be just crazy with this, but so it seems like for sure we can't have any fireworks. Great. Not great, but that's off the table. But if we can have some kind of celebration at the park, and I see some firemen here. So we're talking about fireworks, but can we do a play on that and do something with our, like featuring our fire department, like fireworks, and like give them some, I don't know. We're just spitballing here, but I'm like, have something.
You trying to do something, but
Yeah,
I gotta
but
tell
like-
you, people are expecting to see fireworks.
Well, but there are
Fire
going to
suppression
be.
demonstration, is that what you're going for?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Fireworks safety.
Bust out the hose.
I'd rather us not burn down any of the buildings in Heritage Court, as part of that.
I saw them practicing today. They're well prepared for it. But maybe fire suppression or whatever, because there are going to be block parties. So I'm sure there'll be some down, maybe not at Riviera Village. I know there's going to be some by Franklin Park, but to have, I don't know, something for the community. I think they're really going to miss.
Well,
It is Chief Butler.
Come on, firemen, let's.
I mean, kids love, You don't have to
This
wait
just
till the
popped in my
dark.
head, so.
Yeah, thank you, Interim Chief Fire Chief Pat Butler. One of the things we do during 4th of July, to your point, council members, we have kind of a route where all the block parties are. And so we're already, we incorporate that into our 4th of July for a number of reasons. One is to show a presence of us in the community, so we could curtail any illegal fireworks. And secondly, it's a really good opportunity for us to get out because that's when the communities are centralized. So if your council district has some block parties laid out or ones that we may be aware of already, or I'll work with Chief Hoffman and find out, we will visit, and rather than be a central location, we'll kind of do a mobile visit and we'll bring our canine, our support dogs, and firefighters are always a hit at these events. So if that sounds something amenable, if you would want to just broadcast that to us, and we'll come out if you have any block parties, and because we'll be out. And 4th of July is a busy day for us anyhow, but we're out and about. And I don't know if Mike, if there's anything else.
No, it's a good point. The fire department does roll to a number of events, very, very visible on the 4th. It's historically been an all-hands day for our public safety departments. We will have to spend time, I think, in light of the loss of the show, further educating the community on the prohibition that we have in fireworks in town. Undoubtedly, we will have people lighting illegal fireworks in Redondo Beach. We always do. We get the word out. We'll continue to get the word out. Yeah, it's disappointing. It's frustrating. I think we're all a little bit dismayed by it. I will say the lagoon, if you want us to apply a little bit of energy and see if we can, sort of spice up the lagoon a little bit, that's the best place for us to do it. We have existing staffing. We already have good paid attendance. It's busy. There might be a way to enhance operations there during the day, so at least we can point to that. Again, I can't promise, we can't promise any specific activity, but that is the easiest place for us to host something on a last minute notice.
Enhance during the.
I was just saying, just leave it up to you. I mean, the council can't sit up here and, design an event of that sort with short notice, but, you guys, try to come up with something if you can. I know you guys are busy already, so,
When you say spice it up, you're talking about in the daytime or in the evening?
Probably daytime, but if we could potentially obtain or secure a DJ or a band or food trucks, we might be able to extend it into the evening hours. We could potentially do that, but it's going to take some work. It's going to take safety and security. We know people will show up to the waterfront because it's just a force of habit. And if the waterfront can get very busy, it can get very trafficky. So we're going to have to plan for exit and a proper control down there anyway. And maybe we can make pull something off there.
So I'll make a motion to receive and file and provide direction to staff to the extent a 4th of July celebration can be made to occur at the Seaside Lagoon, sans fireworks. Please move forward with that within the budget we'd allocated for the fireworks. And if not, then we push the money over to next year.
And we do have a fire department rock and roll band that plays also.
Yes, I
Shift and the
heard
Overtimers.
I've seen them.
And
Okay,
they-
them.
Assuming they're not on duty.
I saw them.
Yeah.
Mayor and I saw
Really
them.
good. They're sponsored by, partially sponsored by our local firefighters, our Firefighters Association, and they are fantastic. So I'll make a plug for them for.
Yeah, they're great.
I didn't get to see him at the VFW, but they ran into me at Hermosa Beach and said, we're playing at the VFW tonight. But honestly, that could be if there is, that could be
I
a
think
good.
they're playing,
If
they
they're
might be
available
playing
on
at the
4th of July.
Village.
Oh, they're playing at the Village that night.
They're playing at the Village, but we can create a shuttle bus.
Yeah, nice.
We'll do, if that's the will of the council, we'll do what we can. Just manage expectations.
And just get notice or a flyer to all the council members if it does happen so that we can push it out.
Tonight's action tonight, the first thing we'll be doing tomorrow is.
Well, that's a good motion. Is there a second?
communicating.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any objection? Scott, Councilmember Barenheit, no comment? Any public comment about firework issue on the 4th of July that we're facing?
Good evening again, Mayor, Council. There is something going on. What about Riviera Village? I know some people might think a little far, it's a huge event. I mean, the businesses, they're contributing to a bid to support stuff, and this is the kind of thing they look for. This is a great way of supporting our city. So I would encourage the council to at least put something on the website saying, come to Riviera Village. I mean, definitely, the businesses there need help, and I think it's important to support them. Also, with regard to fireworks, if you want to see a fireworks show, come down to my block on Sapphire and Broadway every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night. There's about a half dozen M80s that go off every night. Cars do burnouts in the streets. Get a show every day if you want. But one thing, on a serious note, a few years ago when we didn't have a show, people still came to the beach. I can attest to that. We couldn't park anywhere within luckily I had my car parked or else I would not have had a parking spot for the whole night. I would suggest if they're not gonna have fireworks or anything like this at all, have those notification signs that are up that say there are no fireworks show this year in Redondo Beach. Do not go to the harbor for a fireworks show. There won't be one because you're gonna get a lot of people there. They're gonna get angry and they're gonna be drinking, and that's not a good combo, especially on a holiday. And the beaches, as you know, are gonna be packed already. Anyway, just a suggestion on that. But again, let's support Riviera Village. They've been there through us. They've been through a lot. They were just coming out of COVID. We need to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item at the fireworks on 4th of July?
So we
Okay,
have,
there's a motion and a second. Roll call, Councilmember Lowenstein. Oh, I'm sorry, anything online?
I have none on Zoom, but I had 3 for e-comments, 2 were neutral, 1 were opposed for that
Okay.
item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll do a roll call, Councilmember Lowenstein,
Aye.
Councilmember Kalyudovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obashi.
Here, aye. Why am I doing that today?
We know what you meant. Councilmember Barron.
Aye.
Okay, there you go. Something. All right, I think our next item is N1. Discussion and possible action on the Community Development Director's approval of a 9th extension to the Emergency Coastal Development Permit issued for the temporary closure of Los Angeles County Beach Access Ramp at Esplanade and Avenue A to protect public safety.
You want to wait for Councilman Nierenheim?
Oh, yeah. Can you bring him back in? Sorry. Is our planning director going to give this? Oh, well, there you are.
You got quorum.
Go ahead, Randy. Thank you.
Great. Back in November 2021, the LA County Department of Beaches and Harbors submitted an application to the Community Development Department for the Emergency Coastal Development Permit to temporarily close the beach access ramp at Esplanade and Avenue A due to public safety concerns. They had conducted an engineering study that found that the existing path and railing and landings and wall were in poor condition and recommended closure of the ramp. So this emergency coastal development permit was approved. It's a 60-day permit timeframe in that they certainly needed to do a lot to get the funding, to hire a consultant to do the design work. They're in that process. So every 60 days, we have to renew that emergency coastal development permit. And at such time that they have that final design, which we're looking at coming in at any time now, they will be able to then process it as a coastal development permit, not just an emergency coastal development permit for whatever the permanent design will be for that improvement. But in order to protect the safety, I've gone ahead and issued that 9th extension for the closure. And this is just procedurally, I have to provide an oral and written report to the city council after issuing that. And that's what this particular item is. So the recommendation would be to receive and file the extension.
I have a couple questions because I remember seeing this myself. What is the actual procedure for this repair to occur? I mean, we have the authority to issue coastal permits. It's beaches and harbors that is going to actually do this and has actually done the design. What process is going to occur? Are they going to come to us?
Yeah.
For a permit?
Yeah, so the county, they did issue a notice to proceed for an engineering consultant, and that was this past winter. This spring, they were working on completing the 50% design. When they have that completed, they'll be submitting for the permanent coastal development permit for the permanent improvements. And once we receive that, we'll process it. They're going to complete the design of the project and then be able to move forward with bidding that out. I think that they're looking to initiate that the building a safety plan check this coming winter. So it's just taking time. It's going to be a more accessible access at that location, so, handicap accessible. So there's a lot more design that goes into it than just replacing it in place.
Did you say approval of 50% of the design?
No, they're working on the 50% design. Once they have that, that gives us more than just a basic conceptual. It gives us some design components in order to issue the coastal development permit for them to complete that design.
But it's kind of a approval of 50% of the design.
Yeah, I mean, then they go into the more detailed engineering to complete the 100% design. It's a little beyond it's beyond the preliminary design.
Look, I used to be an engineer. I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah.
You do a preliminary design and then you just actually design it.
Yeah, this happens a lot with, I've seen this in public projects where they'll do like a 30%, 50%, 100% designs. Yeah.
Remember when it was closed?
It
actually closed?
Yeah, it was in November of 2021.
Wow, so it's been closed a year and a half at least. Jeez. It looks terrible. And I remember walking down it. I can't even remember the process, approaching beaches and harbors and going, and it took them forever to even do that. And there's other very similar
Yeah.
that are, frankly, I was walking on, I'll send you pictures of it and going, wow, and look at this one. So that was not the only one. So I don't think beaches and harbors going and inspecting these and go, oh, gee, we got to clean them. I mean, it was me and Councilmember Nierenheim that called it to their attention.
Yeah, and they did end up doing that engineering study. It was likely from that kind of instigation that they did that engineering study that determined that it was not safe. And, it has since deteriorated in the last year and a half. So definitely needed to be closed, yeah.
Okay, well, all right. Any comments? Councilmember Nierenheim, see anybody raising their hand, want to comment?
There's no one raised their hand. I'll just say that I can't wait till they get it done because it's rapidly deteriorating. I will say that they did finish up the first portion of their project on the walk path right above Topaz. There's a walk path between the bike path and the City Redondo line, if you know. And I believe the city is putting in lighting in that area as well. Is that going to be part of that? That should be done as well coming up. So I can't wait until they're done with this because they got a lot more infrastructure to do down there. That's all I have to say.
Okay, any comment from the public about this issue? And we're really just extending. What are we doing?
Receive and file.
Receive and file.
Motion, receive and file.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any objection? Okay,
And
so ordered.
no Zoom or e-comments for the record.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, now we go to our public hearings. Correct, we have 3 public hearings. And that's pretty,
Need ex parte communications.
ex parte communication. Yeah, Councilmember Nierenheim.
I've just been speaking to members of the public, community meeting, city staff, Councilmember Lowenstein, Mayor Brand, and I'm packing. I got my sleeping bag. It's going to be a long night.
I take it you're
If
talking
anyone
about
gets this
item,
joke, got my sleeping bag right here.
item L2.
Is that for all items?
Yeah, all 3 items, yes.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Councilmember Nierenheim, the mayor, staff, and the public. Thank you so much.
Okay. Councilmember Kalyuda.
Yes, Mayor Brand, staff, members of the public.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
Mayor Brand, staff, Councilmember Barrett, and the public.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, for all 3, I've spoken with the mayor, council member Obaji, city staff, and other employees, and members of the public.
Yes, so everybody understands what you're hearing up here is called the Brown Act. And so the council can't talk amongst themselves. It creates a quorum outside the meeting. So I'm going like this, like I'm not talking loud enough. Thank you. So that's why basically the people that Brown acted on this was Councilmember Lowenstein and Councilmember Nierenheim. And then Councilmember Barrett and Councilmember Obaji Brown acted. And Councilmember Kalyudovich didn't obviously Brown act with anyone. So she's kind of on her own. And I get to talk to everybody because I don't have a vote. City manager gets to talk to everybody, and that's how this works. So just so everybody knows. So as you heard, I talked to all the council members, I talked to staff, and I talked to many members of the public about all 3 public hearings. Okay.
Before we go further, I do want to clarify. The ex partes I mentioned were for L2, L3. For L1, I've only spoken with city staff.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. Councilmember Barrett, I think, yeah. Okay, so these are public hearings and we have to explain who we all talk to. All right. So moving right along, I guess we'll go, let me see which hearing do we want to go to? L1, I guess we go to L1 first. Public hearing to consider the renewal of the Redondo Beach Tourism Marketing District. We Mary.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, council members. For the record, Greg Kapovich, the Waterfront Economic Development Director. So we're here tonight to talk about the Redondo Beach Tourism Marketing District. It's a group of Redondo Beach-based hotels where
Excuse me.
they kind of self-assess and pool
to
their
open the
money
public
together.
hearing.
And motion to open a public hearing.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
So I need a motion to open the public hearing for L1.
Totally forgot.
Okay,
Thank you. It forgets a lot. Is there a second?
Second. That was me.
Okay, any objections to opening the public hearing for item L1? Okay, public hearing is open.
All right, underway. So as they pool their money for additional marketing and promotional efforts. The idea is to spend money to attract more tourism. This particular group was formed in 2018 for a 5-year term, and that is actually set to expire on August 31st of this year. The members have seen success over the last 5 years, some of which will be shared with you tonight, and they'd like to renew, but for this time for a 10-year term. Now, state law requires that 2 public hearings be conducted whenever you renew one of these districts. Those hearings will be conducted tonight and then again on July 18th. So we're actually not requesting any council action tonight. That will occur at our next meeting on July 18th. Tonight, I just invite you to hear from the representatives that are here tonight, accept any public testimony, and then just start considering renewal. So we have 2 presenters here with us tonight. We have Rebecca Elder. She's the president of Redondo Beach Tourism and Travel. She manages the funds, implements the programs. She'll provide an overview of what's happened the last 5 years, so you can kind of see how much effect it's had. And then we also have Gina Reed. She represents Civitas. This is a group that is actually assisting with the renewal process, and she can answer any technical questions that you may have. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca, and she can kind of go through the PowerPoint.
Welcome, Rebecca Elder.
Thank you for the introduction and good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time tonight. I wanted to take a brief opportunity to review the 5-year history of Redondo Beach tourism and a list of our accomplishments. I don't have a quick.
I've got it.
Oh, you do? Okay,
Yeah.
so if we can just, okay, great, thanks. So first page, you're going to see we began discussion and formation of the Tourism Marketing District in January of 2018. And 8 months later, in September of 2018, we had our first assessments that were remitted. During that time, we created our market district plan and bylaws. We applied for a 501c status. Civitas really guided us through the process legally and through every different step. So a lot of outreach needed there and much appreciated for their help. And you'll note that in February of 2019, the board voted to approve PSM Communication Arts. That's a marketing strategy company. So they assist us with the marketing strategies as well as photography and videography assets, which you'll see later are owned by the city and can be used at numerous times. They also assist with social media and digital campaigns. So if you click on to the next page, we're really pleased to have PS&M Communication Arts assisting us because it allows Redondo Beach Tourism to have a wealth of experience and resource available without having to maintain the overhead of offices and or individual staff. So it saves us on payroll and overhead expense. So as you get into July of 2019, you'll see that we had worked, PS&M created branding for us, created a logo, and we had several of our campaigns that started to launch. We had launched a booking engine, and come March 2020, I think we all know what happened, COVID. So that hit the hospitality industry especially hard, and you may recall that Los Angeles County had some of the strictest restrictions of really the nation. So at that time, we paused all campaigns and continued to watch and see when we would see signs of recovery and when we could start to invest again. When we did invest again, we started on staycation, folks that were local. There were many travel restrictions still in place, so we started with folks that were able to travel and getting away to the ocean and promoting us as a safe destination. And then we continued to ramp up. In 2022, we launched our At the Center of It All campaign. And really what the desire with that campaign is to explain to folks and raise the profile of Redondo Beach. The biggest challenge that we face as hoteliers is that people aren't familiar with Redondo Beach, so they don't know how close we are to SoFi Stadium, which some of the North Redondo hotels are only 6 miles away. It's very, very close. And so we really wanted to position Redondo Beach next to top tier attractions like SoFi or the Forum or those downtown LA attractions where you can stay at the beach and get away, but still experience all of those top tier places that you'd like to go. So, and then in 2023, we launched several other media campaigns, and I'll get into the details of those. So we can go to the next. So what we wanted to show with some of our results is really examples of the integrated digital media strategy that we have. So if you think of these like individual instruments, together they come together to form a symphony. So you can see each of them is necessary for success, and it truly is a thoughtful and strategic plan on how we can raise the profile and ultimately drive guests to the hotels. We have the Google AdWords and social media that you're familiar with. We've invested in display ads. TikTok is obviously extremely popular, so we've been investing in that and raising our profile there, and we're seeing some nice results, some preliminary results. Thank you. Some of the other strategies that we've used include DOOH, is digital out of home. And so what that is programmatic, airports, billboards, mall dining. You might see those little kiosks on the table when you're at a casual restaurant. So all of that is designed in strategic areas that are traveling to Redondo Beach to help, and Los Angeles to help bring the guests to Redondo. Expedia, as we all know, is one of the world's top booking engines. So hotels typically like to have guests book directly on their website. However, when you're trying to introduce a destination such as Redondo Beach, that's a part of a larger destination such as Los Angeles, it's key to get that placement. All those people might not look at Redondo Beach, but they would look at LA and then see, wow, only 6-7 miles from LAX, I can have a hotel right on the beach. So we've invested in that, and the revenue has produced over $9 million for our local hotels. Yes.
What does that number figure mean, 9,356,000? What does that mean?
That's the revenue that was produced from the campaign. So each campaign, there's been 13.
Expedia?
Well, to the hotels. So Expedia collects from the guest and then passes through to the hotels. So the amount of revenue that the hotels collected over the 5-year term and 13 campaigns was $9,356,000.
Through what period?
It's 13 campaigns that have run over the 5 years. So this is in
For 5
totality. So each time we run a campaign, it's typically a 3-month campaign, costs about $22,000. And then each hotel is sent the results of the campaign, and that's sent to PSM. Obviously, as a hotelier, I myself don't have that data, but PSM has the data to calculate it all out. And the hotels get their data so they can say, hey, from April through June, Expedia produced $7,000 for your hotel.
Okay.
So they can see their return on, promoting Redondo Beach tourism and what we're doing for them.
Through Expedia?
In this case, through Expedia, but there's also all the other digital that's driving guests to their website. There's ads that are promoting different events. So in that case, yeah, it's Expedia.
Through Expedia.
Books
That's why
through
it's under
Expedia.
Okay. Thank you.
So it's just another way of getting eyeballs, right? So if I can have you maybe you looked for a beachfront hotel and you'll see a little ad on the side of your screen next time that says escape to Redondo Beach. That's one way. If you went onto Expedia looking for an LA hotel and you saw Redondo Beach, that's another way. So just another way to capture that exposure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So here we have some examples. One of the services we've provided both to the hotels and to the city are photo and video assets. That's one of the most expensive things that hotels have to contend with when we look at marketing budgets. And unfortunately, marketing budgets aren't huge with hotels. So this is where Redondo Beach Tourism steps up and fills that gap. So PSNM has completed over 15 days of photo and image shoots. Those are free resources for all of the hotels, and they're owned by the city with unlimited usage. So any of those shots you can take advantage of, and they're beautiful photography, very high quality. The launch of the website, redondobeachtourism.com. So this allows us one centralized place to put all of the hotels and all of the information about the hotels. So we can put a digital ad that says escape to Redondo Beach. It drives you right to redondobeachtourism.org, and you can see any of the hotels. And from there, when you click on that link, you can go to the hotel's website, or you can see rates live. We did a takeover and relaunch of organic social media. As we all know, social media is a very powerful tool. So we've harnessed some of that in terms of the imagery. You can see on the left where it's branded with our logo, and we've had some influencers. On the bottom, you can see TikTok, where we've just started, and we do get some valuable data about who's following us for age, gender, women and men, desktop versus mobile. So there's a lot of data that the hotels can use to then add to their strategies on an individual basis. These are our top performing organic posts. So this is something that you can pay to increase the reach of your social media, or you can just see what happens if you post something and people engage with it organically, so without any type of additional spend. So these are what people that are following and seeing us on social media are reacting to. So you'll see that there was an influencer there talking about a family staycation. We've got the Kite Festival. We see that guests respond very positively to the imagery of the beach. So you can see the strand on the far right.
Well, Facebook really won that contest.
Yeah, and it really depends upon the demographics of who's following your page and the users. So Facebook tends to skew a little more mature, and then TikTok is the much younger generation. So we try to employ a full range of social media sites so that we're capturing everything. Instagram is all image-based, so. And here's just some examples of the paid search, the Google Display Network that you might see. And we really have tested the creative and continue to test the creative. It's updated seasonally, and it's updated when we get new photography. So you can see we're promoting the volleyball. We've got some awesome pictures of the whales there. And here's some of the billboard examples for the digital out of home, as well as some of the paid social media where, you know, we're promoting these and trying to get a wider reach of folks to follow us. And then this is an example of the Expedia partnership. So you can purchase placement where, you know, you see search Southern California beaches, and then in the bottom right-hand slot, that's where Redondo Beach Tourism shows up. So Expedia takes all of their guests and pushes them to SoCal beaches, and then we get a top spot there. And all of the Redondo Beach hotels are featured. And then social media influencers. We get a variety of social media influencers to cover each area. So we have guests that are family oriented, we have business oriented, folks that are interested in arts and concerts. So we really want to apply to everyone with who we bring in for the staycation. And those are offered up to all the hotels. So everyone has an opportunity for that. And then the renewal terms, the term that we've requested or that we're submitting is for a 10-year term. The assessment is the same. It's 1% of sleeping room revenue. And I think it's important to note that this is an assessment for guests that are staying overnight in Redondo Beach. This is not an assessment that residents pay or hotels pay. It's simply an additional assessment on the bill when the guests depart. The anticipated budget is $700,000, and our current 2023 anticipated budget is $700,000. And I have my associate Gina Reed here. Should you have any questions, we're happy to answer them for you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Rebecca. Councilmember Nero, I can't see.
Councilmember Barron.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that was a great presentation. We've had a lot of people come in here and give presentations. That was excellent, Ms. Elder. So thank you. And I just want to say your organization is very lucky to have you as a representative.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
Yeah, Ms. Elder, I said the same thing last year. You do a great job. I really appreciate the presentation. And a question I have for you, though, is how do you think that an increase in the transient occupancy tax would impact the hotels that are part of your district?
Yeah, that's a great question. Currently, I don't see an impact to transient occupancy tax. We've gone through different phases as hotels where sometimes, and this is over the course of my career, so 15, 20 years, where sometimes folks do focus on transient occupancy tax. Currently, we don't have any reason to believe that the transient occupancy tax will be an issue for any of our guests. It's not a climate where, it's a climate where our guests are accepting that taxes are a cost of travel, resort fees are a cost of travel, parking is a cost of travel. So, and Civitas has done several different surveys for us. So I happen to know that Redondo Beach is among the lower of the taxes on the top tier markets like a Santa Monica, Anaheim, Los Angeles. So I wouldn't anticipate any challenges with a TOT increase.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
And keep up the
Councilmember
good work.
Lowenstein.
Thanks.
Thanks, Rebecca. The Expedia campaign that you're using, you started that 5 years ago when we started the TID?
So it's a seasonal campaign. So Expedia runs campaigns for usually a 3-month time period. So the hoteliers come together and decide that maybe they want to do it for Q1, 2, and 4.
Okay.
And so that's a total of 13 campaigns over some are 2 months, some are 3 months, but a total of 13 campaigns were paid for at a cost of $20,000 to $22,000 and produced $9,097 or $9 million, excuse me,
for
per
all?
campaign.
Per campaign. Okay, so that's 13 campaigns, you said?
Pardon me?
13 campaigns?
13 campaigns.
Okay, so just doing off 1.122 million over 5 years, it's $224,000 of TOT based on my calculations, which is a great return, really great return. I don't know if we would have gotten it otherwise, but I think it's a great thing. Are there other search engines we looked at, like Bing or the others that are
So
out there?
that, yes, that's a great question, and thank you, Councilmember. Within our digital, where you saw the Google AdWords in the presentation, we have looked at Bing right now based on our budget. The return is much greater on Google, so we've invested primarily in Google, but it's something that we put up to at each Redondo Beach tourism meeting. The board and hoteliers are invited to discuss anything that they think might improve, so we're open to feedback. We haven't invested really in Bing because the return on Google has been larger. I can say for my personal hotel, it's a similar. For Portofino, we see a similar.
Yeah.
But we do consider all other avenues.
Yeah, and I shouldn't even say, shouldn't refer to Expedia's search engine as the booking engine.
It is yeah.
Kayak's another one. It's an aggregator of booking engines, Travelocity, some of the other ones, but that's a great return if that's what it's leading to. We love the TOT, we love the occupancy. Do we know what the occupancy rate average has been the last couple of years? Is it mid to high 80s we're looking at?
Not since the recovery from COVID. We used to be mid 80s. We haven't recovered quite yet. I want to say 60, 65.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to know for sure because we've had some rooms offline up at Marine Avenue, but I think our latest projections are mid to high 60s.
Okay.
Which is, as Rebecca mentioned, there was a time we were tipping 90%.
Okay, so my own take on that is, because I work for a company that's cutting back on travel and expenses, a lot of that's corporate travel.
Yeah,
And
Yes.
that's definitely a factor.
I just walked through LAX the other day. It was a mob scene. So people are traveling. They're just traveling, they could be traveling abroad. I know Europe has a big push right now. But it would be great to get folks to either stay here or to travel here, obviously, and whatever we can do to help that. But I think your efforts are really welcomed here, so thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a very large goal of ours, is that individually hotel budgets, it's a single hotel. But if we have this assessment, then we can start to hopefully continue to make a name for Redondo Beach and really establish ourselves. And that's what we're trying to do with PSNM is to bring those customers here, because there's only so much beach in California and ours is some of the best.
Yeah, thank you.
A couple questions for you. What is the impact for beach life? Have you guys been able to measure that and see that?
Yes. So the original Beach Life, Beach Life as it stands in May, we did see a positive impact. We did sponsor, we were one of the lead sponsors, I think, for Redondo Beach Market and Redondo Beach Tourism. Initially, the first year we saw that the impact was primarily to the hotels surrounding it, so Portofino, Sonesta, Redondo Beach Hotel. This most recent one, we did confirm with the campus hotels that they saw a lot of compression from that. We haven't yet seen the impact of Beach Life Ranch. It was a little softer last year. We're hoping that we'll see some last minute impact. So there certainly is. I mean, I think even without the marketing, probably the hotels surrounding Beach Life would have sold out just based on proximity, but we're pleased that with the marketing, we are seeing the impact to the campus hotels. And when we look at other large scale events like a Super Bowl or things like that, big events at SoFi, that's why we're positioning that, because there's Green Line transportation that you can take straight up to SoFi. So we really want guests to understand, or travelers that are coming, that this is a great destination for that.
So you guys, I mean, irregardless of COVID, there's been an increase in bookings, number of bookings, and you can kind of measure. Granted, COVID was a major hit on our revenue and bookings, but it's how you can definitely say that it's been a tremendous help for Redondo Beach.
There's been a positive impact in occupancy, and what in some of the hotels can drive additional rate as a result of Beach Life. As far as COVID is concerned, there was a big impact to hotels, and we're not back yet. Los Angeles as a market isn't back yet, but Beach Life has been helpful.
How far away is the market from what pre-COVID in just the market in general, or us?
The most recent, this is a moving target, so there's a lot of industry organizations that'll give different projections. The most recent I've seen for Los Angeles as a city, like kind of the downtown area, is 2024. Some areas like San Diego is already returned to pre-COVID, so 2019 levels. Redondo Beach has not. We don't run the same occupancies as LA, so I would think we're probably it's hard to say on an aggregate, but I would say we're further than LA, so we're probably 2025.
And that's going off a percentage of room rentals, not room rates because of potential cost increase, inflation.
That's going off of revenue per available room, so it blends, it takes how much revenue you bring in over the size of your hotel, so it's kind of a way of aggregating the data and applying it across. So yeah, it's not based on cost, that's top line revenue.
Assets, digital assets, pictures and videos. We have access to that?
Absolutely, yeah.
We have access to their website? Can you utilize that for their website? Okay. Yeah, because we're launching our website here, and it'd be great to have a lot of this stuff working together.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I'm sitting on the, you're doing a city branding initiative, and I'm sitting on that.
You
as
are?
well.
Oh, perfect. Okay. And since you're here, might as well take advantage of it. We have our summer seminar coming up for Independent Cities Association at the end of July 27th, 29th. And I'm glad you're here because I want to give you my card, and I really need to talk to you tomorrow. We're going to talk about districts, actually.
Okay.
So if you're available and you want to talk about districts, different types of districts, we got our Beach Cities Health District coming down and speaking. So you can come down and speak on that if you'd like. And I'd love to have you guys come down and be a sponsor and talk about all the different types of districts you do, because you even do a wine district.
We do. I did work with Temecula.
You come on up here real quick. Come on up.
But yes, I am talking with Lori about some districts for Redondo.
Yeah, so can you introduce yourself real quick?
Yeah, Gina Reed. I am a senior project manager with Civitas. We are the leading firm in the US that helps with 90% of districts in the state.
So we have the Business Improvement District here in Redondo. We have the Tourism District. We don't have a parking district per se, but I know that like Pasadena is a parking district. So these districts, they self-manage themselves. What kind of successes do you see from having all these different types of districts? And what kind of I saw on your website, you said a wine district. I was like, what is a wine district? That's kind of impressive.
Yeah, it's very cool. So there's 2 wine districts. Essentially, it's the same thing as a hotel district. It's just finding a group of businesses that are like-minded, whether it's geographical, whether it's by what type of business they are. But as long as the programs that they're providing benefit their business, there really can be anything. So there's restaurant districts. So restaurant districts, again, either within a downtown or with citywide, the restaurants pay an assessment, gets passed on to the guest, and that's what's used for, restaurant weeks or promotions for restaurants. So it just, as long as the businesses are in agreement and the programs are benefiting them, then there's really anything.
So basically it's a bunch of businesses or people who are like-minded come together and they can form a district.
Sure.
And it can span cross cities.
It can be multi-jurisdictional, yes.
And
they can be property-based or business-based. So either the properties are assessed or the businesses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure I'll be back.
I would hope so. I want to give you my card when we're done here. Councilmember Baji's up.
No, I'm sorry. I had my hand still up, so.
Oh, sorry.
I just remind everybody if we could stay on task because we got a long night ahead of us. So that's all. Motion to receive and file or motion to.
Well, first off, is there any public comment? Anything on Zoom? Online? Okay, I guess we'll entertain your motion.
Motion to close the hearing.
Motion.
Oh, yeah.
Motion to close the hearing, that's right.
Okay, is there a motion to close the hearing? Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any objection to closing the public hearing? Okay, I entertain the motion to receive and file.
No, it's not receive and file. We got to.
No.
The district, right? Got to pull it up.
Is there?
Continue to the July.
It's
Oh,
continued.
that's right, it's being continued.
To the July 18th meeting.
Okay.
So
Motion to continue.
substitute motion to continue the public hearing.
Substituting your own motion?
I'll second
Yeah.
that.
Okay. It's a motion and a second. Any objection to continuing this public hearing? Okay, hearing no objection, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Rebecca, appreciate, very thorough. Thanks for seeing it. Okay, I think we're going to L3 if I'm not mistaken.
L2.
L2, okay, well, we are going to L2.
We're doing.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to open the public hearing for L2.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
We're doing the budget before the fees.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been like you, I thought we were gonna do the fees first. Okay, the fees aren't gonna take long. Okay,
Well, I
there's a
don't know. I think-
motion
what
and
do
a
we do
second to
first?
open the public hearing. Any objection? Okay, the public hearing is open.
I do have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are we supposed to approve the fee increases before or after?
Preferably, I think it makes more sense for you to do the fee increases after, so then
That's
you can
kinda what I thought.
align them with your budget motion.
Got it. Okay.
So ideally, based on your budget discussion, the fee conversation should be perfunctory at that point.
Yeah, but we
because
didn't
you've
do
approved
that in the motion to approve the agenda.
Yeah, so what you would do is you would approve the decision package related to fees with any potential modifications, depending on your final motion, and then you just need to be consistent with the action you take with the actual fee schedule that follows.
Okay,
not
so what are you
expecting-
suggesting? Because we've already opened this.
Accept his decision packages, right?
Well, no, just start with L2. We're on schedule.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're on L2.
Yeah.
All right.
So really brief presentation, as I've said before, tonight's the star of the show here is really the council motions and your deliberations. This is really your budget now. We've had, this will be the fifth hearing of five. Next slide, please. Aaron. Good. 70 budget response reports, definitely a record. I still didn't take the time to go back to see by how much a margin. A lot of good work here. I teased a little bit about the volume of work that occurs with this, but I do, as I've said before, I believe in the exercise. I think it really does allow you to explore supplemental concepts. It helps you with your budget motions. And obviously in a year where we have a little bit of money to spend, budget response reports are, I think, perhaps more appropriate than they are in years where we're super lean and there isn't much to allocate. So before we move on from this slide, I do want to give a big thank you to all the operating departments that help prepare these various reports. A lot of detailed information in here. Hopefully it was helpful to you. Hopefully it was understood and on point. But a big thank you to the analysts, the department heads who prepared this information. It was a lot of work, and we were cranking on it all the way up to Thursday evening to get it into your packet over the weekend. Next slide, please. As I said, we're at the end of the process. Fifth hearing, had several commission meetings. The last one was Thursday evening that I attended. Tonight, our recommendation, of course, is to convene and then ultimately adopt the budget with whatever modifications you might add through your various motions. I know you've all been hard at work and asked a lot of questions. So our goal here is to kind of turn it over to you. As I've said, the budget really is, at this point, your fundamental policy tool. It's an expression of your priorities in the city and the services you'd like to see delivered and whatever enhancements to those services you'd like to see occur. There's not much more to say about it than that. It really is your fundamental policy tool. There is one budget response report that we would add, we would humbly request that you include and incorporate in your final motion. That is BRR number 1. That is our annual routine corrections and retractions BRR. There are a couple items in there. There is one item that does have a accretive effect on your beginning unallocated fund balance. You'll see the math. It's a $43,000 item, former mid-year appropriation that should have been carried over as ongoing. It was not incorporated in last year's budget and therefore is a correction now. It hits the bottom line by about $43,000. We're going to display here after you do your deliberations, the Excel spreadsheet that we can begin to account for and collect your various budget motion impacts and on a line item basis and see how that flows through the fund balance. But your starting fund balance, if you do approve BRR number 1, is just about $1.66 million. That's the figure to work with. And that is what we would recommend you include at a minimum in your final budget motion. So with that, next slide. I think there was a recommendation slide there somewhere we might have missed. Maybe it's lopped off. Well, short answer is reconvene the public hearing. Well, we can skip that. We can reconvene the public hearing and take public testimony and begin your deliberations. I think there's one more slide. I think there we go. And ideally tonight, adopt the budget with the proposed 5-year capital plan. That concludes our presentation. We're here if you have any questions.
Councilmember City Manager Mike Withansky. So yeah, I guess think about this. Could just go ahead and entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we opened the public hearing.
We opened it, yeah.
We can take public comment. It's probably important we take a public comment before we started our deliberations.
For now, just.
Anyone from the public like to comment on the budget? Eleanor, any comments? Sorry?
One key comment that's important.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments on the budget?
Mark Hanson, King Harbor boater and a proud committee member of the holiday boat parade and seafair over the years. So very small item buried in your budget there. Budget response number 2 talks about those events and provides the history courtesy of staff that, and I'll just embellish a tiny bit on it, that for various years, various fees would be found that might apply to those events. And the fees went from $300 to $600 to eventually $1,800. And each time I would come to the council and say, okay, let's not insult these volunteers by taxing them for doing great events. And you guys would all agree, and we'd waive the fees. And finally, previous city manager Joe Hofkin caught me at a chamber meeting and says, Mark, don't worry about all that stuff. I'm just going to put in a recommended $2,000 waiver for boat parade and seafair, and we'll make that ongoing. We don't have to keep working on this. So thanks to him, things went smooth for a while, but then pandemic hit. Of course, we pulled back all the waivers. Last year, Councilman Narenheim and Council Lowenstein, in their recommendations, restored those. And so we had the $2,000 fee waiver for seafair, and then $4,000 for the boat parade, which was $2,000 in the fee waivers, plus $2,000 direct support of the bleachers. And so that was last year. And then I was checking with the city manager at, I think it was a Harbor Commission meeting. I wasn't sure if those were ongoing or not. He was wonderful. He came running back from his office, said, I just checked. Those were not ongoing. So anyway, Harbor Commission, their one and only recommendation to you guys on the whole budget was to reinstate those waivers and to make them ongoing. So that's in your package. One small mistake I made when I was at Harbor Commission, I forgot to kind of remind them that the boat parade thing had been the 2 different 2,000 amounts of 4,000. So I think in their recommendation, I think they got typed 2,000 for boat parade, 2,000 seafair, and didn't cover the concept of the bleachers. So there you go, more than you ever wanted to know about those small waivers. So of course I would ask you to, again, as you have for many, many years, reinstate those waivers and do them on an ongoing basis.
Mark, what's your position with King Harbor Yacht Club at this point?
Staff Commodore.
Staff Commodore.
Yeah, and then various volunteer committees I serve on.
And apology, but where is that waiver? Is it in a budget response report or a decision?
Oh, yeah, budget response number 2.
Number 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and I'll take this opportunity to thank you for all the effort you put into Redondo Beach. Most people don't know Mark lives in Hermosa Beach. So, but yeah, I mean, over the years, I mean, I've been up here a long time and you've been up here longer than me. So, yeah, just take this opportunity to thank you for all the attention you've given and work you've put into Redondo Beach, particularly the harbor.
You bet. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Any more public comment? Any online comments? None. Wow, biggest night of the year, and we get one public comment. Well,
Fifth hearing.
wonky stuff. I guess it shouldn't surprise us. So,
Yeah, I think that's probably a function of the fact that we've been at this for 5 hearings now, so.
right. Yeah, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our staff. They've done a tremendous amount of work. I mean, it's kind of what it's all about. This is the one night, 3 votes. You're all required for a budget issue. The rest of the year, it requires 4 votes. So, this makes this important. Everybody's done a tremendous amount of work. I mean, geez. It's very time consuming. And what is this, our 5th hearing on the budget? And so everybody's done a lot of work and everybody's got their ideas and motions and that's how this is going to go. Actually, should we take a motion now?
Yeah, I mean, look, at this point, the council's, if there are questions.
We have to close the public hearing.
If there are questions.
I have comments from the council. Let me just say, do it that way.
Yeah, Councilmember Baggio has a hand up.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess as to BRR2, it's not indicating Could the boat parade money the subsidy come from the Tidelands, or is that Uplands?
Boat Parade is Tidelands. I think both are eligible for Tidelands funds.
Is there anything here that otherwise could go from the Uplands ones?
The Super Bowl, no, really, everything in there should be a general fund subsidy if that's the will of the council.
Everything in there, or everything in?
Everything in that list.
Else.
Yeah, everything that's listed in that BRR2 that has a subsidy amount that was provided last year.
Okay.
All but those two that you mentioned, the boat parade and the seafair, were general fund expenses. Tidelands were for the other two.
Oh, the seafair down there, okay. Do you have a total as to that amount? Could we total the amounts from the general fund and the amounts from the title funds from those? Please, somebody on staff.
Yeah.
And just get that answer when you can. And
I've got that at 30,500, I think. Correct my math here, finance, if I'm wrong. For general fund, so we got 2,500, 25, 5,000, 10,000, 15, 13. We're at 28 plus 2,500, so $30,500. Boat parade and seafair amount to $6,000 of Tideland subsidy.
6,000 Tidelands, all waiver subsidies, right? Waivers or subsidies, okay. And then another question is, I don't know if Gary, I can't see over there for some reason today, but if Gary Margolis is here, anybody could answer as to, in an event of muralizing a space, what is the cost associated with maintaining the space annually, the painting annually? Do we have any idea of that?
Maintaining muralized space on an annualized basis, meaning if once it's painted, do we need to?
Either recoating it with anti-graffiti coating or
cleaning it up periodically.
Touching up, whatever it is, or wiping down the graffiti. Do you have any
suggestion on costs associated with mural maintenance? I don't know if Gary's still here. Podium.
I think it's really dependent on the size of the mural and what the mural is made out of, whether it's paint or some sort of other material. So it's really wide ranging is my understanding. Unfortunately, Gary's not here anymore. He's really the subject matter expert on that, but my understanding is it can really be pretty broad depending on the size of the mural and what it's created out of.
Okay.
If you'd like to appropriate some type of a maintenance fund for it, it would be good to probably think through which murals and which projects we're trying to account for. Given the timing right now, it may be something that's better discussed at mid-year or next year's budget, given what we're still yet to see installed.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Maybe the chief of police, if you could, Chief Hoffman. So it seems clear to me like the residents of Redondo Beach have said they would like traffic enforcement. It seems clear to me that the police department has articulated that 3 of its 4 traffic enforcement officers who ride motorcycles are out on disability, and it doesn't seem like they're likely to come back anytime in the near future. Generally, in my time living in Redondo Beach since 2018, I've never seen a strong motor force giving tickets in Redondo Beach. And so why should the council fund 2 additional motor police officers? And I do favor doing this, but explain to the rest of the council, please. Why should the council fund 2 additional motor officers if we are not fully hired in the police department yet? And if we're not potentially likely to even hire those 2 motor officers this next fiscal year?
It's a good question, and we are doing a lot of hiring right now. The hiring process takes a long time to get people from application stage to going through the academy to completing the field training program to when we can actually put them into a special assignment. So right now our authorized staffing is 96 sworn police officers. When I was a motorcycle officer in 2000, our authorized staffing was 110. So if we had 14 more police officers right now, you can imagine how we would have additional personnel on all these special assignments. I understand that there's a lot of costs associated with public safety and with the police department. But when we have the ability to have a target that's higher than 96, we can continue that recruitment. So by adjusting the staffing levels now, it's an investment in the future. Sure, July 1st, we're not going to have 2 more motorcycle officers out there, but we did just do a test internally, and we had officers that put in for the motor officer position, and we have a school scheduled in October. And what that does is it conveys the priorities of the council to me. So as the chief of police, when I do have the adequate staffing in our patrol division, and I have an opportunity to place people in special assignments, it's clear that based on the needs of the community and the survey results that we get, and by the council policy, that traffic officers are a priority. And as long as we have the number of personnel that we need in patrol in order to respond on emergency calls, and we have flexibility on where we put people in other assignments, traffic would be key. And it is. It's the number one issue that we get all the time. I was able to assign a traffic officer back over there starting this past Saturday. And so now we have 2. We still have the 3 that are out injured. So on paper, we have 5 motorcycle officers. However, with the addition of additional personnel specific for that unit, then on paper, that number would go to 6 or 7 or however many are authorized. And that would be the priority to fill upon having enough people in there. And right now we have 5 people in field training. We have 4 in the police academy. We have 8 lateral interviews on this Thursday. We're processing additional people to start the academy on July 1st, just waiting on the final step. And then we have additional recruit testing. And I'm very optimistic that we're getting out of the staffing challenges that we had coming out of COVID, and that we're going to be able to be fully staffed by this time next year. And I'd like to not say that the target is 96. I'd like to say that the target is higher, and then come in and ask for overhires on top of that, so we can plan when we do have people that are planning for retirements, or the people that are going to go out with some sort of injury, whether it's personal or industrial. It allows us to account for that, because when it takes 12 to 18 months from the time somebody takes an application until they're able to work in patrol, we need to plan for that. And increasing our staffing numbers now is an investment in the future.
All right, thank you, Chief. I don't have any more questions for staff at this point, but I could do one of 2 things. I could either give up the rest of my time, or I could go through what our proposed motion would look like, or what we hope to fund in this budget. Any preference from the rest of the council members as to what we do?
I would love.
Go through it.
Yeah, go through it.
All right.
Can't you just do it when he makes a motion?
No, we can do it now.
But then you can do it as part of the public hearing. So if there are questions or any discussions that come up, you can ask the staff about it.
Okay.
Sure, go for it. And so I'll invite anybody with comments to go ahead and just chime in as I go through this. But so right now, since Brown acted with Councilmember Barrett, he's going to go over one question he posed to the city attorney and the response.
Yeah, if I may. Thank you. Councilmember Obaji, thank you, Mayor. I did BRR 39, which was potentially identifying other locations for which we can temporarily house the homeless. And I understand our city attorney in his diligence has maybe uncovered something that could be helpful. And I just wanted to allow him to speak to that issue, BRR 39.
In the report, we identified that the apartment building where we've rented 5 beds in Wilmington, 5 apartments in Wilmington, and we've had some graduations, and we've had success. About 50% of the people that we placed in there have gone on to permanent supportive housing. Although we took a lot of grief from the LA council person for the area when we first started it, Swami International really likes working with our city, loves working with Lila, Joy, and they're appreciative of the other things we do. They now have 13 additional apartments that are available for rent. You may recall last year, one of our top 3 suggestions, one was mental health condition. The third was part-time resident aid, so that we could respond after hours if there were any issues with that department. And so if the council wanted to, in addition to any other housing, secure housing within Spa 8 in an area other than Redondo. And I have a total, it's around 230-something thousand to rent all 3 for a year and 2 part-time resident assistants. My suggestion would be to do that and list it in intergovernmental grant funds so that, and condition it upon obtaining grant funds. So therefore, there'd be no general funds, and we wouldn't rent the apartments until we've obtained grant funding to do so. That's similar to the way the mental health commission is in your budget. It's no city funds. It's, if we obtain intergovernmental grant. But that's a great idea because we need additional transitional housing, and we're severely limited because of the density of Redondo where we can put that. So that was the discussion we had.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, that program would be conditional upon actually receiving the grant money. So nothing out of pocket for Redondo Beach.
Absolutely, we wouldn't be authorized. We'd have to bring back the leases for you, but we wouldn't even bring it back until we'd identified and obtained other grant funding to pay for the transitional housing.
Okay, and this transitional housing, Mr. Webb, in light of your involvement in our programs to help the unhoused, and we heard from Mr. Remy earlier today, would this be an essential and important part of that?
Yes, absolutely, because we need more transitional housing for the number of Redondo individuals that are experiencing homelessness. Remy was a great example because he's Redondo from start to finish.
Yeah.
And he's Section 8 housing voucher in Redondo, and he's now employed in Redondo. And we need more than just the pallet shelter, but we're severely handicapped by our density, as we saw when we were originally looking for an alternative site for the pallet shelters.
Thank you.
Just a quick question related to that.
Oh, absolutely, please.
Yeah, Martin versus Boise, would this allow us to enforce our anti-camping ordinance?
Well, in conjunction with the other things, we don't know what our number will be from this year's point in time. It comes out, I'm told, later this month. I know that our city net numbers was tentatively, I think, down to 72 people. And so we're proposing 25 additional pallet shelters, which brings us up to 45. We could get a total of 18 beds, which gets us to 63. And if Project Moonstone comes online and you've already authorized the pallet shelter individuals to have priority, we're awfully close this fiscal year to, now the risk is always,
There could be more.
it's increasing in the county, but we have a lot more tools and we become really close to be able to enforce the law.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, I do feel it's essential and it won't cost us anything out of the general fund.
Can I ask about the Wilmington apartments? So 6 is what we have now. 5. Okay,
I see 6 in there.
6 is in the BRO.
Oh, okay.
either way. And then there's 13 vacant rooms. How big
Right.
is that building?
Joy or well, Lila's not, Joy or Lila, they visited it, so.
Okay, and the other rooms are being rented in for similar use?
Many of them are. When we first went to look for it, when we started, we were trying to find transitional housing anywhere, and we're trying to find it within Spot A. And when Joy and Lila went to check it out the first time, they ran into Exodus, who was putting someone similar, and we think highly of their program, and that reinforced that could be the right thing to do. I think Exodus was, I think Swami was a little apprehensive about us early on because, we don't have control the way we do over the shelter location. But Lila has done a very good job in using judgment as to who the appropriate person and the resident A, part-time resident Aides, which are roughly 19,000 each, would be able to, when Lila is not available, be able to respond to any, concerns that are going on there. But they're very happy with us, and hence they're inviting us to.
Yeah, that's great. And the city, we're not going to experience the kickback or the, why aren't you keeping them in your city? Why are you
Oh, I
keeping
can't
our city?
promise that won't happen.
Yeah.
But it's the same response, which is, then why are the beds available?
Yeah.
And I don't apologize at all for getting a person off the streets in Redondo into an apartment. And if the city of LA, why are those apartments available?
Great
And
point.
so.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else on that? All right. Madam Clerk, could you light up 2B, please? And so I'm just going to go through everything, and it just assumes that we pass all the decision packages, which so far I haven't heard reason not to. Also, if I can ask the videographer, I know we have a substitute today, if you could display the screen to the public, because I think they're going to get more participation out of the budget process if they see the screen rather than if they're just hearing us talk. So this assumes passing all of them. Decision package 9, I'd want to provide specific direction to implement teen programs as part of the recruitment of additional community services personnel. I've heard it from multiple people now that the parents of teens, and I'm not one, don't have programs for their teens to participate in after school. And so we're doing great things with the skate run and all that, but it would be great if we had some recreational program where the kids could be up to something good or staying out of bed and using some of the great spaces that we have and that we're investing in. All right. I've segregated these subjects by kind of department and then miscellaneous. So we'd like additional traffic enforcement officers per BRR 5, $215,000 apiece. That's $430,000 recurring to the general fund. I do not believe that this money will be really expended this year, but it's important for us to make that policy statement. Overtime for traffic enforcement. In the meantime, since we only have 2 officers, it's great that we need to make sure that we get them out as much as possible. So we'd like to allocate $25,000 per BRR 5 to have them work overtime. We're not allocating money for motor cop equipment because with other officers on disability, the chief has already said that they don't need additional motorcycles right now. We'd like to get 2 more fixed speed reminders for Manhattan Beach Boulevard.
Just to interrupt you for a second, Zane, is this like gonna be your motion?
No, it's just, well, it will be my motion if necessary, but it's giving them an opportunity to either incorporate it into their motion.
Right.
Or, and the like. So, and I'm happy to circulate this after I
Yeah,
present.
if everybody can follow it, because you're.
It's
I
there.
said,
It's on the
so
screen
if
now.
everybody can follow this, fine.
All right. 2 fixed speed reminders on Manhattan Beach Boulevard, $6,000 apiece, $12,000. Fixed speed reminder, just 1 for Inglewood southbound after Artesia, where we just changed the speed limit because it's downhill there, $6,000. 1 electronic signboard for the police department, an additional one radar trailer. That's where you deploy it anywhere in the city as long as there's a parking space. Chief said that they could use 1 additional one of those. 1 additional drive slow Redondo, as I have articulated before, I'd like 1 to be hung during the times that we're doing this campaign, both in the north and the south at the same time. And additional, our Redondo Beach Police Department should have a blue check mark on its account because they do great social media and people should know that it's really them. Moving on to the fire department, we want to pass 48 and 49. We'd like to make 49 permanent. We're of course studying the county, the county model and the county quote, but should we decide not to go and join the county fire district, we will want our stand-up, top-notch Redondo Beach Fire Department to continue, and this is 1 step towards doing that. And BRR 32 for fire station in D5, we want to allocate $30,000 to augment the city gate contract to study the next steps and what steps we need to take in order to set up and also what the benefits, if any, would be to having a fire station up there in District 5 and taking up renting space from Northrop Grumman or whoever it may be. We think that's about an appropriate amount for them to look at that and what the benefits would be from that. All right. BRR 52, we want to fund that for both. That's enhanced emergency medical dispatch, I think. Increasing, the software. One of y'all asked, I think, for the BRR on this, so we want to support that. And there's the fixed costs and only $6,000, so $21,991 are fixed, $6,471 would be recurring, and additional incentive pay, 5% incentive pay, $48,524 for our dispatchers, and 10% incentive pay for the supervisors. Well, I'm not sure about these two different classes. Are both of these necessary?
No, it would be, whatever target we would be looking to negotiate would be the amount that you would set aside. So.
Okay, so what if we put an amount in the middle there? So $65,000 to be safe, and then we could cut out this amount. Delete. Ooh. All right, and then a blue check mark for the police, for the fire department, $179.88. Future litigation, Metro Challenge, I don't think we need to fund $460,000. We're not going to get that deep in litigation. But I'd like to appropriate this money or some significant chunk to send that signal to the Redondo Beach residents on the east side of our city, northeast side of our city, that we have their back. And also to let Metro know that they better get that ERR right if they want to run down the right of way. And if they get the ERR right, they will not be able to run it down the right of way without really damaging a lot of people's lives. BRR 44 regarding challenging SB 423 allocates $250,000. And now moving on to miscellaneous expenditures, one-time and recurring. Also, I did make the Metro EIR challenge, by the way. There's notes on the right side here. So it's recurring once only. And that's obviously if it's necessary to spend that money. District 4, Perry Park Senior Center, there are electrical upgrades that are necessary in order for us to have senior lunches returned there for a freezer, a fridge, and heat plates. That's $30,000. We don't have enough money in the subdivision trust fund or the Quimby fee funds. There's only about $7,000, less than $7,000 there. So any expenditure at a park, I'm rendering it or intending for it to be a advance to the subdivision trust to be repaid at a later date to the general fund. Senior lunch subsidy, $17,000, whether we go with the YMCA or the Manhattan Beach program. It keeps the price fair and nice for the seniors so they can keep going.
Let me interrupt real quick. Is this decision package 4, or is this, and decision package 5, or is this?
Oh, no, I just put
BR?
district, as in district,
got
district
it.
4, but
Yeah.
I'm not really, that's something that would serve all the seniors in
Yeah,
Redondo
no,
Beach, so.
Yeah. Do you know what?
Yeah, there is a BRR on
Yeah,
senior
I forgot
lunches.
Yeah, the BRR is I think it's number 35.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And I tried to put the BRR numbers in here, but where I've forgotten.
Perfect, because we have some of the same ones. I just want to make sure we're.
And this does not need to be here because it's got, all right. So the banner signs, so the BRR 51, these are the banner signs to go on the sides of poles like they have in the Wilshire corridor as you drive through Westwood. This would be awesome. And place make on Artesia Boulevard at the restaurant nodes, $43,200, and $10,000 recurring for maintenance. Blue check mark for the city of RB social media. That's $179.88. Trellis Native Garden beautification. Of course, I haven't in this proposal, I haven't allocated my District 4 $100,000 that the mayor gave District 4, so I'm happy.
Oh, he gave it to you.
What?
He gave that to you. That's why it was set up like that.
I think so. I imagine so.
No, hold on, because I asked Mr. Saman that question for clarification's sake.
What?
So there's 5, 2 years ago, There was $100,000 discretionarily that every council member was going to get for their district. I allocated mine towards one of the capital projects in my district, so I didn't have it. But then the CIP seems to indicate that I have $100,000 that the mayor gave me, apparently. Gave District 4, apparently.
I gave you 100,000?
That's right. That's
No,
right.
it was in, the question I asked.
Hi, Tetzman, Public Works Director. I think Councilmember Obaji, there may be a mistake there in the thought process. It was each of the 5 districts, with exception to District 4, that received 100,000.
Right.
And the mayor received 100,000. I don't believe we've assigned that 100,000 to
Okay.
District 4. Unless
Excellent.
the mayor has done so, we have not done so.
No, or District 2, or anywhere in the city.
All right, well, I don't need it, and I'm not spending it, so
I'll
it's
take
all good if I don't have it.
Yeah,
And, yeah, all right. And then, moving on to,
The
Where is
Trellis
that?
Native Garden, is that Grant, not Artesia?
sorry, it's Inglewood and Grant, yes, you're right.
Thank you.
Inglewood and Grant. And I can say, I can say southeast corner of Inglewood and Grant. And, you know, if you have some massive capital project that you want to fund, or something, some investment you want to fund, and we need to reduce this amount of money, that's fine. It's not going to get built this year. I'm not like die hard on this. We're more die hard on funding the motor cops and keeping the $1.8 million for the employees intact.
What is Trellis Native Garden?
It's just what they called it in the BRR, but basically something that's stacking up. If you take a look at the BRR.
Oh, yeah.
I can pull it up, by the way,
Yeah,
if we
no,
need to.
I know it.
That actually, I think the 175 would fund the terraced option.
Sorry, terraced option, right.
The cheaper
That was
option we
anyway.
described as a trellis as a
Sorry.
backstop.
Terraced
Yeah.
native garden beautification. This is late night when I was working on that. All right, D2, adding a pollinator fountain to the Civic Center improvements. That's BR number 55, that's $4,000. Repainting the King Harbor Gateway sign. I don't think this needs to be done now, and I'd be interested to know when the last time it was repainted, to know how long the paint job lasts. But when those power lines come down, and we're working on that native garden space on the property the mayor got from SCE, it would be great to have a bright blue King Harbor sign that basically says, this is the gateway to Redondo Beach. Because
You're talking about the
next,
sign that's been there for a long time.
right.
The blue poles.
Yeah, so it's starting to fade. It's not that bad, but it's starting to fade. So just a fresh coat of paint.
Looks pretty dated.
And then business blade signs, I saw that in the BRR. I'd allocate $10,000, be it matching or otherwise, a BRR 67. Assessment of the community development department, BRR 62, $100,000 for that. And, okay, the money goes up, that's not right, so.
And this is all coming out of general fund, correct?
I suppose this BRR 10 can come from, sorry, assessment of, we could split this from, I'm sure, multiple, well, at least a couple funds, but the blade signs, oh yeah, all right, here's the note, advance from the loan or loan to Tidelands or Uplands funds.
Got it.
There for that one.
That would be Uplands.
Yeah, and I see that since I fixed the formula, I've run over budget, so I can cut money out, but let me just keep going through this. So
Yeah, right there, okay.
100,000 for the assessment. Landscape median on Artesia, BR 21, 22,000. Repainting the gateway sign, we're not going to need to do, at least not as part of this, I've confirmed. BR 57, I think we desperately need that because we need little buttons for when our hands are up, like Torrance has. It's always an issue here where it's assigned, and today's a perfect example of that when the mayor came over. All right. Increased $30,532 for increasing our cleanup of transient resident trash that's left behind. after they relocate. And also to increase to $1,255 to increase Athens service on George Freeth Way. Franklin Park repairs, I'd like to fully fund that. It's in a pretty poor state. So I'd like to fully fund, I'd like to fund 100,000 of that from the District 3 council members' capital improvement fund, and the rest from the general fund.
That's very bold.
And the rest would come from the general fund, both as advances to the Quimby funds.
You're spending her $100,000 for
So
it.
you spent yours and the mayor gave you his.
No, he
Now
didn't.
you're spending mine?
He didn't give them to me. But
I just
okay,
wanted to let.
Okay, don't spend it.
yours.
I'm proposing.
All of our money
I'm not.
belongs to Zane.
This is not a motion. Okay, this is just ideas.
All
right.
Out of the blue, right?
Renovating.
You're hearing it.
Let me make sure these numbers are correct. So I'm going to reduce my terrace garden funding to 100,000 rather than.
Can I ask you one real briefly?
Yeah.
Why not put the 100,000 from your district there? You just don't want to do it?
I don't have any.
You spent it.
You just heard it.
Yeah, but I thought he said the mayor gave you.
No, he didn't. He didn't. He never
Okay.
made that motion, and they just didn't know what to allocate it to me. So I've changed.
Never mind, never mind.
See what I have here?
You sound like the church lady that nobody remembers.
All right. I changed the terrace native garden beautification to $100,000, so we still have money in the general fund.
All right, where are we at?
All right, hold on. Let's go back to Athens Services George Freeth Way, $1,200.
All right, $1,200. Where are we?
Well, he did.
What line are we at? Okay, here we go.
Now you're
Okay.
down
Franklin
to
Park repairs. we
renovation
did.
bullpen.
Bullpens at Dominguez Perry Park.
Yeah, you have it times 3, I think it's 5,000 total for all.
Oh, it's 5,000 total. All right, so that's excellent. Thank you. That's BRR 40 to renovate the bullpens. And then to renovate the snack bars at those 3 parks, BRR 40, $15,000. So in Wilderness Park, I really do want to do those renovations at Wilderness Park, but first, I don't think they're going to get to them now, and we don't have any Quimby fees. So instead, what I'd like to provide, to do on Wilderness Park is provide direction for staff to use the existing $400,000 to start, and they're not going to need all of it for it, but to start getting designs for the pond renovation plus the clubhouse renovations.
What existing $400,000 are you talking about?
There's carryover money in the CIP. There's $400,000 dedicated Wilderness Park currently in the CIP.
Okay, so we back in the day, we allocated $250,000 to renovate the pond, and of course, it's now $500,000 to renovate the pond.
Yeah, that's how that went,
And the clubhouse needs a whole renovation as well for
191.
Yeah, 191. Well, it's 191 with the 20% baked in, but yeah.
Before you go on, this is great stuff. It's shall I call it comprehensive? It's extensive. You need to think about priorities because they can't accomplish all this stuff in a year. I mean, Mike, maybe you want to comment on that because, yeah, I mean, this is a good example of what's going on at Wilderness Park because we allocate these monies and then they never get to it and then, yeah, and then.
Yeah, there are a lot of, I mean, typically any of the budget motions that incorporate additional funds for supplemental projects get added to larger project lists. We experienced that this year. There are projects that will be carried over to the 23-24 fiscal year that were appropriated in 22-23 that we're still working on. They're going to need a little extra time to execute. There are a couple of items in here, as Councilmember Obaji mentioned, that would probably not happen immediately, but most of these projects at some point start with funding, and it's ultimately the council's policy direction to tell us if you'd like to add to the budget. But I would manage expectations on all of the supplemental items to say, you're going to have to bear with us and be patient as we go through it. The one thing I will say about Wilderness Park that I like about this particular motion, and I've said this to a few of you, it gives us clear direction on how to proceed at Wilderness. We've got a lot of great ideas out there. We've got planting, we've got restrooms, we've got community center improvements, we've got existing pond issues. We've got the possibility of bringing the old pond back. What does that cost? Focusing on designing these reconstructions, rehabilitations will allow us, I think, to execute the project, advance the project, and truly determine cost long-term. So that is actually a clarity, I would say, in the motion that would help us.
But you see what I'm saying? I mean, we could allocate money to do a gazillion things in the city, but you need to think about setting priorities.
Yeah. And
Like, this is like number one, this is number, and you can't do the whole thing, but you see what I'm saying?
what I'd say is maybe we have a discussion at a later date. We bring back the capital.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great idea. You bring back an agenda item with whatever we approve tonight with a discussion item about how we prioritize this.
Right.
Because otherwise, I wonder, like, at the end of the year or now, I go, well, why did that happen and that didn't,
Right, you got 4 or 5.
They can't do everything.
There are a ton of things right now that we're working on. Mayor, you asked me about status of a couple of projects, the Civic Center landscaping effort, the Catalina Avenue project design. We're advancing those projects. We're about ready to bring those designs to you, but it takes more than a single fiscal year in many instances to kickstart these projects. We've got 130 projects in the CIP. We constructed 21, we designed another 20 this year roughly. That's really max capacity. So in some cases, the projects are easier. They're operations based, fixing up a bullpen, regrading, a mound at a park. That's something we can probably execute within the fiscal year.
Well, how do you suggest we prioritize this stuff?
Well, I think your idea of bringing that back and really looking at it strategically and saying what can we and can we not accomplish in a given time frame is worth a follow-up conversation.
Kind of like what we do on the agenda. Oh, well, we can knock this out, so let's get to that.
It's a lot like what we do with strategic plan, right? We say, hey, we can do these in the first 3 months, these in the next 3 months, and et cetera. This year, we determined we're going to need a full year for a lot of them, right?
And then you can tell us where to manage our
So we could absolutely do that, especially if the ultimate final motion that's approved between, and there's horse trading to do too here. We're not, unless there's additional funds brought into the equation, we're fully spent here of unallocated, and we've got still a few more council members to add to the list, so.
So, by the way, I've taken down, just for staffs, I've taken down the terrace native garden beautification for the southeast corner of Inglewood and Grant to $90,000 so that this balances at the end. All right, so we got through Wilderness Park, Dominguez Park. All right, waivers, recurring waivers of the Tideland King Harbor Yacht Club signature events for the city, $6,500. Also waiver of the signature events costs per BRR2 for the rest, like the North Redondo one and some of the other ones in the south, $30,500. And then what the city attorney Webb spoke about, which with regard to getting new beds in Wilmington, which has no getting new apartments from Swami International, which has no impact, using grant funds, has no impact on the general fund. So with that, and then now to the John Parsons Public Art Fund, I have various murals I'd like to fund, because here's the problem is we have $963,000 there. And it looks like we have a ton, except that's not incorporating it's not getting into account the fact that we have dedicated and approved spending $270,000 on the gate wave, and which we have not signed a contract for. So that's going nowhere anytime fast. So I'd like to allocate money so we really know net how much money we have there. And frankly, by allocating money to specific projects, we give the direction to staff that, hey, get these projects going. Let's go already. So gate wave, $270,000. They already gave that. We already approved that, actually. Lilienthal Street sculpture art. I'm proposing, Councilmember Kalajurovich, that we go with the sculpture art. But if you don't like that and you want to do gardens, come up with the money for that, or invest in garden stuff in the median there. So I had $125,000. Muralize I spoke to the city manager.
Can I ask about that real quick?
Go for it.
Are you talking about the median or are you talking about the park?
The median.
Okay.
Have you thought about, sorry if I might ask, you thought about the gate wave at the corner of Inglewood and Grant rather than trellis?
Well, the problem is the front corner of the Inglewood and Grant is going to be for metro purposes, like a bike fixing facility, and all that stuff. And bike lane.
I'm not sure the back area that we're going to landscape is going to be publicly accessible. Part of the gate wave is so we can walk through it and under it. And I think the commission, the Public Art Commission, has centered on it being at Redondo Parquet, Gateway Parquet.
I thought we approved that. We might have.
We talked about it, but I don't think we had agreed to it. And you said the Public Arts Commission?
Public Art Commission reviewed it. They like the location there. I think right now we're still stuck with the artist trying to ultimately negotiate a price for the installation and understand the engineering on it. But ultimately, it would be that contract approval that would formalize the placement and location.
All right, and then on this, on the bus depot at the transit center, let me just pull up the right screen real quick.
no.
I know I've disconnected it, but the transit center is already painted and new, so there's no point in muralizing that. But there is a bus depot up there that does need some love. Let me see if I can get it here. Oh, here we go. It's highly visible there above the parking lot. I'll put it up here on the screen. This wall, and it is accessible to the city, sorry. So this wall is what I'm talking about here. That would be a cool mural, be it Welcome to Redondo Beach or whatever it is that people come up with for that area. That's beautiful and kind of captures our city. And, oops. Let's go to
Are there
this.
Metro funds for that?
No, this is all from the John Parsons Public Art Fund. There's $963,000 there. So I would allocate $150,000 for that. Some amount for maintenance annually from the John Parsons Public Art Fund. Muralize the Public Works Building. The City Arts Commission's already been in talks about that, $60,000. Seed money for our Pride and Multicultural Equality for All in Redondo Beach Permanent Monument, $100,000. Muralize the Bernie Elementary School retaining wall that's on Rockefeller, $50,000 for that. The school district, some school district board members have told me that they want to do that. And then muralize the Big Lots retaining wall on Aviation. Sorry, that's Aviation, not Artesia. Be it matching grant or just funding the muralization and getting a license from the owners, which they have opined. Yes, we're willing to do that. And that's it. So.
I did have one. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, you want to keep it up? Oh, the bottom's not in my motion. It's just notes I'd taken.
Oh, okay.
I did have a quick.
Put it back up, though.
Yeah, I can put it back up. Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
actually
Email it to us.
Email it to us, and yeah.
I'll leave it up to you, Councilmember Nierenheim, say who's up next, but I assume Councilmember Barron's up next.
And I'm just a quick correction on here. If you could go back to the bullpens, it's actually 4,000, so could drop that. And then on the next item, I think that 15,000 is already included in decision package 65. And if not, Director Saman or his staff can let us know, but that's my understanding. And if so, an additional 15 would not have to be allocated, but is that correct?
I believe the answer is yes, that would provide sufficient funding for that type of work.
So that would be 15,000 that you could zero.
Okay.
Yeah. Based on that representation.
If I may.
75, decision package 75.
Already included?
We've got 10 allocated Alta Vista Park in this, 5,000 to Anderson Park, 5,000 to Perry Park, and 5,000 to Dominguez Park. So.
And that would cover the snack bars? Okay, so that would come out. And if that's not the case, let us know. Okay.
And what I'll say is
Thank
also that I've had a discussion with the city manager, which regarding the amount that was allocated, $750,000 in the capital in CIP for the police department shooting range. I strongly support a new shooting range for the police department. With that said, there seems like there's a unique opportunity with the Air Force for them to invest with us, and we pay some small percentage of that. And so that money doesn't seem like it's immediately needed. So if you need one-time capital investment money, potentially borrowing, taking $500,000 from that while we go through the NEPA and all that stuff that's needed to do a partnership with the Air Force would be appropriate, but I don't need that right now. We don't need that right now. That's it. Thanks.
So the total here is $963,000.
No, so what I've spent essentially is the 1.659 million that was left, I brought it down to $17,818.36.
So what is that?
$963,000 is the balance of the John Parsons Public Art Fund.
Okay.
Based on a report that the Art Commission got, which, by the way, the art fund balance should have been in our financial summaries.
Yeah, I think it's been an off-book account historically. It's not been a true fund under our financial principles, but it would make sense for us to create a line item account, much like we did for open space acquisition and major facilities repair, to track it. I would prefer that personally. One of the many corrections we'll be making in next year's budget.
All right, so I'll share this with all the council members
Yes, please.
via email.
And just to your point about if we're going to use any of those funds from the shooting range that's been allocated, or the 750 that we put in there for this year, when we get the grant next year, then we need to be prepared to fully fund that at, I mean, right now it could be $3 million, it could be 8.
Well,
It depends on what, what the structure is going to be, but I just want to know, like, if you're going to take it this time, next year it's got to be double.
I'm not proposing to take it right now, but what I'm saying is, first, if it was $8 million next year to do it with the Air Force, I think we just do the $4 million deal that we have on the table right now, potentially. Right?
Well, and this is the challenge. This is the challenge. We've got a little under $1 million in the project account now. We have started the pre-engineering work. The grant presents to us some additional consulting responsibility that we'll need to provide. Pursuing the grant with the existing funds is quite possible. There's enough money in the account to do that. What the cost of the facility is going to be dependent on size and scope and utilization, and that can range. If we build a four-lane modular structure, it's going to be one expense. If we build an 8-lane new construction facility that's in partnership with the Air Force, it's going to be another figure. So until we get through the pre-engineering design work and understand what our grant opportunities are, I think in full, we're a little premature on estimating ultimate cost. I think that's why there is some logic to, aside from the fact that we would be setting less money aside, there's logic in not getting too fixated yet on exactly what that construction dollar is, because it is a wildly different target until we have true engineering drawings and remediation programs put together. So we've got the money we need to do that. Everything else that we put in there now is saving for the later expense.
Let me make a comment about the police shooting range. We've not had a discussion about it, about why we need it, how us having our own police shooting range compares with what other cities are doing. We're just talking about spending millions of dollars. And we haven't had a real discussion about whether we should have our own police shooting range and let everybody come down and testify about why we need it, have staff prepare a report, instead of just launching into talking about spending millions of dollars. I mean, do you know a lot about shooting ranges? Because I don't.
But I
And I don't think Councilmember Obaji does either, and I don't think other people here know much about shooting ranges. But we're looking at spending millions of dollars. So I think we need a presentation where experts come down here and speak to the issue and what's going on in other cities, what needs to be done at our shooting range if we're to keep it, how much it all costs. I mean, we're just throwing millions of dollars around about this without really an explanation about why we should have our own or not.
And which is why I think some of that pre-engineering work that's prerequisite to the grant process is helpful, because it gives us better cost estimates for construction. We can talk about operations, and it provides the police department an opportunity to explain the value in having our own range. There are benefits in having our own range. It avoids time lost, commuting out of the city for training that is required. That can be calculated, that can be provided, and it has a true ongoing operational budget impact. But I couldn't agree more. I think there should be a discussion about it, and that's.
Well, why don't we have that first?
Well, we absolutely can have that first. That's why my point is we've got the $960,000 in there now. It helps us advance the pre-engineering work so we can have a truly understood conversation about cost and benefit, because we're just not there yet. We just don't have those costs formalized to know what we're facing on an order of magnitude basis. When we started down the modular building path, the estimate we received was roughly $2.5 million for the structures. Pretty low-hanging fruit. Now we're hearing in that community, the modular structures are much more expensive. They're very competitive. A lot of agencies have been buying them. The cost has gone up. And until we formalize the design, it's going to be difficult to tell you exactly what we're facing here. That's hence the exploration, which I think would be value and money well spent to know definitively.
Yeah, I just haven't heard any talk about, having that sort of discussion, just, 6 million, 4 million, you know what I'm saying? Okay.
If I may, why this came up recently is the Air Force approached me at one of the Aerospace Alliance meetings saying that they were looking for a partnership for a grant where the federal government would pay 70% of the construction cost for an infrastructure partnership. And so that would mean that we're paying 30%. So we explored trying to get that grant done this year, which the application is due on Friday, which is a tight turnaround. Not going to be able to make that. But, so the discussion came up so that we could be prepared to put that application in next year and then we had time to have that discussion.
And the advancing of that application and the pre-engineering work that goes into it will help inform our understanding of cost. That's what we just don't have right now. We're sort of shooting in the dark. It's a moving figure. The cost of soils remediation and site cleanup for a new facility, a new construction, yet to be determined. So there are expenses in there that the analysis will help us better understand, and I think have a more deliberative, substantive discussion.
Yeah, that sounds good. I just don't want us to, rush ahead. Feels like
Right.
We've decided to do this and we're going. Sounds like we need to, take a more programmatic approach to.
I'm
so
done,
who's
so
who's up next?
Councilmember Kaledjovich.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was my comment.
Who's after
Is
that?
that it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got a couple of questions, actually. So on the idea of the shooting range, I could pull up the design, October of 2017, October 10th, 2017, we had a report just shy, $10 million, multiple different types. I have it all right here. I've been to many different shooting ranges across the United States, indoor, outdoor, static, non-static. This is a big discussion. I've heard from a lot of people, members of the public last night, it came up, I talked about it. Hey, $2.5 million as a down payment for a shooting range. It's eventually going to cost $10 million. People in the law enforcement industry said, why don't you use Hawthorne? Why don't you use Inglewood? What about LAPD? What about Angeles Crest? So while it's nice to have a shooting range here on site, have everything here on site, I would weigh that out with look at our fire department and the current status of our fire department, the infrastructure of our fire department, and the training and the equipment and everything else. And right now, I think the need that we have in Redondo is our fire department. So can we get an interim chief butler up here? I got a couple of questions for you. Yes, sir. So our fire engines, they can hold up to how many people on a fire engine crew, and how many do we currently staff?
So we have engines and trucks, and we staff 3-person on an engine, and we staff 4 people on a truck right now.
What's the maximum both of those units can hold?
Oh, they could hold, I think they have seating for 6 on the engine and even 7. And on the truck, I think I can bring Chief Daly up, but I believe you can actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the truck plus a total person's 8.
So as you are former LA City,
Yes.
second in command, in the industry, I've heard a lot of firefighters speak about how different agencies have different personalities, and LA City, the personality LA City has is when there's a fire, they don't bring water or hoses, they just bring people and they stomp the fires out because they have a lot of people. Is that, you heard that before?
Yeah, we used to say that we would just be able to redouble our efforts and stomp the fire out, because in a matter of 3 minutes, we can bring 4 Redondo Beach Fire Departments on scene of an incident.
Right.
So, correct. I'm not saying it's the best use of, but it's a 500 square mile department with 106 stations.
Right, but you staff a lot of people on the apparatus.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we staff, NFPA has some requirements. We have four on the engine, and we staff essentially 6 on the truck.
So a year ago, before you got here, we took our truck from 4-person
Yes, sir.
down to 3. And I said, well, it's a 50%, 25% cut. But that's actually a 50% cut.
That's correct, because the captain is tied up with safety, command and control. The engineer is responsible for the safe placement of the apparatus. And then that leaves you with, back prior to the council's restoration, it really actually limits you a lot more. In fact, there's a lot of discussions that type of cut has way more impact on performance, what they call effective fire force on an incident. So, but your point is correct.
So like the whole discussion with response times, hey, you might be able to get there in 4 minutes or 5 minutes, but if the first unit on scene is there for 4 or 5 minutes, but you can't do anything until the next unit shows up, which is another 5 minutes later after that, what does it really matter so much? I mean, there's always stuff to do, but you want as many resources there as possible, as fast as possible. So when apparatus shows up, you want it as fully equipped as possible, right? That'd be safe to say.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and then not to say we would wait for other people. So if someone's life is at risk, we take immediate action right now with the crews we have initially, and then we would augment what would be required for firefighter safety.
Yeah. So
but our first-in companies aren't going to wait for their, the rest of the cavalry to show up. They're going to go to work.
Right. But like all the NFPA standards, you can't have just send one person to a fire. You got to send 2 people in, right?
Yeah, they have, actually, there's a thing called, I don't want to get so into the details, but there's a thing called NFPA 1710, which is the effective fire force. But you're correct that there are some minimum staffing requirements, and it's mostly designed to protect firefighters. The lion's share of what we do is EMS, and so we're kind of built around that model.
So thank you for that. EMS, could we use, I know Culver City just staffed up a whole nother paramedic squad, cost them $1 million. And could we use another EMS the way things are going, another paramedic?
I definitely feel that for the amount of call load and also the impact of the lack of, resources, ambulance transport, hospital availability, that another paramedic resource could definitely help impact it. But I would say that probably Citygate and having those folks come in could probably, I'm just giving you a, 30-year, experiences say that if you're going to have more adaptable resources responding into your community and providing that service, yes.
What I'm getting at is it's safe to say that we've been running a bare bones fire department for, a while. A lot of other departments have 4-person crews on their engines, 5 people on their trucks. Culver City is getting more paramedic help. We're getting other retirement facilities and other facilities. We're growing in density. Since more paramedics or more density equals more paramedic calls, we need to think about that kind of staffing level. Changing subjects, I didn't get a chance to speak to you today. There's a lot of budget response report, I believe, 61, I think.
The emergency communications
Yes.
system for the city.
Yes, sir. So we have 61, let me just pull it up right here. So budget response report 61 identified, Councilmember Lowenstein has done a phenomenal job with really looking at some of these funds, identifying where some of there's money being put and not necessarily being used or being used, not quite sure where some of this is. When it comes to the fire department, there's public works, fire department. There's equipment in here that, here it is, was bought in 2005 has a 10-year lifespan, and replacement year was 2014. And same as with the police department, and same as Public Works. But when I'm looking at the fire department now, because we've been underspending in the capital improvement side on the fire side for so many years, with apparatus, equipment, I'm seeing equipment here that is supposed to replace in 2014, 15, 16, 17. And I'm seeing essentially for the fire department a deficit of $983,000. You've only showed up here for the last couple months. We have equipment that's being 8 years outside of its lifespan. Should we be replacing that? And why? I'm sure there was an ask for a lot of this to be replaced. Can you speak to that?
I have some limited knowledge. I do know that looking down the road, we're going to want to put every firefighter have a radio. So I do know it's kind of like the vehicle replacement fund. There is going to be an ask down the road. And of the 49 line items on the fire departments, a lot of them are repeaters, a lot of them are mobile radios and handhelds. Some can go beyond their life cycle, according to NFPA. But to your question, yeah, I think a big, broader discussion would be to have police, fire, and public works kind of say, okay, which ones are these do we need to spend on, and what is the priority? But I think we have legacy systems that are kind of required for our analog backup, and then we have what you could see, the all-band radios. But I think the broader question is maybe come back and have big analysis of every inventoried item in our communication plan, which includes police department, public works, and say, should we start spending money? Because to your point, you see a big amount,
huge,
kind of aggregating, and then no outlay on our end. So we will definitely, that's something that we'll work on.
It's actually, we're still underfunding it because it's only 73% funded here. We have $5.2 million in the fund, but it's only 73% of what we actually need. And that's what I'm looking at. You made a comment just a second ago. Did you just say you want every firefighter to have a radio?
That's one of our goals, yes.
So, hey, wait, hold on. Every firefighter does not have a radio?
Well, we have them per position. So
every captain, every switch, but every
they share the radios.
Shared radios,
Yeah.
got it.
And
I see
that's
it. Per person.
normally-
Yeah. I thought maybe like the field level personnel, firefighters didn't have one or something.
It's normally the practice that we share it because you change relief. But in terms of if we have a large scale disaster, then you would want everybody to be able to kind of posse up and everyone has a radio and we do have radio cache and reserve radios. But I think our ultimate goal is to have every firefighter with the radio so that when a big event happens and we need to recall everybody, everyone has communication. And those radios are all band. They cover our current technology, the digital systems, and they also cover what's called the legacy, the old school system, like when my dad was a ham radio operator and all that.
Yeah. And we have plans to upgrade that. I know, I think it's INSB. I talked with our police chief about this earlier. But we're gonna need to be upgrading all of these radios sooner or later, correct?
Sooner or later we will be, yes.
So right now it's working just for us.
Yeah, and I think I was talking to Chief May. He can give you a little more detail on it if you want, but we can get into kind of the granular detail, but we do
No, I don't
want
want granular. I just want, I'm
in
looking.
general, we're gonna end up spending more on this radio equipment.
I thought we already were in granular.
That's pretty granular, right? I'm talking ham radio and radio waves.
I'm asking because I see a lot of underfunding there in our fire department, and Councilmember Lowenstein and I are looking at this and saying we really want to make sure if we're going to do this and have platinum level service that we talk about, we have that there.
Sure.
The fire tower training tower there at Station 2 there. Do we do our own on-site training anymore for that location, or?
We don't do it as frequently because we have academy graduates now that come from fire academies. And actually that lot itself would be better repurposed to house a larger, more adaptable department. I'd actually propose get rid of that tower because it's an old style of training.
Right. Okay.
That's a nice lot right there in your district, Councilman Abaji.
Okay, that's all I got for you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, anything else on that?
Who's next, Councilman?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Okay, well, we just asked for two things, so we're done. Could you light up 1A, please? Thank you.
There we go.
Okay, here we go. This should look familiar to you. We have these divided into decision packages and budget response reports, and then additional items. So I'll start through it. Again, what's that?
I also have an Excel worksheet that I can send over to you guys that has your guys' proposal, our proposal, and I've been filling in their proposal as well, which both one-time, reoccurring for both.
Yeah, feel free to send it. We'll look at it just so everybody knows, just for absolute clarity, making sure that we don't miss anything. We've got two parallel motions running here so we can reconcile and make sure we've got it accurate.
Got it.
So any information you have will be helpful, but we have running tabulations as you present.
Okay, feel free to stop me along the way, Wendy.
We got
Elizabeth,
you.
Whoever.
Yeah, we'll stop you if
Stop
it's
me
unclear.
for clarification. Okay. This is our initial budget motion. Approval of the following decision packages without changes. 2 through 3, 5 through 15, 17, 19 through 27, 29 through 31, 33 through 45, 45 through 40, 33 through 43, 45 through 48, and 50 through 77. Approve the following decision packages with the below modifications. Decision package number 1, $120,000 in community planning fee increase starting October 1st, but it is conditional on online software implementation for permitting. Okay. Decision package number 4, approved with the stipulation that any bills sent for emergency services are sent out with special language that will be determined at a future council meeting. Okay. Decision package number 16, not approved as is, but the city clerk assistant position to be reclassified as an analyst position for an additional amount of $27,533 funded by the general fund. Decision package 18, funded out of the information technology fund for $55,000. That's the printers, not the general fund. Okay, decision package 28, $127,500 for hiring senior planning position in community development beginning October 1st. Again, conditional on online software implementation funded out of the general fund. It's an offset, basically. Decision package 32, approve the core amount of $311,000, this is the tree trimming, $311,781 and one-time cost of $103,930, but not the ongoing cost of $207,851. Tree trimming services must go to bid beyond this in order to perhaps release it later. Decision package 44, housing navigator, funded by intergovernmental grants, not the general fund, possible.
Can I speak to that? Just so you know, this was the historic one-time funds. It was in the police department, it was in community service, so it's the same level we've had. And so if you add that for intergovernmental funds, we probably have too many to get. If you're looking at, and I don't know which budget response reports, but for example, Councilman Obachi had put 250 for the EIR. We'll only get to about 150 the first year. We'll only be the pre-EIR, so.
If you decide to actually
If you decide that, yeah.
Well, this is 44, which is the housing.
Right, I'm just saying there, like, this is a cut from the past, the previous part. This isn't a new service. This is the historic level of 170. It was in the police department. It pays for CityNet, pays for Harbor Interfaith. So just know that is a cut to what you've done in previous years.
Okay.
Councilmember Lowenstein, my apologies. Could you go back one slide?
Go back?
Yeah. Oh, you'll send, oh, you have it. Okay.
Okay. Is this the one you're talking about?
Yeah, give me one sec. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Going back. That'll be addressed. We don't want cuts, but we'll figure something out. Number 49, make the new division chief, this is for the fire department. Make the new division chief focus on administration a permanent position that's ongoing. Fund the fire marshal 6-month trial period for $134,000 from the general fund.
And to be clear, that fire marshal position you're referencing would be at the rank of captain. So you're funding a trial captain fire marshal position for 6 months in the proposal.
That's correct. That's correct. Okay, now on to budget response reports. And these are a doozy, there's a lot of them. Okay, number one, make an adjustment to general fund of $43,562 for special department supplies. That was mentioned earlier. Okay, BRR number two, $17,500 funding signature and special events. The way we came up to that was a $10,000 waiver going back to the money that is owed us from the Chamber of Commerce from 2022, but not funding this year's Super Bowl. So it's that we are owed the $10,000, but we would not be funding this year's. We would be waiving the other years. Or
You're saying going forward?
going forward, or they could still owe us it, but we'd fund it. It's one, not the other. Okay, Springfest rental fee waiver, Summerfest holiday stroll, and Riviera Village Halloween trick or treat. Those are, all three of those are $2,500 each. Okay, that's the $17,500, all from the general fund. Then the Seafair and Boat Parade, $6,000 from Tidelands funds. Okay, BR 21, authorize $95,000 for engine 62 overhaul, authorize the advanced purchase of an additional fire engine, both from the vehicle replacement fund, details to be determined. We believe that there is an engine for sale.
We know there's an engine for sale.
Yes, we've done that.
Another prospective Long Beach engine, yes, okay.
The reason why there is no amount there is because we do not have a firm quote on it yet.
What I put down in the Excel worksheet is 500,000 from the vehicle replacement fund and 500,000 from the general fund. Because if we have to sign the contract this year, even though, just so everyone understands, if we take delivery of the current engine that we just paid for and voted on, that's not going to come until November, December. At the earliest, this engine wouldn't show up until June of next year, so a year from now. At the very earliest, we actually talked to the Seagrave dealer on this.
Okay, I'm not in favor of $500,000 from the general fund on this one.
Okay, we can figure it out.
Okay. BR 26, $90,000 for a bulb out at the intersection of Diamond and North Francisca. That's by the high school, the traffic calming fund. BR 31, emergency preparedness coordinator, accepted into the RBFD budget, ongoing from the general fund. As to the amount, I'm not sure what that was.
So that's a civilian position, that would be an additional position to the fire department then?
Yeah, actually, that is the RBFD, so strike that, not from the general fund, that's from the RBFD budget.
Well, it would come from the general fund.
But it's a general fund
Would come from
expenditure.
the general fund.
To the fire.
Okay. BR 34, initial legal cost to challenge Metro Green Lines, Line C, EIR, thank you, for $150,000 from the general fund. Okay. BR 35, Diana's Catering, this is for the Veterans Park Library. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, $11,232. Ongoing cost to the general fund.
Here, I think. Could we just ask a question real quick?
Sure.
We asked the city attorney at your BR
34.
How much do we anticipate we need in the first year? Because I recognize that the first thing we're probably gonna have to do is engage an environmental consultant to help us determine what the flaws are, to help us firm up the flaws in the EIR, the final EIR, if there are any.
I think I think you can get away with 150 because of the schedule of what they're doing. We certainly won't engage litigation. We'll need to hire a consultant and we'll need to make our arguments that will form the basis of any lawsuit. So I was going to comment on your motion and then I commented on their motion. There'd be 100,000 to be saved because I don't think we'll exceed 150 in the first year.
But we will see this again next year.
Yes, but we're only doing the budget for this
This is
year.
a marathon, not a sprint.
Thank you for
Yes,
letting me
thank you,
interrupt.
no worries. BR 37, drinking fountain refill station, Olderness Park for $4,000. These are, and then historical commission for the computer with scanner, Wi-Fi, museum archival storage, easels, monitor, wall screen, map signs, public tent for $15,000. Those are historical commission ask, all from the general fund. Okay, we're almost through this.
And that 15,000 includes the 4,000, just FYI. So 11,000 from the.
Is it? I thought it was separate, but I could be wrong.
We can do it together as one.
Okay, 15,000 then. Okay. Okay, and BR number 44, legal fight against SB 423 funded from the general fund. This is initial seed money for $100,000.
Yeah, the total cost will be somewhere between 200 and 250. I put 250 because that's what we spent on SB 415. That comes with a caveat that I was very involved in SB 415 and in fact argued it at the trial court. So if I'm preoccupied with other or tasked with other things, it could go higher. And the League of Cities was very helpful in filing an amicus brief. On the other hand, we had to go it alone. So
And I'm
if you
thinking that we could have
feel
other people.
confident that like SB 9, we have four, we're splitting it 5 ways. Reno, we're splitting it 7 ways. SB 10, we're splitting it 2 ways. So if 250 is the number, if you feel confident that we all can find 4 of the cities willing to challenge it, you can.
I talked to the mayor about that yesterday. I think there'll be plenty of people signing up on SB 423.
So that is an opportunity when you're negotiating what to do.
The thing is though, like if we do the higher amount and we don't need it, well, then you kick it back.
Absolutely true.
But you got to keep us abreast.
Yeah, and that's assuming it passes.
When we don't use it. Well, right. Yeah, this is like we're ahead of the game here. Yeah.
But
so we can also.
Why don't we look at that at the end of the budget?
Well, that's what I was just saying there. It makes me happier if we know that we've got that to spend, but it won't pass until later in the year.
It won't get signed till September, and so if we decide we need more, we can also, it takes 4 votes.
Exactly. So I just pointed that out as an opportunity.
Many of us are going to be impacted by that.
I'm comfortable with 100,000 because
it's up to you to
way
decide.
ahead of the game because we may get it back to us right away if it doesn't pass.
Okay.
This is
I wouldn't bet on it.
Okay.
This is the challenge to the Coastal Act.
Yes.
Overriding.
Yep.
But it takes a coastal community that is concerned about what the state's doing. And if you're maxed out like Manhattan Beach or Hermosa Beach on density, you're not really that concerned, are you?
Oh, you are.
Oh, Manhattan Beach.
Believe you me, Manhattan.
Oh, yeah, I guess they're kind of.
It depends. I'm not speculating because I would have thought SB 415, every charter city would want, and we had a lot cheering us on from the sideline, but none that wanted to.
So to that effect, just so you know, the Coastal Commission just denied, thank you, Mr. Solomon, who found this and sent us an email the other day. I don't know if you're around here or not. They just denied 100% affordable project in Long Beach that didn't have enough parking. So what we did in Catalina project was 100% spout on by denying that project. It was exactly in line with Coastal Commission requirements.
All right, awesome.
So.
Okay, BR 48, 113,568 for the paving of Emerald between Juanita and Lucia, 129,024 for Emerald between Lucia and Prospect, and 6880 for North Juanita between Spencer and Emerald from the general fund.
Is it because of low, whatever those ratings are called?
PCIs, yeah, and this is my main ask for capital. Pretty much it. BRR 52, accept into RBFD for $21,991 one-time for Emergency Communications Fund, Police and Fire Emergency Medical Dispatch from the Emergency Communications Fund, recurring starting 24 and 25 of $6,471 a year in the Emergency Communications Fund.
Yeah, except that no longer required. It might even be best, in speaking with all the chiefs involved, we might need to just have a council meeting on this and decide where we're going with our emergency communication equipment, because some of this stuff might not even be needed, but yet we're still paying for it and having.
Yeah, I'd like, based on what I saw on the spreadsheet myself, I'd prefer us to come back probably and have a dialogue about what's in the fund, figure out. We should do a review. There are some things that might be understated, some things that we may no longer need, to your point, that can come out of the fund. But it would behoove us to have that discussion before committing affirmatively to replacement of all radios.
I want us to direct and start this process this year, and this is important.
Yeah, we can have a report probably in the fall, early fall.
Okay, we're making some progress. We're almost through. BR 61, execute replacement of all
62.
We just talked about 52. 61, execute replacement of all radios and equipment for fire, public works, and the Emergency Communications Fund. Public works would be items 1 through 13, except for those no longer required.
Sorry, I thought you were
And
talking
then
about
the fire
61.
department 1 through 25. Do you want to comment on
I
that?
thought you were talking about 61, sorry, my bad.
The 61, I'm talking about 61.
Yeah, I thought you were just talking about that earlier, sorry.
Okay. BR 62 authorized.
Can I pause you for a second on 52?
Sure. 52?
Yeah. What is the appropriate, anybody from the staff, what is the appropriate amount of increase for the emergency medical dispatchers if they get this training? Because it's kind of.
It's a
5%,
minimum,
10%.
it's a minimum 5%, and it could be justified as much as 10. We're going to have to go through a meet and confer there. It's going to be a change in working conditions for them. So
where do
I
you
think
get this-
splitting
where
the
do you-
middle splitting the middle to fund it, to start that process is a fair starting point, gives us enough resources to figure exactly out what that should be.
And what do we think, either the chiefs of fire or police, what do we think we get out of enhanced training for the emergency medical dispatchers? I guess that's fire.
Yeah, I mean, I think while PAC comes on up, you get better tiered dispatching, so we don't oversend resources. We can begin to provide, I think, immediate medical instructions to help for, right, Pat, take it away.
Yeah, so the emergency medical dispatch, it allows us to give pre-arrival instructions. So if you're having a heart attack, you get trained, there's special qualifications for that. And then also, we're able to triage the call legally to say, let's just say you bruised your toe. I'm gonna use something as simple as that. Well, if you use the emergency medical dispatch, that actually may be a no dispatch. But absent having that protocol, then you don't have a risk management piece in place. So this, what it does, it's from the Accreditation Society of America that basically says, if you have emergency medical dispatch protocol, then you're covered, and then you can dispatch based on what you need. And you don't have to send the cavalry to every call. But absent that, you sometimes have to send the cavalry just so we don't have the risk management in place. Does that kind of cover?
Yes, thank you. And I guess here's, I guess, another question is, this came from BRR. How come since the assessment, and maybe this is for the city manager, but how come since the fire assessment conducted by Chief Kaufman, this hasn't been a decision packet? And that's kind of what my recurring question, including for motorcycle police officer enforcement, is like, why isn't this part of what's proposed to us to fund?
I think it's a combination of Chief Hoffman and I. Part of it is you have to have the labor piece in place, because the software purchase is simple, but it's also, you have to have a side letter. City manager.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things. Trying to work through all the immediate priority items. We've started to do some, triage dispatch. This is the next step of that execution, but because it is a contract negotiation, so meet and confer issue, it's
Okay,
about
well,
finding
it's
the right
ripe
time.
for discussion.
It is
decision
absolutely
now
right for
because
it.
we're going to enter into negotiations.
Absolutely.
So now my question to you, Councilmember Lowenstein, is how did you reach this number of? Yeah, how'd you reach this number of 5,000, 6,000?
That's listed, it's listed in the BRR itself.
That's
ongoing for the.
21,991,
It's the
right.
software ongoing.
Oh, but where are you funding the payments to this?
Yeah, this motion's missing the labor cost, the salary increase.
No, it is. The labor cost is reoccurring starting in 2024.
No, that's software.
No, that's software
costs.
licensing type
Oh,
stuff.
sorry. The motion that I put in here, copied it. It did actually have that in here. We put it both one-time $25,000 as one time, and then reoccurring, I have $75,000. So the base, the 5% base.
So that was.
Yeah, so you need the software, which is right here. And then I think earlier you discussed the personnel costs to go with it.
That's all coming out of ECF? Or, no, the
General fund. It
general
eventually
fund
comes
for
out
the
general
sal-
fund
for the
for this.
salary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it would. I mean, you
guys pick that
could
up?
assign it to ECF.
Okay.
You could. I mean, it eventually will come back to general fund on the majority of the draw, but.
Well, maybe it's better to assign it for that because we're going to eventually have to replenish it anyway.
Right. I think it is appropriate to assign this now as an expenditure of the Emergency Communications Fund. All of the individuals assigned to this particular potential training draw from that fund now currently.
You want to restate again?
So it would be a general fund expense. It'd be an ECF expense.
Okay, that's true for the salaries too?
Yes, I mean, that's where it's going to
got
draw.
it.
Now, but bear in mind, structurally, that eventually will hit the general fund budget. That is a general fund expense into the future.
Right.
But the allocation formula won't hit it for a year and a half until operations ensue for a full fiscal
So
year.
you have the amount.
I'm
and
taking-
from the-
I'm taking, just so you know, Ms. Colazzo, I'm taking this off of my general fund impact, but in any event, okay.
Okay,
Cool.
got it.
Ours, I should say.
That's it for
Highlight
me,
in yellow.
Mr. Obaji, you good?
Mr.
Wait, hold on.
So it's
This is 16. No.
Oh, got it. What does it say?
Why don't we-
What do you got next? there?
Why don't we continue? Just one more page after this.
Oh, I thought you said you
BR
were
number
done.
62, authorized community planning department assessment for 100,000 from the general fund. BR 67, 60,000 for digital signage, digital posters, and storefront blade signs from the Uplands Fund. BR 70, authorized 250 for Riviera Village pavers from the general fund. And then last page, 25,000 for Citygate for potential expansion of contract amendments for the general fund. 25,000 for training software documentation such as Fire Rescue One, Moodle, or Target Solutions from the general fund. Fund the design of the Wilderness Park, Lower Pond, and Community Center from the $400,000 in carryover funds designated for Wilderness Park. So that's not an additional appropriation. $7,000 for maintenance and supplies for the Veterans Park Senior Center from Subdivision Park Trust Fund. Okay. $750 of CFA funds for shipping.
How do you do that when there isn't $7,000 in the subdivision park trust fund?
I believe there is.
It's just under 7. What would end up happening is we'd have a estimated fund balance of a negative, $200 at year end.
No, so there's decision packet 1, believe it or not, corrected that in a very inconspicuous manner, but it's 6,000.
No, he's aware of that. But what would happen here is your first estimated fund balance would be a slight negative. With the timing of the expenses, I don't think that's a material enough delta to be a problem.
It does get replenished, right?
It would eventually get replenished, yes. And the $350,000 of estimated revenues is just that. It's a projection. It is fluid.
Yeah. Okay.
But you could lower that to have it be precise to the amount of available balance
Okay, why
under
don't
the
we do that?
BRR.
$5,800.
$6,800 instead of $7,000.
Just really get in the weeds
So then
here.
that way we're in the
$200
black.
difference. Okay.
Yeah.
And then 2 more items. $750 of the CFA funds for the shooting range, and then carry over $951, $251 in the CIP redirected to the capital projects fund, preference for police and fire facilities renovations. This is not to necessarily get rid of the shooting range. It is to have a discussion later, but to direct it into the capital projects fund for later discussion if we decide to do that.
So all of it.
All of it. That doesn't mean it's going to be spent. It's just going to mean it's going to be placed there.
So that would halt all grant work. That would stall the project completely.
We already spent 925.
No.
No,
If you're
the carryover is
including
951.
the carryover in that allocation, you're stripping that project account to zero by that action.
Yeah, like, so you can't even do the NEPA that's required to partner with the Air Force.
Wait, what was it we just signed for the, on the consent calendar about a month or so ago for the design firm?
Yeah, we've started design work, which we're charging against that project account that
Yeah.
has about 960.
But that was last year's budget.
That's the capital budget, which is
This year's budget.
That's the capital budget,
Right.
right? So the carryover, in order to continue to fund that project, it requires a carrying over of the current amount of money that's in the budget, which is 900 and, I gotta look at CIP.
Didn't we already spend that money?
No, we've only
But
spent
we
the money.
signed the contract.
We've signed the contract, we've likely encumbered those funds, but I'm not sure the estimated carryover balance includes that encumbrance. That would have occurred after the posting of this
I only
budget.
show 300,000 of design.
So
Sure.
as an example, the carryover amount that's estimated is,
951.
yeah, it's your figure. So by doing that, what you're saying is halt any expenditures associated with the project. Now, if you wanted to just leave money in there for design, you wouldn't take the full 951, you'd leave whatever we need to design it. 100,000 or whatever. I'd have to bring Ted up to figure it out.
Okay, let's
300,000.
do that then.
But then
Let's-
we wouldn't have any environmental and we wouldn't be ready to do any application for the
Environmental would
grant.
definitely be hamstrung by that.
Why
Yes.
do anything then?
Why would we go in with environmental funding before we've decided, everything about this project and whether to proceed? I mean, why would we start the environmental work?
It's part of the grant application.
You have to do some level of environmental to complete your grant requirements. So what I might have is maybe
Oh, not a
Ted,
full-blown,
Ted and Andy, could you come up and explain what how you would sequence the initial design costs? Just talk us through what's the first order of work, first order of business on a design basis.
I don't
I'm
think they
guessing.
want to kill the project, they just want to,
Got it.
So
But I mean, we'll be in the same position next year and we won't be able to apply. And so
we're currently, Andy,
If
with
you
you,
guys want
city
to kill the
engineer.
project, why don't you just say so, and so we're just gonna spend all the money and then it's dead.
I'll just say, we just went through strategic planning. So where was this on strategic planning?
It's a capital item. I mean, it's a capital project that's been funded for 2 years that we're just working on,
Right, so you're looking to spend 750 this year and next year another 750. And we can keep the money in here for what we've already put in here. But rather than putting the $1.5 million for a project we haven't really had even a real strategic discussion on with the community as a whole, we might not even need to spend the 951.
I read it as we would appropriate 750, but we would spend 300,000.
Yeah.
So here's how I would phrase it. So right now, over the past couple of capital budgets, you've approved and appropriated in this specific project account, $951,000. We're starting to spend against that. The design contract's really that first expenditure, right? I think some of the feasibility analysis that we did a few years back was the first draw. This is the more meaningful draw. What's proposed in the budget for CIP is a carrying over of all of those previously approved funds, and then an addition of $750,000. So there's really two transactions here that you are grappling with. There's the new money, the 750, which you could theoretically redirect to any other capital item you'd like. And then there's the decision as to whether or not to carry over the existing appropriation so it can be utilized in next fiscal year as proposed. So if this action would take all of the money out of that current project account and park it in another location, that would signal to us, stop the design work.
How much do we need for the grant matching? Grant application?
To complete design and environmental needed to actually check all the list of the grant requirements. How much of the 951 do you think we need?
It's so hard to say without knowing what we're going to find in the ground there for soil mitigation. We have to do some remediation of that soil if we get the Air Force involved for NEPA requirements. So we just haven't got there yet with the work.
Okay, remember the Air Force getting involved, what I recall, it's an 8-lane range versus a 4-lane range, correct?
That's their preference, yeah. They've said they can work with smaller, but that's their preference, yeah, that's right.
Even though they're going to pay for 70%, it drives the cost up substantially, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Is it a lane per, fixed lane cost endeavor? Or are there economies of scale when you moved from 4 to 8, you're not doubling the price, or we don't know?
Well, I think the real break point is that you can get a modular unit that's 4 lanes, and if you want to go to 8,
you've got to build
I suppose you can put 2 modular units, or you'd have to go to a new construction building.
And design that's being done right now, can I ask a couple questions on this, Councilman Osteen? Sure. Design that's being done right now, is it for the modular shooting range of 4 lanes?
The anticipated project when we signed the design contract was to do this civil site work in preparation for a modular unit to be set there.
And what are the costs expected roughly on that, if we know? I realize nobody asked for a BRR on this, so.
Cost for design or the overall
to complete
cost?
the design.
To complete the design, I think we funded it totally. Jesse, do you remember the amount in that contract? It seems to me it's like the $175,000 range for the design contract itself.
And we don't know how much a NEPA environmental analysis.
Well, arguably, we might not have to do NEPA if we don't get the Air Force involved. It would be CEQA, similar process, but without maybe all the complications.
So my question to the council members with this motion is, why would you move the money out of this to unrestricted CIP when it's not going to be used anytime in the near future. So if you have like something that you want to get funded and built this year, then okay, maybe move it out. But otherwise, I just don't see what's the point of making it where you're not allocating it in the CIP and basically telling them, no, don't fund the NEPA and the design, so that we're not making forward progress in either a joint partnership with the Air Force on it, or a standalone four-lane modular unit.
My own take on it is this, is that we have limited amounts of money for capital projects right now. There's no one in this audience that has been through police station, detective bureau, or the fire stations that can deny that we need money that's invested into those facilities. When you're talking about priorities, my priority is to take care of the men and women on a 24/7 basis that are using those facilities. And while I would love to have the option of having a shooting range, surrounding cities don't have them. They're able to do that, but they also have nicer facilities. Several of them have nicer facilities than we do. And you have to make, when you're talking about budgets, you're talking about priorities.
All right,
Is your priority, the question I would have is your priority a shooting range over the condition of the facilities that these folks are operating in all the time? Or is your priority the shooting range? That's, my priority is the former, not the latter. I walked through Fire Station 1 last week. There's the condition of some of the facilities in there are not good. We all know what the Detective Bureau looks like, or most of us do at 200 PCH. And, that's just my take on it. I understand that it causes a little bit of headache in terms of going out to certain places, but as Councilmember Nierenheim mentioned, there's other firing ranges within a 20-mile radius that folks can use, as other cities like El Segundo or Manhattan Beach uses, and they have nice facilities. That's really my take on it.
Let me say this. So this is why I'm saying we need to have a discussion about all this stuff, because like we're having this discussion right now.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't be doing it this way. And, what are the costs of EIR? Everything. And what was the other point I was going to make? There's just so many elements in this, and we shouldn't be doing this. We're spending a lot of money already.
Right, and so what I would say is, if the majority of the council ultimately want to strip this project down and redirect it to other uses, which is absolutely a priority policy-based decision, I would strongly encourage us to at least leave the engineering funding we need to start the process to understand fully what our cost and options are.
Yeah.
We may still need additional funding for environmental. We may have to figure that out, but I would not completely empty this project account, because we'll never have answers and have the substantive discussion that I think we should have absent that information. As I said earlier, no pun intended, we're shooting in the dark here right now.
Well, the other thing is, how much is us moving forward dependent on the Air Force participation?
They're an option. They're an option for us.
Exactly. And we're all going, we got to do this to get the Air Force participation. And we don't even know that we have that. And I hear,
They have expressed that this is a.
Well, let me finish. We hear that, they're spending all the money, and they're killing it by spending all the money. And then I'm thinking, we're proving it by moving forward without doing this sort of stuff. So we'll get down the road, and then now I can hear the argument, well, we've already spent all this money, so we got to keep going. So
we don't
want to deny it by killing all the development, but we don't want to move forward. We don't want to prove it by continuing to move forward without doing this proper stuff.
Right, understood. What we need that preliminary and substantive engineering analysis, which is going to cost a couple $100,000 to make, I think, these qualified decisions. We don't have that yet.
That makes sense.
And 951's there. It's set aside in, as I said earlier, it's ample money to get us all the way through grant application potentially.
Why pull that out? But anyway, okay.
If there's a need to redirect, certainly the 750, candidly, as much as it would be great to set it aside and plan for the project, it can absolutely be reallocated and repurposed immediately. No questions asked. The key is how much of that 951 do we need to be able to make an evaluative decision? We don't probably need all of it, but we need a substantive amount of it. Zero doesn't get us there.
I'm willing to compromise on that in terms of the CIP money, the carryover. What do you think the minimum is on that then? 400,000?
What did we sign a contract for just a few weeks ago?
Can I make a
I'm trying to
comment?
remember. I think it was on the order of 175, and I don't recall if it was deducted. So no, so that's not been taken
No,
out.
I don't believe that's an encumbrance. I think that figure was posted in May. I don't think we've adjusted that encumbrance, correct, Jesse? There's no adjustment there. So we need to execute that contract. We need at least that amount. And candidly, given that scope of agreement, we're going to need more, not 951, at least the 175. But to ensure that we're properly evaluating the Air Force option, the pros and cons of those two options, go it alone or bring in the Air Force, build bigger, but get more money, to figure out where that inflection point is, we're going to need probably more than that scope of agreement. So I'd say at least 400,000 and maybe more.
Yeah, I would say half of that at least, and maybe, you know.
All right, so
500,000.
I'll do this. I would agree with you. We'll get the $500,000 in there for that.
What are you going to do with it?
And hold on, let me finish.
Let's talk one at a time. Councilmember, I'm sorry I don't have the lights in front of me, but let's talk one at a time. And Councilmember Obaji had a comment he wanted to make, and then Councilmember Narenhart. Go ahead, Councilmember Obaji. You wanted to make a comment?
Go ahead. It's their
Okay,
motion, so
fine.
go
You're
for it.
ceding your comment. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Narenhart. We got to stay organized up here. We're not going to just arguing it.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I agree with you. Let's put 500 there. But I don't want to move any further unless we get an Air Force person down here to actually speak to this and their ability to actually get this money. Federal money takes years. I've been hearing about this federal Air Force person this, Air Force that, blah, blah, blah. I've heard this for years. Nothing in writing, no Air Force person coming down here in person other than at Veterans Day. I'm willing to put the 500 grand down to see what's going on, but I want somebody from the Air Force with an official letter to say, or Ted Lieu's office, or both actually together as one, say, I'm going to fight for this funding and get this, because it takes the federal government years. We can't even get money for our break wall we've been working on for, I don't know how many, 10 years now?
Yeah, and and of course, different pots of funds, different delays. But what I would say is prerequisite to even that, having the Air Force down, is us doing the base analysis to determine cost on an order of magnitude basis, subsequent environmental requirements. We have to digest what the site is. We have to do borings. We need soils analysis. We need to figure out what we're dealing with. Then we can begin to determine 4-lane go it alone, 8-lane with conceptually with the 70% grant from the feds. Now, operationally, does that partnership make the most sense? And then as part of that analysis, we invite the Air Force to describe the value and benefits, right? Having partners actually might defray ongoing operating costs as well. So there's a calculation there that needs to be made. But we don't want to just assume and just blow through this, but we have to do the base analysis to know.
But his point was bring the Air Force in here.
Yeah, we absolutely need to do that. But I'd say there's a step before we bring the Air Force in here, which is basic engineering, right? I mean, we got to know what these expenses look like. So we
We're
can
going to have that money in there for
frame the
you
question.
to do that.
500 is enough to cover that.
500 enough is enough for us to advance this project.
Let's amend it.
There you go. Councilmember, there you go.
There you go.
We will amend it.
Kirovich had a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I think Councilmember Obaji made this point. You're taking it out and you're putting it just in a general fund. Is that right?
CIP.
No, it's
The CIP.
No, we're
So
putting in the
for
capital projects fund.
Any
correct.
capital project. You don't have a specific place or money that you want to spend that, or a project that you want to spend that money on.
We have a lot of places we can put it.
Remember, when it's in there, it'll take 4 votes to get it out.
You let her finish her
Right,
statement.
Right. So a couple things. The way you framed this, it's like we're saying it's either we're going to invest in our shooting range or we're going to invest in the fire department. They're separate. This is one of our facilities for the police training. And maybe Chief Hoffman can come down and speak to how it is valuable in our
For sure.
department. What value does it add? How is it used? Who's using it? What kind of training do they get?
Well, we use it monthly. Every officer is required to qualify on a monthly basis. So it offers a lot of benefits having the range in the city, because I was kind of thinking about using an outside facility. And a lot of the police departments do have their own range. The ones that I've been in personally, Torrance, Hermosa Beach actually has their own modular range at the police department. Manhattan Beach has one built in, El Segundo. I've been in all those ranges. They're all inside the police facilities. But we're allowed to send our officers to qualify on duty because the range is centrally located in the city. And so when I looked at the budget, we have about 32,000 in overtime for range qualifications. We're at about 50 this year. But if we had to go off-site a significant distance away, like Angeles, for example, which is about 32, 33 miles from here, we wouldn't be able to send people in non-duty capacity. Because right now, people go to the range, they'll be qualifying, a call comes out, and they can immediately leave the range at Borough 190th and go on a call. So when I looked at it, for 96 hours, 96 officers, for an hour travel each way, an hour training, it would be about $345,600 per year in overtime just for the officers' overtime costs. And likely it would be MOU issue and meet and confer. But it's not just the officers that we have down there. We also have seen a significant uptick in concealed weapons permit applications. And part of that process is a qualification with our range instructors, which we do at our range. And each renewal also requires a qualification with our range instructors in order for me, because I have to sign those permits personally, in order for me to sign that. That's part of the process that we worked with the city attorney's office to come up with in order to issue those. We also host the Citizens Academy. I know some people have attended that and gone through the firearms instruction portion. We do our new recruit training down there, and the SWAT team also trains down there. So we do a lot of training down there, and we wouldn't likely have the access that we need if we had to rely on a different facility. I did a little straw poll around the station and asked some of the people that had lateraled to our agency about firearms training. And one of the comments that I got was that the LA County Sheriff's Department only requires qualifications once every 3 months. And I said, well, if you were going on a ride along here, would firearms training be something that you would talk to people about and how the department actually values that training? And the answer was yes, 100%. And having the opportunity to shoot monthly is a significant benefit. And I don't think a lot of people understand that aren't in this career. You know, it's firearms are something that a lot of people don't like to talk about, but it's a tool of the trade and it's a perishable skill, 100% perishable skill. You know, you can talk about the basics, stance, sight alignment, trigger press, but that's not enough when you get into those high stress situations. It's about that muscle memory about what you're going to do when you're in the most stressful incident of your life. And having the instructors that are at that high level and being able to do it in a manner that's fiscally responsible is very important. I mean, I spent a lot of time working on the range, and I know the value that we add by having our own facility with our own instructors and also being able to incorporate aspects of the community into it with the concealed weapons permit qualifications and the Citizens Academy. And even sometimes we host different types of community groups in there, VIPs and things like that, the volunteers in policing, so that we can talk about gun safety because it's an important part. And I think that our ability to engage in those programs would be severely limited. So quite frankly, I agree, it is a facility and it's an important facility. It may not seem as important of a facility as some of the other 6 police department facilities that we have, but for those of us that wear this uniform and carry a firearm, it is. For me, it is. And I think that the officers feel the same way, and also stressing the gun safety aspect of it is an important part as well.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I just wanted to, I pulled up an email from the Air Force Base because I did ask some specific questions about the grant application. And one of them is, what is the interest level of the Air Force Base that they have in this partnership? And this question came up due to the effort and potential extra cost that we need to provide to submit the application. And the response was, this project is a top priority for the installation commander. There's a significant need for the project as Los Angeles Air Force Base specifically meets all criteria under the stipulations. And Colonel Walsh, who's the commander there, will be providing a local endorsement letter with priority for support of this project. That's all I got.
Chief, thanks really for that explanation and reading that email. But we're sitting here having a debate on whether to have a police shooting range or not.
Yeah, let's move on.
And that's not what we're here to decide. We're here to decide how much to fund in step-by-step approach and to have a report where, you know, we hear everything, not just why we should have one. And it's like you guys are making the argument, okay, let's go, let's do this, let's spend $1 million, we got to do this. And like, that's not the decision we're making up here right now. We're just, you know, well, you know what we're doing. So you see what I'm saying? I mean, this is not the time to debate whether we're going to have our own police firing range or not. I mean, it's just not. I'm sorry. You know, and they're great arguments, and I don't disagree with them. But, you know, we got to have everything before we decide every single step of the way. We got to do the environmental study. We got to assess everything as we move along, not just, you know.
Just for the record, Ted did kind of a back of the envelope analysis. He thinks, what was it, $600,000 would carry us through environmental to start. I mean, that's kind of he's got it in 3 tranches, so.
Okay, so why don't we keep that in the CIP? And then the rest goes back to capital projects. But remember, again, it takes 4 votes to approve something.
Outside of the budget process.
Outside of the budget, so.
What's the amount now?
So 600,000 in the CIP and the rest goes back in.
So what that would mean is, yeah, the 750 would be directed to the cap projects fund for later allocation as I'm reading this motion.
Right.
And then the carryover amount, only $600,000 would be carried over. The remaining 351,251 would be transferred to on top of the 750 to the CIP.
That allows us to have an adequate discussion about all this, as Mayor Brand said later. Let's have
Adequate discussion, I like that phrase.
Yeah.
Let me listen, you know, guys, I gotta take off. I've been here 5 hours. It's a big leap for me, and I appreciate everybody's patience. And yeah, it feels good to be up here. Appreciate everybody's support, and
thank you.
It's been fun, believe it or not.
I just want to speak on.
It really has. What's that in the next meeting is,
response number
oh yeah, the last thing I'd like to say is, what was numbered? It was about the city clerk's edition, and I would like to give Eleanor, our city clerk, an opportunity to discuss decision package 16, because I noticed you guys did include it in your potential motion.
Yeah, they were.
And I came out initially thinking, okay, well, we can't add all these positions, but, you know, after listening to Eleanor earlier today, and I think, Mike, you can explain, because it's a decision package. I'm sure you guys have had extensive discussions about this. And, yeah, why that, you know, look, I was talking to the city clerk earlier today, and she's talking about everything that's coming up, ranked choice voting, a special election for our general plan.
Public records request,
What was the other one?
public records.
Yeah, public records requests that they've been hammered with. So, yeah, they've got some unusual or unique challenges, and they need the person, you know. But really, initially, I was, because they're staffed, right? They need to replace Vicky Kronberger, but they're generally staffed, except the fact that they cut a person during the recession. So now with all these additions and everything, I think they need that person back. I just want to make that point and give the city clerk, Manzano, an opportunity to talk more in depth about it, as well as our city manager, because, you know, this was not added lightly. So, anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Good night, you guys.
So regarding, I know you've mentioned regarding pretty much removing the chief deputy city clerk and making it into an analyst. So those are 2 very different positions. The chief deputy has a lot of knowledge in the sense of the city clerk area. And we're in the midst right now of hiring someone. And so the analyst position, so just to give you a little history, 2016, 2017, I had 5 full staff members due to the fact that we did a city clerk's assessment. And then so we were funded for 3 years, and then we had budget constraints in 2019, 2020. And so we converted my full-time position of administrative specialist to a part-time funds. So we've been dealing with that for quite a while. And now, since then, our department has been inundated with complex public records, because before it used to be, give us a document. Now it's, we need emails, texts, we're reviewing those, we're also redacting. Also, we're now doing standalone elections, which that's, 4 elections. We've converted all the commissions to the agenda management system, and we have ongoing training and oversight to the departments. We provide staff to the departments who are understaffed to fill into their respective commission meetings. And we haven't been able to fully utilize the system due to time constraints. As you know, we're going to be implementing ranked choice voting, which is going to be a lot of time, and also voter outreach, because the voter outreach, it's not just going to be one time, it's going to be for a while. We're going to do an RFP for agenda management system. And then the other tasks we deal with is boards and commission recruitment, front counter, answering phones, filing, scanning, legal ads, bids, records management, retention and destruction, minutes, charter review, advisory committee, resolution ordinance, contracts, processing, educating new staff, and help out departments pertaining to the above tasks. So all those tasks that we do, we're also involved with the departments related to this, all these items. The other thing is we have part-time. We have 2 part-time right now. One just left. The other one's leaving in a couple months. So, so it's very hard to hire part-time. We've actually been looking at part-time. People that want a full-time job apply for a part-time job. They want it temporary until they get a full-time job. It's been really, really tough. The other thing is every year, and it's been an one-time asking, is we ask for funds. We ask for $50,000 each year for elections since we started doing standalone elections. So, and because of that, we've been doing standalone elections, and I've saved $300,000 each time we have an election. We spent only $250,000, and if we went to the county, it would be $600,000 each election. So that's been 3 so far. So I need the analyst position. It would be funded. My idea is half of it would go under elections, because we've been asking for that $50,000 each year, and then reducing one of our part-timers. So that funding would go into that analyst position.
So
we
that would be
now
67,000, if I'm not mistaken. So 50,000
from
the elections.
Right. And then about 30,000 from the part-time staff.
Plus the addition, we said 27,000.
Well, you're saying reduce the chief deputy to an analyst, is from what I read it.
No, I didn't see that in the
It was an
motion.
assistant.
No, I think the motion that I saw was converting and reclassifying administrative specialist position to analyst. No
And
change to
not have.
no change to
So
the
there's-
deputy.
Yeah, so we need that 5th person, because now we have everybody doing all these projects, and we also need the phones answered, counter. We do the recruitment that lasts for a whole 8 months. So there's different things that these staff members would do. So to have an analyst position would help us with that election. There'd be a dedicated person half-time for elections.
Okay.
And that's what I'm looking at. And I can show you
You want to share, what's the total amount for an analyst?
It's the full
36?
decision package.
Yeah.
But backing out the 50,000 out of that as
Right.
well?
That would be, what that would do is avoid future costs and asks during election cycle. There's no ability in
Ongoing?
the core budget to
Yes,
offset that
it's not
expense.
ongoing. I've been asking for it every year because I need that.
Okay.
One of the part-time, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just one of the part-time office assistants would drop out as part of
Yes.
this? Okay,
Yes.
so they would come out.
Right.
Okay.
But there isn't core budget to take out to offset the cost. That's why the decision package is a full analyst position. Eleanor's got one-time, as she's stated, she's got one-time, part-time funds to pay for those clerical employees to assist during elections in the counter. But that's not in our structural budget right now. So there's no ability to offset the cost of the position in the core budget. It's got to be a new appropriation right now. It would avoid supplemental requests, I think, for one-time staff, so there could be future savings, but they're not as it relates to current core budget.
Okay.
Because even if we don't have an election, I'm still going to ask for it because there's new laws, there's forms, there's things that we have to keep up to date every year. And that's why. Okay.
Okay.
So was there a few more?
Just one last thing, and that was $25,000 for teen recreation equipment. I put subdivision trust fund, I'd like to come out of the open space acquisition fund, if that's possible. $25,000. This is for Alta Vista.
Alta Vista.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we have a teen center in Perry Park and a semi-teen center in Alta Vista that can be moved around and stuff like that.
Okay.
So kids down there, there's a lot of kids in Brookside Village, a lot of kids in that area that don't have anywhere to go and hang out. So, and when that's available, not being used, they could potentially use it. So,
okay.
And that was it, believe it or not. So that was our budget motion. Now we need to reconcile and see where we're at.
Yeah, so I guess we sort of saw the impact that Zane's motion had. It pretty much spends all the unallocated amounts. We haven't yet heard from Paige. I haven't seen yours accounted yet for what's the bottom line number on the unallocated after we go from 1659 to what after all of your modifications? We'll verify, but
I believe ours is ongoing 1.4.
So it adds 1.4 ongoing.
And then one time is 2.8 or 2.9 rounding.
2.9 million?
2.9 million. Because we have the.
But not all from general fund though.
Not all. From one times.
Well, I didn't see 2.9 up there.
So in total, so including your guys' requests. So 1.7 plus, or 1.8 to 1.9 minus 1.7, which is 1.2. Let me put it that way.
1.9 minus 1.6, so $200,000 remaining.
No, 1.2 million in one time.
Okay. All right, well, let's maybe tabulate it.
Wendy, take a look at it.
Yeah, let's tabulate it and get the bottom line. It seems to me like we are, unless we're reallocating some of that CFA funding to immediate expenditures, right, rather than parking it in CIP, we obviously are overspent here.
We're not going to get everything. We understand that.
So maybe, do we want to at least start talking about the shared overlap? So we can start working towards the shared motion?
Now that Mayor Brand has left, I'll take the reins. All right, so in speaking with Mayor Brand just now and hearing what he had to say earlier, my comments right now, speaking for Mayor Brand, to sum up his position on a lot of this is the reason why we have a lot of this money in these funds is because we've been saving these funds, putting money in and not necessarily spending it. He doesn't want to spend all of it, for instance, in the John Parsons Art Fund, spend it all right now and have a zero balance. He wants to have a long-term objective on spending, and a lot of these policy discussions, such as, for instance, the shooting range, wants to have a community discussion moving forward. He agrees with our Madam Clerk regarding the ask. And I think what we're going to end up doing here, Councilmember Kalijedovich, you haven't said much in terms of what you asks and want on your budget. So in order to do that, I think we need to have that input as well before we go any further. Do you mind going down that path?
No.
Okay, perfect.
And I don't have a lot of asks.
Okay.
But I just printed these up, and actually some of them overlap, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm figuring.
I can give this to you.
That's where we started,
if you like.
working from
Perfect.
overlapping.
Yeah. The biggest one that isn't on there, sorry, guys.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
I'm gonna
Hey, you have an extra one then? Oh, look at you.
look at you and your paper. I know how much you like it.
I don't mind paper at all. Oh, actually, here, one more.
Yeah, do you need
I
more?
got
Beth? Okay, so what's not in here is really the CIP on page 51 for Andrews, Dale Page, and Franklin Park trellis is massively underfunded. I think what's in there could barely get shades at Andrews and Dale Page. So I'd like to allocate $250,000 for necessary improvements to Franklin Park and an ongoing $14,650 for the play structure cleaning twice a week.
And Andrews, I feel like is already funded and is being purchased right now. Is that right, Mike Klein?
There's
There needs-
carryover money in there.
Got it, but there's not sufficient money, is that what you're saying?
No, there's enough money to get Andrews as proposed. Dale Page gets a little bit more expensive based on its sizing to do the entire play structure.
Got
So
it.
that one's a little underfunded. There's $83,000 in the CIP to support Franklin Park. That would be to repair the existing trellises. That doesn't necessarily do a full R&R as described in BRR, whatever it is.
Right, that wouldn't fund, I mean, the BRR was $162,000 to do repairs to the trellises and the shade structure.
And that's at
there.
Franklin.
I'm sorry, yes,
Yeah.
Franklin.
Yeah, I agree. That place is.
With the basketball is another 31,000 for the improvements to the basketball court. And then that doesn't give us any money for the play structure. So I realize that the play structure is going to be more than $250,000, but my ask is $250,000 for the park so that we can get the design and implementation. The LA Kings have expressed that this is a place that they want to fundraise for their next, investment in our community. But we have to get the design and that kind of imaging out there so that we can actually have them fundraise. I realize with the skate park, it didn't go well. So I think this time to have all of those, ducks in a row, we need to have those design elements in there. And that $250,000 is for that.
And what fund would you like to appropriate that from?
Well, I realize that was it the subdivision?
Park Trust Fund?
Right,
don't know how much
is
is it.
nothing, right?
It's fully allocated.
Right.
So let me help you out. Can we get this done within the next year?
The Franklin Park,
The improvements and the conceptual design for the playground.
we can get a conceptual design for the playground. We can remove the trellis and replace it with the shade structure.
And the
like-
basketball improvements, a water filling station, like
And-
those are all built into this.
Yeah, we could get the shade structures done, we can get the design going on the park, the play equipment. Depending on what we do with the basketball court and striping and the like and how we can amend contract. Most of these are M&O items that we probably could execute inside the fiscal year. It's a little different than a designed CIP.
So my question is, because we're expecting a check from the South Bay Galleria for 7.5 million, will some of that be able to spend some of that money on the Franklin Park within the course or next budget cycle?
Well, certainly next budget cycle. I mean, there's going to be plenty of Quimby funds to be allocated in the 24-25 fiscal year. The question is, and there's an ability theoretically to advance more than what we have projected in estimated fund balance this year, recognizing that we're not likely to spend all of it in the fiscal year. You could overdraw.
Okay.
That's effectively Zane's motion is a general fund advance to cover Quimby that would be allocated in the future as an offset. Sure. But candidly, I mean, there's another option here. If there's money that's being redirected back to the CIP that's unallocated for in your motion coming from the gun range, let's use it to appropriate and fund the projects that you all want now, as opposed to just park it for later use. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. We should allocate anything you're redirecting now.
Right. So for the from the 250,
She has the floor.
how much of that 250 can we spend this cycle, this year, actually, roughly speaking? 200?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think.
So, or we can do 250 from the shooting range, for the 500, or the 750.
Maybe I'll just have Mike answer this question. Mike, if we were to remove there are three trellis structures that are in disrepair at Franklin. Remove those and replace in the appropriate location a shade structure, right? Is that a project we could execute this fiscal year?
Yes, we can.
Okay. As it relates to design, maybe this is an Andy question. If we were to begin to prepare a conceptual design for an expanded, fully inclusive playground equipment, could we execute a conceptual design for that work this fiscal year?
I don't think I have staff to do it without sacrificing something else.
Okay. So basketball courts, stripable and replacement structures possible. Filling station possible.
Yes.
Okay, so 200 of the 250 could be executed this fiscal year. We could start the design, I'm assuming, but not complete it. This would be conceptual design, not plans and specifications for the project.
The issue is staff. I need somebody to manage that and everybody's at capacity.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 200 now for the trellis and all the items. And then we'll put 50 from like, what fund, the Quimby fund?
If you do 50 for Quimby, then if we get to it, great, there's probably money to do it. And if it naturally rolls over, we'll know we'll have money to cover it next fiscal year.
That way it's in the budget for next year because we're not going to be able to, it's money now. We can add more money next year. We won't forget about it.
Or mid-year. Or mid-year.
Or mid-year.
So it's a $250,000 allocation, 200 out of the CFA funds and 50 out of Quimby.
Yep, exactly.
So it's there, it's funded, it allows for the project to proceed, and then it would come down to, on the conceptual design side, come down to staffing and execution, which anything that requires a design engineer to progress is going to come down to where it's in the pecking order and staff resources.
And then 14.5 for ongoing.
And I mean, I suppose that we can do that.
And
next.
that's
That's a maintenance item. That, I mean, we can execute this fiscal year. That's not a
That's not a
capital
problem.
item.
Okay, next up.
Yeah, I mean, the shooting range, we've already beat that to death. And the other ones are the alleyways in the BRR 59, specifically, so the project scope for project 4137, which is alleyways resurfacing PSI 25 or less. So in my BRR, those alleyways qualify, and I want to make sure that they're in that project scope.
So, which is absolutely appropriate motion, just for clarity, that based on our estimates there, that would largely utilize most of what's in that project account today. So if there are other alleys that are under PCI 25 that come out of the next pavement management study outcome, if we want to fund those, we would need to supplement that project account to do the armor alleys and the others.
Whatever comes up.
If I might ask, we allocated 320,000 last year for that, if I recall.
It wasn't spent.
It was not spent. Will that be spent this year?
It will be spent as soon as we get the pavement management study done. Yes, that is a project.
So we'll decide based on that.
Yeah, so this motion would be very specific to say that at least these three alleys would be part of that project scope.
That would be everything.
Hence the need for
No,
supplemental
because
appropriation.
Two of them are 25 and under. The other one is the big one is 46.
Right.
What is this BR 59 referring to? I'm looking at the BRR and I'm not seeing
A specific alleyway on Armor.
Well, what's the charge? I guess Armor.
71,867 PCI 25.
Total, it's 313.
Right.
So let me help you out. So the PCI of 18 is $48,000. The PCI 25 is $72,000, and the PCI of 46 is $193,000. Did you maybe want to use, because it's, Mr. Wozansky, did you say it's?
If you were to include all three of those alleys, then we would spend virtually all of the CIP money that's in there for those three. If you focused it just on the 25 or less, you're talking about $120,000 as opposed to $313,000. Certainly those alleys could be fully accommodated in the current CIP.
And what about the 100,000 you have in your in the
Discretionary account.
discretionary fund?
To do an alleyway.
Yeah. Well, it's 100 well, it would be that's what I use mine for partially.
I'm using it for slur ceiling on the street.
I'd be happy to put the two that are below 25 in there.
Yep, 25 and 18.
And
Yep.
then like that.
Okay, so that is, let's just say 75,000 plus 50,000. That's 125,000.
Yeah, just call it, just do $120,000 for
120.
the two alley segments listed as B and C of BRR
59.
59 would be included in the project scope for CIP 41370, the alleyway resurfacing project.
You want to allocate your 100 plus an extra 25 or 20, whatever that was, 20 from the current fund?
No.
Okay, you want currently off from the fund?
No.
Currently off from the current fund that this is taking it from?
Right.
The entire amount?
What is the
100?
current fund that it's drawing from?
There's a CIP of roughly $320,000.
We had
Or
Alleys of PCI 25 or less citywide.
citywide?
Yeah.
Okay, got
This
it.
would basically encumber about a third of that.
Okay, so from,
It qualifies in the scope of what.
It absolutely qualifies under the criterion. And it's likely that these PCIs will be less than this figure when we actually get the results of the next study.
Get to them. So you want 120 for that, from that fund?
Right.
Okay, all right.
Prioritized for that, yeah.
All right, so zero impact on the general fund coming from the CIP for the alleyways. PCI.
And then I think the Perry Park you had in yours already.
Yeah, I did. All right, well,
And then,
you done?
hold on, let me make sure I get that right down. BR 35, you have that in yours. Okay? Okay.
Well, do I get the floor yet, or are you taking the floor back, Mayor Pro Tem?
Councilmember Keljovich, are you done?
Yep, that's it.
Okay, there you go. All right, Councilmember Obaji?
All right, so what is the net, of all your decision packages, what is the net impact to the general fund? Are you are you saving general fund monies, or are you increasing the expenditure on general funds?
Well,
We're saving,
we're running the calcs now.
we're not negative.
Let's see what they come up with.
Saving money?
We're not
Are you
net
spending
negative.
more money?
We're spending money.
We're spending money, we're not
Saying you're
saving.
not spending the whole
Yeah,
165.
because we're
No,
keeping
okay,
money
what I'm
available
asking
for.
is the decision packages. Leave alone your allocations on the BRRs. Just the decision packages, like let's say decision package number 1, you're actually costing the general fund an additional $47,250,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so in total, all your decisions on the decision packages, is that costing the city money or saving the city money? That's what I want to know. And what is the net
Oh, just of
impact
the,
of your decision package decisions?
Sorry.
Because obviously, if we accept all the decision packages, we start at zero with $1.659 million to spend, plus, if we reallocate money from the shooting range of a 1.051 million, we have total $2.7 million to play with.
Okay, so
So
I'm answering your question.
Yeah.
Before taking in any BRs or anything else, going with all the decision packages that I had laid out, not
Right.
including Eleanor's or not including the other ones, 2.259 million of unallocated fund balance at the end of that.
additional?
No.
Additional
Instead of
or-
1.66 million, we actually increased the amount in general fund to 2.2 million.
Okay,
That doesn't
so-
include anything else that we talked about when we were approving
Okay,
this. So we actually increased it
Okay, so total
because I knew this would happen in terms of a lot of people with ask. So that's
total changes to the DPs under Lowenstein, D2, D1.
Yeah.
D1 is, what's the, sorry,
2.259 million.
okay, hold on. Equals
That's before BRRs, anybody's BRRs. or reductions.
2.2500 million minus the original sum So what you're saying is you're saving the city 500, you're saving unallocated $590,000.
Something along those lines.
Okay.
Don't
That's what
quote me
I
on that
have.
because I think there was a few things that Mr. Nierenheim added this afternoon that,
Yeah, it's roughly speaking.
that's a rough
Okay.
estimate.
And taking into account total changes.
He's just talking about the decision
Okay,
packages.
now reincorporating, I think Eleanor does need money in her department, absolutely. So we need to put that decision packet back based on what I heard.
Yeah, well, in my spreadsheet, I had that back in.
You had taken it out, right?
Yeah, I had, but I already put it back in my spreadsheet.
Okay, but what I'd like to essentially, to the extent that we're not objecting to the decision packages, resolve that issue first and then deal with all the other.
Okay, so if you want to go
discretionary
down the road of decision packages, let's do that. You and me will go do that.
Not
Decision
really,
package,
I'd just like to know, what is your net difference from what they had
we have to go through
calculated
them
with-
line by line.
Can't you just add them in Excel?
Yeah, I can do it. If we put Eleanor's back in.
Yeah.
Nothing else, 2.137 million. Well, 2.138 roughly. Putting Eleanor's back in, that's not talking about Housing Navigator, that's not talking about anything else.
2.138,123.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saving 478,919.
Yeah.
Let's see. Community planning increase, I'm okay with decision package 1. Decision package 4, approve the stipulation that new bills. Okay, decision package 4 is fine. You know what, in the meantime, Kenny Campos, if you could come up and tell me what it is that you liked from their motion for the fire department and the Fire Department Association, I'd appreciate that.
And please don't say nothing.
President Campos.
Hello, council. President Campos here representing a local 2787. I mean, there's obviously a lot here and I don't have it in front of me, but it is very pro fire department. As our past has gotten us to this point with the assessment, with the changes, our interim fire chief, it lends itself to fix a lot of the problems that are stated. So from the permanent chief position, not it being a pilot program, a new fire engine, didn't expect that. The emergency coordinator coming into the fire department, it's all great things that solve problems that have been laid out. So if there's anything specific you want me to talk on?
No, that was it. It was refreshing my recollection from the presentation of what things, because they weren't separated by subject matter, what things they had included.
Right. The only other item is that deputy fire marshal position. That would be the next level, is to not get rid of that position and make it permanent. It is set as a pilot program, but that truly rounds out a lot of our problems. So it's a pilot for now. Maybe we talk about it in 6 months. But I can tell you the recommendation is that we're going to need it.
It's a different thought process.
Right.
I agree.
Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Campos.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so you want to go by these line by line?
So, you know what I'd like actually is if we could take a 10-minute recess. I could go Brown Act with Mr. Barrett and we basically come up with proposed motion, and joint motion, going over all your, I did capture your slides, which is what I'm working off of.
Okay.
I can't
I
exactly,
emailed it to you as well.
the slides?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, and I'd like for you to remember what Mayor Brand talked about regarding like the John Parsons Art Fund.
All right, so let me
all
say
these
this.
funds.
10 minute, let's take a 10 minute break.
Let me say this before we take a break. First,
Need a motion
the
for
city is totally lacking direction in the arts, no matter what I've done or what I've said since the day I got here 2 years ago. Murals, I've called for murals, Artesia, art, zero. All right, this $1 million has sat there, nothing has happened with it. They need direction, just like you said last week about the printers and the copiers. Well, more important to me than printers and copiers is art on our streets. Second, I want our police officers shooting accurately. I'm not going to belabor this point. We're going to have a discussion on it, but I play volleyball. That's recreational. No lives are at stake. If I don't play for 2 weeks, my game goes downhill. If I don't play for a month, my game goes downhill. If these police officers have to drive hours away to the Angeles National Forest, Mayor Pro Tem, they're not going to be shooting very well. And what's that going to be? Liability for us in closed session. More discussions of closed session, more trying to settle cases and so on and so forth. So what and another point on that is the council has funded the shooting range to the tune of $951,000 in the past. Where were the questions in the past if you didn't approve of this thing and didn't want them going down the direction? I agree, that should have been a discussion, but we are here now. So pillaging the fund is not the way to go. But I agree that, look, we need as much money as we need right now and that we can possibly spend. So if the city manager is telling us we can get environmental done plus design for $600,000, then that's fine. So with that, I'd like to take a break so that we can review and work together on your decision packet comments and then what you want to fund in terms of capital projects. There is, right now, when I incorporate the changes, to the capital improvement plan, there's significant money still left over. And one question I might have for you, Councilmember Narenheim, or Mayor Pro Tem Narenheim, is why do we need more monies for pavers in the Riviera Village when we haven't even dispensed the money that was already there allocated for the village? And what are you envisioning as far as the pavers go? Is it that the entire sidewalk is going to be pavers, or is it going to be like stretches of sidewalk that are regular concrete, and then a couple pavers, so that we could just allocate this money later once we actually get it being dispensed? Don't get me wrong, I want to make the Riviera Village beautiful, but we got to be practical at how we're allocating this money.
So three things. One is maybe we should have a discussion on using more or less lethal force and training on that. Number two, when it comes to the art fund, your art fund is primarily all in certain areas of the city. It's not spread around, and we need to be careful how we get this money and how we spend it all. We're going to make sure, and Mayor Brand was very adamant that we're not spending it all. And number three, when it comes to the pavers, you are 100% absolutely right. I've been asking for 6 years to get these projects done. And instead of getting my projects done in Riviera Village, we're getting your projects done in District 4 and Artesia Boulevard. So when I'm asking for another 250, like the bulb outs for on Grant, it's because we have put those areas first before Riviera Village. So I have a document from 2008 here that was supposed to be done by 2015. It wasn't even done until 2019. So to your point, I 100% agree with you. We need to get staff focused in on the village and spending this money. And there's roughly $2 million worth of work that needs to get done down there for the sidewalk pavers. So I agree with you. So I'll make a motion for 20 minutes.
Last comment on the, and I don't think this is the council of past. If we come to a time where there's a project that has gotten 90% of its funding and we need 10%, I don't think a four council vote, let alone a 5-0 vote, is going to be difficult to achieve. So I don't really have concern that we're not going to be able to move money back. Just like we're going to pull money out of the police range, I don't have a concern that we should be able to move it back or get new monies in at a later date, at least in the next year, if we need it with the 3-person vote. But generally speaking, I do think that in the past, even in the last council, we were able to fully fund projects when they were 90% funded. So yes, I'll second your motion to take a
for 15 minutes.
15-minute break. Sure.
All right. All in favor? Aye. That's 15 minutes from 10:19, just so everyone knows. Let's just say 10:35.
Okay.
They have the best talk.
All right, we are reconvening from our little break, our 15-minute break, and then some. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lowenstein. Here. Councilmember Kalu-Jedovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Brandt.
Here, give me one quick moment.
Okay.
Barron.
Sorry.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm dying to tell you that.
Okay, sorry. Mayor Brand is absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here. All right, first thing I'm going to request from the council members is if you all have your hands up, I would appreciate it if you take your hands down. Can you take your hand down if you don't need it?
I did want
He hasn't spoken once.
You did. Yeah, you did.
Twice.
I mean, he's a man of few words. All right, Councilmember Barron. We are back. Let's start off. Yeah, Councilmember Barron, you have anything?
I do, and I just want to compliment you, Mayor Pro Tem, and everybody else on the city council and the staff for working hard through a lot of important issues. I mean, this is it, as was said early on. This is the budget, and this is where we express individually and collectively what we think is most important for our city. And I just wanted to say, for me personally, my number one priority, and it's not even close. There are a lot of admirable things that we've talked about, but for me, my number one priority is to fund 2 additional police officers for the city. And with the hope and within the discretion of Chief Hoffman, to beef up and put into place a traffic enforcement team, bar none, that will protect our neighborhoods and our streets. I'm sure we've all had these similar conversations. When I speak to people in Redondo Beach, old, young, people who've been here forever, those who've recently arrived, what they tell me is we're not safe walking on our own streets. Cars are going through stop signs. They're using our avenues where our children play as a highway. Where are the traffic police? They love our police department, but they're asking that we have more traffic police. I also think it sends a strong message to the community from where we're recruiting. It's highly competitive, and we've heard about that, to bring police officers to cities. And having these special assignment spots available will help our chief and our community bring in these additional police officers. And so I'm 100% in favor of doing that. You could strip away everything else that I may have spoken to in this budget. They're admirable, but that's my number one priority. And I would be doing a disservice, me personally, to my community and to myself, right, not to do everything I could to fund those 2 traffic patrol positions. And that's all, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barron, I got a quick question for you. How much are the 2 positions in total that you're asking for, ongoing and one time?
430.
430.
Wow, is that one time or is that continuous?
Recurring.
Recurring. Okay, plus there's one-time costs to those positions, correct?
No.
No.
25,000.
There is 20.
We have so many bikes sitting around.
No, 25,000
Okay,
overtime.
can we get the police chief, please, real quick?
25,000 for overtime for the existing officers, since we are not going to be able to hire those officers anytime.
All right, we have a current budget allocation of 96 sworn officers. We currently have 86.
Yeah, but we have several conditionals that are pending. We'll probably have a few more hired by next week, so we'll probably be close to around 90.
In the last 6 years that I've been here, we've only been at full complement. How many times?
Not very often, for sure. But we've also never done the hiring that we're doing right now.
So could we reallocate our current resource that we currently have, hearing the words that you're hearing, instead of from these other positions, can we allocate those positions to traffic enforcement versus, taking one position away from another special service to this, adding to the current positions?
Well, we certainly could, but the problem is going to be is that it's going to take away from other services that are very important in the community. That's the organization chart that I had as part of the presentation I gave, showed all the different areas of the police department that we provide services. And that's the most challenging part of my job, is taking what pieces of the puzzle we have and figuring out where to put them. So traffic is very, very important, but we also have community services unit with our CBO officer that manages all those programs, Teens in Policing and Citizens Academy and all the community outreach events. We have the 2 school resource officers, very, very important. Our detective bureau is down right now. We're supposed to have 8 detectives. We only have 4. Our special investigations unit, which is serving a search warrant right as we speak, I just got a text message, is down 2 detectives. Our traffic unit obviously is slated for 5 right now. We have 3 that are out injured. So, we're down in that unit as well. And ideally in patrol, we'd want to have in the mid-30s. And right now we have 28. And that is a stretch for us to field 5 officers per shift in order to respond to emergency calls. So if we all of a sudden took somebody out of the quality of life unit, the CBO unit, the detective unit, those units are going to suffer and we're not going to be able to provide the same level of service.
Couldn't patrol also do traffic enforcement? And don't they do?
And they do. As a matter of fact, today we did a huge traffic detail in District 1 related to e-bikes. And we used a combination of patrol officers and the Special Enforcement Bureau, or Special Operations Bureau, but it wasn't just the traffic officers. It was a combination of officers and they wrote 22 e-bike tickets.
Is crime rising in Redondo Beach? I remember hearing you talking about this a few weeks ago. Crime has actually gone down.
Yeah, crime is going down. We had a significant drop. It was on the rise for the past 3 years, and then this year it's gone down. However, certain categories such as theft have increased, and I think that that's a direct relation. I know we've discussed this before.
Right.
Based on penalties and the consequences and incentives related to those catalytic converters, organized retail theft. We've seen an uptick in some of those things, but as far as the violent crime, we have seen a decrease in those Part 1 crime categories.
Are our current traffic enforcement officers 100% there? Meaning, didn't you say, I think you said earlier that they're not all there right now?
3 are going.
No, right now, I just added another one last Saturday on the 17th. We have 2, and we've spread those 2 out, so we have 7-day-a-week coverage, and they're full-time, working a 4-day work week, 10 hours a day, assigned to the motorcycle. And then we have 3 others that are out on injuries.
I know you guys do grants for specific traffic enforcement. For instance, on Prospect you did, and I think Esplanade as well, you got a grant to do enforcement for traffic, specific speeding, stop sign enforcement. Are we keeping up with those, doing that?
We get Office of Traffic Safety grants every year. That's how we fund the DUI checkpoints that we do, a lot of DUI task force overtime. And then there's usually some focus. Sometimes it's pedestrian or bicycle safety. We've done distracted driving with cell phones and things like that. But one of the problems is it's hard to fill some of those shifts because with the staffing numbers that we're at and the number of people that we have in the training program, going into the police academy, or out on injuries, or just our vacancy factor, it's difficult to staff all those spots. So I think that by increasing the overall staffing, it gives us the numbers so that in the future, we are able to fill all those shifts as well as having more people out there on a full-time basis doing traffic enforcement. And it provides that relief valve so that people are signing up for that voluntary overtime and not just the ones that we need to actually staff the shifts on a daily basis.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Can I add to that a question? So 3 are out right now.
2. Oh, I'm sorry. 3 are out on
3
injury.
right now. Couldn't temporarily 3 people be assigned to it? And then when the other 3 that are injured come back?
Well, that was kind of like the first part of the discussion there. If I took those 3 people from somewhere else, the other services that we're providing in the city are going to suffer. And because the levels that we have right now, and like I've mentioned, that's the most difficult part of my job, is taking the resources that we have and figuring how to place them based on all the different inquiries that I get from the community, from city council, based on code enforcement, the need to respond from detectives handling crimes and following up, the school resource, the community outreach. All of those units are really at the bare minimum that they're at, and we still have to maintain a certain number in patrol so that we have the consistent staffing to respond to 911 calls.
So
And that's low too.
We're now going from 96 to 98 sworn officers if we decide to do this, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Can I ask a question while he's up here?
You may, yeah.
Have you noticed any changes since the zero bail, what is it called? The injunction came down
I have.
as far as what's happening on patrol?
Yeah, I have. It's, the theft crimes are increasing, and then we're not having issues with the court, but we are citing out more people that we're arresting for theft. And I think that it's one of those things that might take a little while to catch up, but I experienced it personally when we went through COVID, and that's when that exact law was first implemented, the zero bail initiative. And after a while, the people that we were arresting knew the terminology, and they would come in and they knew they were arrested on a minor theft-related offense, and they would say, how long is it going to be until I'm processed and released on the zero bail initiative? And I think that it has been busier, and there is an uptick in theft-related crimes for sure. I'm seeing those in the daily logs on bicycle thefts and things like that. But as long as that injunction's in place, I mean, realistically, there's going to be less people that are being held on those types of crimes, and the potential for more crimes to occur is there.
And how thick is your patrol force? Sorry if you said it already, but I hear, I hear complaints obviously from the POA that, oh, we need more patrol officers. How many patrol officers do we have? How many patrol officers right now on an evening do we have out?
Well, the minimum that we try to put out there is one lieutenant as a watch commander, one sergeant as a field supervisor, and 5 police officers, which is, we have 5 patrol areas. They're not quite the same geographical lines as your council districts, but it's similar as the city's broken up into 5 areas that appear separate. We have different officers for that. So that's the minimum that we have out there. But, we have lots of training and people take time off and people call in sick. So the bare minimum that we have in patrol is 28 police officers. And then there's the supervisors on top of that. And honestly, it's not enough.
How many do you have assigned to patrol right now?
28.
28.
Yeah, but that's not enough.
You have the bare minimum.
We have the bare minimum.
Exactly.
And then one person calls in sick, one person gets an injury, and now we're mandating officers. We're trying to cover by temporarily reassigning people from the other units to patrol. Actually, that's what we're doing more often, is having the people in traffic and special operations help cover patrol shifts on their regular shifts so that we can be fiscally responsible and cover those. But it's tough. And, there's light at the end of the tunnel. We're hiring a lot of people. We have, like I said, we have 5 people in field training. We have 4 currently in the academy. We're about to put a minimum of 3 in on July 1st. We have 8 lateral interviews this Thursday. I already have a conditional out to 1 other lateral, but it takes time to get them through. And then realistically, we would want in the mid-30s in patrol and then start filling up those other units. However, with a commitment like this, it's clear that that's the policy direction of the council, and that number on paper for the traffic unit would go from 5 to 7 immediately. And as we got the number to a reasonable level, which I think would be about 32, because that allows us to have the day shift officers, graveyard officers, and a modified swing shift with certain personnel on there, then we can move people over to traffic as they get trained and go through the schools. So it's kind of meeting all those needs.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thanks for all your service.
Thank you, Chief Hoffman. Sorry, go ahead.
Councilmember Obaji, do you have anything else?
No, it's just a motion to close public hearing.
No.
No.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
I was talking over Ms. Killard.
No.
Chairman, sorry. Is there any indication on when at least 1 or 2 of the injured folks will come back, or no? Do you have any idea?
Honestly, I don't think any of them are going to come back, if you want my honest opinion. One of them already has an industrial disability retirement processing with an anticipated retirement date in August. Another one, we're waiting on some final medical reports. And another one had some significant injuries with no return date in sight.
So then, when they retire, we'll decide to hire other folks to come in newly if they retire or if they're on permanent disability to come back, right? Because those spots have been budgeted, correct?
The ones that are filled?
The ones that are injured.
Oh, yeah, they're occupying a full-time police officer position, 100%. And if we got to the point where we were at 96 or hopefully at 98, then the next thing that I would do is come in and say, okay, now I'd like to ask for one-time money for an overhire so that we can get even above where we're at to anticipate future vacancies that might occur, injuries or planned retirements, because we already have 2 planned retirements coming up in fiscal year 23-24 that we're going to have to take into account as well. service retirements.
So you said somebody's filling out the paper right now to retire perhaps as early as August. At that point, we would go out and hire somebody else to replace that person.
Well, I think right now by practice, we're trying to hire in advance of these and anticipating these outgoing individuals.
But for traffic or for everything?
Everything,
Well,
overall.
yes, you're right. I understand your question. So as soon as one of those traffic vacancies, we can't just arbitrarily remove them from their position because of the bonus pay. So as soon as they leave, then yes, that would open up another vacancy in the traffic unit. And we just did a test, and we had several police officers express interest for becoming traffic officers. We're doing the interviews there. The next school is in October, and we'll be filling those spots. And if we get more people off training and into patrol, if they're not ready to do the traffic enforcement on a motorcycle, we could transfer them to traffic and they could start doing it in a car as well. I understand. I recognize that that's where the commitment is and that's where the priority is. And if it's.
So there is hope on the horizon is basically.
Absolutely. I mean, just with the sheer numbers, I think the one point that I want to try to make is how long it takes for us to actually go from somebody expressing interest and filling out an application to be a police officer to when they're actually able to contribute to our staffing levels. There's so much that goes into that. And it's, usually about 12 to 18 months.
So even if we hire 2 now, we're not looking to 12 to 18 months then, right?
Well, to actually realize that increase from 96 to 98, but putting them in the traffic unit, I'm going to make that a priority.
Any other questions, Miguel? Okay. All right. Councilmember Baji's hand. Is there any other?
Thank you, Chief Hoffman.
Any other public comment? Anyone want to come down and speak? Anyone on Zoom?
Oh, yes, I have Joan Irvine.
Hi, Joan Irvine, District 1. I've been listening to all this, and I just want to make a few comments without going into a lot of detail. First of all, I think it's very important, as Scott brought up, about our police and our fire, because this is a quality of life that we have in Redondo, and we expect that quality of life. Also, when you're taking a look at expenditures or potential revenue, I think it's very important to take a look and make sure that you actually have the money. I mean, last year we spent over $300,000 on a special election that we shouldn't have had to spend the money on. That would have been a big dent into hiring 2 additional police officers. Also, for District 1, several years ago, Niels was in a lawsuit with Paul Hennessy. We, as the city, not that all of us agreed with it, paid for $97,000 toward his legal fees. That, if he lost, he was supposed to pay back to the city. My understanding is both Niels and Paul decided not to go forward with it. So I assume that if not the $97,000, that Niels ought to pay back half of that to the city, and that could be added to either general fund or some projects in the village. So those are the comments I want to make, and I just have to give you all credit and the city staff and all that for everything you have been going through in order to put this budget together and all the thought process and the time. So thank you.
Okay, that ends the Zoom, and then there was one e-comment that was a support for this item.
Okay. All right, Mr. City Manager and Finance, Wendy? Any numbers that you guys want to tabulate, report to us?
Yeah, so as you saw, the Barrett-Obagi Brown Act motion would spend an additional roughly $1.641 million, leaving an unallocated fund balance of $17,818. Commend on the Excel spreadsheet there that tracked. On the Lowenstein side, after making some additional adjustments, and this, just to be clear, this recognizing that the $95,000 that was identified for the maintenance component of the truck unit is already covered under DP 51. and restoring the full decision package associated with the analyst position, not doing the reclassification.
In city clerk's office.
In the city clerk's office. It's an additional spend of approximately $1 million, leaving about $744,000 unallocated. If both motions were fully funded, we're at another, almost $2.6 million of spending. So we would need to come up with $1 million to identify that. If you add Paige's additional expenditure focused on the $200,000 of general fund resources for the Franklin Park addition, and then recognizing the ongoing cost for maintenance and of the park at roughly $15K, a little under that, and then separately fully allocating the two alleys that are under PCI 25 as a part of the existing CIP, you don't have a lot of additional impact to the budget. So those would be potential adds to either one of the budget motions or both as you go through your reconciliation. So you've got options. One such option you might contemplate as you reconcile is redirecting, as I said earlier, those CFA funds that you're pulling potentially, at least on your side of the budget motion, pulling out of the police shooting range account. You could identify one-time activities that would qualify under that and theoretically get fairly close to full-on reconciliation without a lot of strike through. So maybe some of you have thought through that.
My question for you, city manager, is it accurate that their total changes under their decision packages, just those alone, is a net savings to the city general fund of $478,919?
No. There's a net impact to the budget of roughly $1 million. Only, but I will say this, on an ongoing basis, it's almost balanced. On an ongoing basis, it was an impact of roughly $46,000 to the general fund.
Their decision packages went above in spending, just the decision package, not the BRRs.
Oh, I'm talking about full motion here.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to isolate so that I can get a baseline of where to start with how much money, if we accept their decision packages.
700 and something thousand.
So I have it as,
Just give me a quick tally. Just 1 second, I can give you that.
I have it as 478,919.
I also want to talk about the navigator position. Housing navigator, we think about that.
Just give me something.
All right, well, what question you have? Go for it, Todd.
No, I was just going to say there's
300,000 is what the net impact is on the DPs.
Additional, adding 300,000
Yes.
back to the budget.
No, not adding it back to the budget, an additional cost, correct? Right, that's a delta.
What would the additional cost be? For what?
301,501. 301,501.
After all of our things?
No, that's just DPs. He's asking specifically DPs. Just to repeat, the overall impact is roughly $1 million. It's $960,731 one time, $46,619 ongoing. So for a total of.
What was the ongoing for Isaiah?
$46,619. So your overall total is $1 million.
Right.
$1,750,000 roughly.
Right. Okay. So 960,000 for one time, ours, and $46,000 for reoccurring. And their budget motion for
One time was 1.169116, and then 472,146 ongoing. So 1.16 one time, 472,000 ongoing.
Okay. Question?
Yes, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Mr. City Manager and our Finance Director. So on their budget motion, the decision packages that they're proposing, you're saying increase the spend?
Yes.
And if so, which of those decision packages increase the spend?
Well, there's a spreadsheet on that, so let's not go over that now.
Okay.
No, I kind of want to.
If you want me to quickly describe it, I can. I mean, the delay in implementing the community departments, the community development department's planning fees is a $40,000 increase in spend. If just netting it out, we're just going to do debits and credits here, right? So just to put that in perspective, the original decision packages proposes $160,000 of revenue. The adjustment to this DP via delayed implementation impacts the general fund by $40,000. There's no impact as associated.
That's 47,250 actually.
Well, what's DP one,
right?
DP one in the year?
40,000. It's a positive, right? Because it's 3 months.
Because it's a 3 months delay, right? So we're
Right.
going to lose out on 3 months of revenue.
Yeah, but, okay.
Yeah, that's all. I'm just talking about as it relates to the
number
proposed
one.
budget. Yeah, for number one. There is now no change under DP 16. If that stays with the fully loaded analyst, there's no change there.
Right.
DP 18, by charging it against the IT equipment replacement fund, saves the general fund $55,000 in one-time monies. This is their motion I'm referring to here.
DP 18 saves 55.
By moving it to the IT equipment replacement fund, it saves the general fund money, hits the IT equipment fund. DP 28, delay of so this is their corresponding decision with the community development fees. The delay in hiring the senior planning position has a net savings of
$42,500.
$42,500, again.
A net of about 4,000.
So the two between each other are almost balanced.
Yeah.
There is additional savings as a result of their DP 32, but it creates service issues we're going to have to address later. But just on a core basis, it saves the general fund $207,000, right?
Yes, sir.
And then
What is that DP?
DP 32.
32.
So then the housing navigator position,
DP 44.
DP 44, it moves the money from the general fund to the intergovernmental grants fund, so it saves $170,000. Their change to DP 49 is an expenditure, a 6-month overhire expenditure of $134,000. So on the DP side, their motion saves money on a DP side, but there are positions buried in the BRRs that are ongoing positions that adjust that ongoing expense. So if you want to stop there and focus on DPs, their DP adjustments are going to be net positive to the general fund.
So let's stop and talk about that for a moment before we go any further. Councilmember Barrett or Obaji?
Yeah.
Any one of those you want to talk about?
Yeah, I don't want to move the navigator to the intergovernmental service fund, because if we do that, then we're not going to be able to get all those beds. And beds is the name of getting people off the streets, and to have more people in the beds, you need another navigator, and to get more people off the streets to the beds. So we're going to need to bear at some point that out of a different fund. We need to maximize the number of beds we have available, and we're allocating in our motion all that money to the beds. On the other subjects, I'll accept DP 18 IT fund, save $55,000. The great job. And by the way, I'd say to the other council members, the new council members, if you ever want to understand where all the funds are and where you can pull money from, watch Councilmember Lowenstein's and Nierenheim's motions from this year, last year on video again. You hear all these funds, and I still haven't got a full grasp on it. So I'll give them kudos for that. Otherwise, I was just going to, in my motion, keep all the DPs the same. So we'd end up with just a savings from DP 18 of $55,000. But since we're not recognizing any savings from moving the navigator to the intergovernmental fund.
And I wouldn't get too hung up on the debits and credits and the DPs. There's not a lot of change here between your two motions.
And I'll say that ultimately, I think we can reach a budget where you get everything that you want. Like, I'm not trying to take away from anything else. And yeah, there's only $500,000 to move back to the CIP unallocated at the end. But after we move that million essentially out from the shooting range, but everybody's out getting what they want. And to the extent you're saying, Mayor Pro Tem.
Hold on, keep it on the decision packages for now, because I haven't asked Councilmember Kelly. Okay, Councilmember Kelly-Judovich, do you have any questions, comments on the decision packages that we have?
No,
proposed?
you actually brought up about decision package 44. I think we definitely need to fully fund that, and let's not have it out of grants.
Okay, I want to be really careful with that. We're spending a lot of money in our core budget every year on this. And when we put it in our core budget, we can't get grants for it. It's impossible for us to get grants for it because it's part of our core budget. It's one of the problems that we have with getting grants. So then we're responsible for this moving forward. And so putting in intergovernmental grants allows us to utilize being a tax donor community, grabbing Measure H funds and state funds to be able to get that. So
If I can correct, it's not adding to the core budget. It's one-time money. It's a continuation of the 170 that we've been funding in other departments. Is one-time money. It's not the core budget.
what do you mean it's not continuing funding from other departments?
Because it was run through the police department before, then the housing navigator was moved to the contracts for CityNet and Harbor Interfaith was originally in the police department, then it was community services. I'm doing it now. It's not a core budget. It's one-time money continuing what the city has been.
This is continuing
Hold on,
essentially, right?
No, it's continuing our contract with Harbor Interfaith and with CityNet because the contracts were allowed to lapse with CityNet.
CityNet and Path?
No, Harbor Interfaith.
Harbor Interfaith. We don't contract with Path anymore because I thought Harbor Interfaith and CityNet are better. The South Bay COG contracts with Path directly.
Not a big fan of Path, by the way.
Yeah, neither am I. And so that's why, but this just continues on a one-time only basis.
But when you say it's a one-time only basis, now we're hiring a personnel who's going to be there.
No, we're contracting. It's merely contracting with them.
So why is this then as a decision package presented as a decision 44? Why was it presented as a?
Yeah, we lost the problem is this is one of the, we lost a print here on 44. So it's a one-time general fund expense of 100.
Yeah, and so if you look at the matrix, the recommended one, it actually shows correctly, it's 170,000 one-time money.
So if you pull back to if you go back to Roman numeral
So it's one-time money?
28, it's $170,000.
It's the same level of one-time money that we had before. It is not.
One time we take out a CalPERS reserve.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
That's fine.
Yeah, all right, so let's amend that to one-time CalPERS reserve. We
Well,
got
what is
plenty
that
of money.
decision package of what?
44.
You may not need CalPERS reserve yet. I would just get to your full debits and credits and then determine what your total balance is and then decide where you want to pull it from.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah, let's not do that
We'll
line
keep
by
doing
line.
that and we'll
Yeah,
figure out
let's
what's
just
coming
wait
up.
till we get to the end.
So we're down
We know the
to, if we
funds.
did that, let's say, where are we down to now?
Okay,
Well, it just depends on what motion you want to use as your basis.
170?
170.
Right.
What I would do is this, let's try to keep a running tab in our heads, but let's focus on a motion and then add. It's going to be easier for us to do that. If we're asking for running totals that are still cross-referencing each of these motions. we're gonna have a problem.
what I'm seeing here, what I'm seeing here then is for us to accept the decision packages that Councilmember Lowenstein and I have made for the decision packages, is we're basically in agreement with those. So, and then we can now move on to the other items below that.
Well, including 44 then.
So 44 will include one time, yeah.
So just to be clear though, just for absolute clarity. So
Yeah.
you guys really aren't that far apart here. So you guys are really accepting all the decision packages as stated with a few small exceptions that have gotten less now. So we're delaying DP1 until 10/1. So that's 100, we're reducing the amount of revenue there. That's offset by a delay in the senior planner position that we're also waiting until 10/1 on. Secondarily, DP4 is really a matter of functional administrative response after the fact. We're approving it as proposed. We commit to you to come back with billing language that we'll approve together before we start executing implementation. That doesn't affect the fiscal side. You've eliminated your proposed change on DP16, right, as stated.
What are the two delayed DPs?
DP1 is delayed implementation.
What's the other one?
And the other one is DP28.
28 delayed.
And then DP44 has been reinstated. The other major DP change is the elimination of the ongoing support for tree trimming services citywide. So the elimination of the $207,851 ongoing. That's DP 32.
So can we hear from somebody on that though? Because that's not what we're not accepting that. And I've dealt with complaints of branches falling and the like. So I'd like to hear from what is the impact of not accepting that decision package?
Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll give you a quick high level on what the impact of not accepting it is, but I'd like Ted to cover what's happening with tree trimming costs in general, which is part of the reason this is continuing to go up. I mean, it's identified as an increased expense. It's a significant one that I fully agree with is frustrating, but there is rationale for it. If this were to be approved, what we would do is we would have a roughly $400,000 of funds available for contract scope of work next year as it pertains to tree trimming. We would probably come back to you if this proposed budget motion were approved. We would come back to you with a review of next year's scope of work, and we would make clear what portions of the grid would not receive trimming as a result of the change. For us to trim as proposed, the next round of grid that's identified in the city, we need every bit of this funding. We need a full 500, whatever the total amount is, 500 and change that's provided through DP5. If we reduce it to the roughly 400, we're gonna cut 20 to 25% of the contract scope of work out of next year's task list. Ted, why don't you speak?
Make sure it's just in District 1 and 2 then, please.
Well, I don't know what grid is on, I don't even know what grid is up next.
You have all the concrete
It's going to be us getting a lot of the.
Hold on, and can you, Mr. Simon, can you also describe when we last signed this contract and how much the contract was signed for? Because this is part of the problem with some of these low bid contracts is it starts off as one price and now here we are.
Well, let me answer that real quickly. It's a not to exceed agreement. It's a 4-year deal. So we control task lists. So just to be clear, we can reduce scope under the terms. We're not committed to the fund, but we did just sign a 4-year agreement for with a not to exceed value of a lot of money.
Almost $2 million.
Yeah.
So thank you. The prior contract expires at the end of this fiscal year, and we have a 4 grid in the city, and we would be starting grid number 1, which is down essentially in district number 1 and some of the areas that are there. That's where we've got some of the larger, more mature trees. And I think one of the words of caution that I would have on this contract is the prior contract, the prior 4 years. Not only did we increase that contract on an annual basis because we had the initial bid, it wasn't an increase because of the scope change by the contractor. We initially identified the level of trim that was necessary to minimize the amount of retrimming that we would have to do. And we were annually adding into that contract about $250,000. So on the average, it's about a $500,000 contract per year on each of the grids. Some are a little bit larger, some are a little bit smaller. We also have a lot of retrims that come into the picture, and each of you as council members have asked us to come back and look at certain trees that have grown faster and could not wait for the 4-year cycle to come back and redo those particular locations. Those are included. They don't change the scope. What they don't change is the unit costs, because each of those unit costs is actually in their bid and their proposal. Size of the tree, maturity of the tree, that dictates the actual cost. It's just the volume. The other that increase costs are emergency callouts. So if we have a tree branch that splits and we have to call these people out on an emergency to come in and trim, that has a significant cost that comes to it. So our fear with this particular one is this might be enough to carry us through year 1, but it will definitely not be enough for us to carry us through the subsequent years. So we would be back in this position asking you for that money all over again in order to do grids 2, 3, and 4.
So you said the contract is expiring this fiscal year.
And you just approved the new contract on the 6th of June.
Did we put this out to bid?
It's an amendment to the contract. It's the
not
first
to
amendment. to the
exceed, but it
contract.
wasn't a contract.
Yeah, I mean, it's an agreement. We have control over what's tasked. We have the ability to control the
Okay, because I want to
expenditure.
make sure, because I was very clear about that. There wasn't an agreement.
It's a not to exceed. We
Okay.
task them on an annualized basis. Now, that's the one tricky part of the motion that is going to be difficult to reconcile. We'll try to find a way to do it if it's the council's desire, is going back out to bid, right? We can test pricing, we could bid pricing, we could try to confirm it. But we have technically an agreement in place with per unit pricing. We would have to test that elsewhere. But we we can look into that.
I don't
Which
see a
again is
reason.
the First Amendment that the prior contract was actually, we did go back out to bids, and that's how we have the contract that's expiring at the end of this month. It was through an RFP process.
Okay.
I think what you have is a referral to staff if you have one, but not, I don't think you reject this. I mean,
No,
I'm not.
Okay, here's my take on this, and you're okay with it. We're now looking at $600,000 based on all these, the core cost, one-time costs, and ongoing costs. That's
A lot of
it's a
money.
lot more than we've been spending, and I realize there's inflation. That's probably 50%, 60% more than we've been spending.
It's double our core budget. I mean, it's double
Right?
our core budget.
Right, so we're spending a lot of money. This will take us through at least 2/3 of the year.
It would.
Gets us to mid-year, and if we see that we're having problems, we can appropriate money from something, whether it's PERS or whatever it is, to get us through the year. But I just, we bid everything out that's major like this. I know you guys think that West Coast Arborist is great, and that's fine, but we bid everything out. And now we're just saying, well, let's hand it to them and give them that huge increase without testing the market. And I'm a little bit leery about doing that. And I still think we can get through 2/3 of the year based on this budget. If it's 600,000, we're funding 400 of the 600,000. Gives us time to bid it, see what we got. Maybe we'll get 400,000 in good service. Maybe we won't. Maybe we get 600. Then we have to decide where that extra 200 is coming from, whether it's mid-year, end year of this year, or it's PERS or whatever. But just to say we're going to do it now, I'm a little bit leery about it. But
Yeah, I agree with that.
Another way to approach it would be convert the ongoing recommendation to 207 to one time. Fund Grid 1 now. Come back with a conversation about what that scope includes and whether or not it makes sense for us to go out and test the market and bid against it. This is going to, I mean, what's going to suffer in this is, it sounds like Grid 1 is South Redondo. It's going to be tree trimming in South Redondo, which historically has the most complaints with regards to palms and large tree trims and tree limb falls. So if we can retask according to budget, always, that's what we would have to do. You could hedge this by not committing to ongoing, and we could revisit the scope as a discussion item. But I suspect what's going to happen is you're going to want the full 600,000 by the end of the fiscal year based on what we can.
End of the fiscal year, but I'm with Councilmember Lowenstein. Before we start exploding this budget on this tree trimming aspect, this contract, test the market and see that we're getting our value for it. Because trust me, I understand fully how valuable and important it is. But at the same time, we need to make sure we're spending the money correctly on this. So.
can I just say one other thing?
Yeah, so let's come to an agreement on this and move on.
Yeah, no, I just want to say, we're not trying to willy-nilly trim stuff out of the budget, no pun intended. Trying to make sure that you guys have money to spend that you want to spend as well too, and that we're spending it wisely, right?
There is, by leaving this intact and maybe making it one time, but in any event, that's fine. It's gonna impact South Redondo. Please do not make sure that in North Redondo, you trim all the trees as scheduled.
Councilmember
I'm
Obaji,
serious about that.
no, we're one city here. And so if we were to do this, now we can impact other aspects. It's one part of the pie. It affects everyone in the city.
I've had,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I've had complaints by residents on my district, I think it's Ramona or Condon, with a tree that grows thistles and they're spiky, and when it gets matured and it's not trimmed, it falls down. I want to make sure that there's a tree trimming budget so that they can keep that tree trimmed.
Okay, so
As
what
a
do you,
fine in their house.
what are you going to cut in the budget to pay for that?
We don't need to. The decision packet left us 1.8, the decision packages as proposed left us $1.8 million to.
Just remember, there's things coming up that we're thinking about for bonding.
And
$600,000 gets us 10 million, and so on and so forth. We need money moving forward.
we can vacate
Reoccurring.
a lot of these decisions with a 4-1 vote. If there's a big glowing rainbow or a unicorn that we can put money towards.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Why don't we move forward other than that and decide what do you guys want to put, since we've already thrown the motion out there.
There's a motion to.
There's not. We have to get through the other
there's a motion
portions. So
and a
let's
second
move on to the
call for a
other
vote.
portions. No, we're going to get to the other portions of the non-decision packages portions. So BRRs, let's start at that. BRRs,
Well, there was one more significant item on the DPs that you should touch on. There was an addition in your motion to do a 6-month trial for an additional captain position at $134,000. So you should probably test the waters on that too. That was an ad. It's
Wait, which number was that?
DP 49. It's not really part of DP 49, but
Oh,
it's an additional one-time, you've got it as a one-time trial program for
Fire marshal.
a fire marshal, which, to be clear, under the proposed budget, if this were approved, we would have 2 dedicated captain positions and 1 dedicated division chief in the administrative unit. Right now, we have 1 captain. So we would be adding, we'd have 3 sworn personnel that would be focused on fire admin. And then if we added the civilian emergency coordinator position, we'd have a 4th position dedicated to that function. So DP 49, you probably should talk about that, at least as proposed in your motion a little bit, to see if there's some consensus on that.
Was that included in that was included?
Yeah, that was part of you were still accretive $300,000 with that in there, with your other items. Although you've moved the housing navigator back, so you've lost $170,000 on that.
So where are we at then?
You're at roughly 130 net positive.
Oops. Okay.
So how do you feel about doing a trial run for fire marshal's office, or deputy fire marshal sworn?
We are already making a trial run permanent in decision package 49 or 48, whichever one has it as temporary. That is the personnel that was needed, and even in the BRR discussing the correspondence between the fire chief and the city manager, all they indicated was the fire chief wanted an assistant chief for administrative work, and now he's getting a division chief for administrative work. We don't need to pile on more right now. I love the fire department, want to support them, want to make the first and best in class. I'm supporting every single other thing you're doing here, but we need motor cops, because motor cops enforcing the law will prevent the firefighters from being called out for accidents and the like, and wearing on them with all that. So
This is a deputy fire marshal position, has nothing to do with what you're talking about, actually.
decision package 49, we're approving. You're trying
Decision
to add,
package 49,
This is
we're
in
adding a
addition to
6
49.
months trial for deputy fire marshal office, and it is what other departments like Manhattan Beach do. So if we want to get to the rise of the level of platinum service, we need to have a deputy fire
I
marshal.
don't see it as necessary right now. I haven't heard any testimony saying that that's necessary right now. I've talked to the chief multiple times actually in lead up to this budget, and I've never heard about that until this discussion right here. No, and I've told Kenny, I've told Mr. Campos that straight up. I'm sorry, they wanted us to backfill the division chief positions with a new firefighter, and I said, I'm sorry, if there's money, I gotta get a new police officer.
Okay, so we differ on that. All right, so moving forward, anything else in the decision packages?
No, I think you guys, so really, you guys are in consensus, as I understand it. Is there consensus on the delay for DP1 and DP 28?
I mean, if they're a wash, if they're a true wash, I don't really
they
care,
are
but it
generally-
doesn't look like we're gonna have consensus, so if I need to make a motion that's only gonna draw so many votes, then I'll nix that.
All right, so going on to the budget response reports.
Too many in there, don't go through them.
Yeah, we're not gonna go through all of them. So I'll just say right now, Councilmember Baji, in speaking with Mayor Brand and things that he said a minute ago, spending all the money in the John Parsons Art Fund as
I
proposed.
didn't hear anything about that from the mayor.
Actually, he did, and stop interrupting me, please. I appreciate that. He did speak about it very succinctly and said that the John Parsons Public Art Fund, spending all this money and taking all the money out of the fund and spending it on art projects. There's a reason why we have this money here is because we save the money for different projects. Now, Councilmember Lowenstein and I were talking about it. If we want to spend $150,000 on some of these art projects, that's great. We can do that, but that's as far as we're willing to go.
Okay, great.
Okay. And Mayor Brand is very serious about not raiding the entire art fund, and which is, by the way, not spread out through the entire city.
And I will add that if you want to, throughout the year, discuss projects, then I'm open to it. So we can discuss it throughout the year.
So All right, so then we have, let's see here, let's see. What are some other big decision packages?
Or BRRs.
BR, excuse me. Challenge SB 423. We differ. You want to spend 250, we want to spend 100. So where we, decision package 44, challenging SB 423.
BR.
BR 40.
BRR, sorry, BR. 100,000 to 250. What did we need for that this year? 100,000? What did we talk about that earlier?
250. What was it?
The total cost is 250. The question is, how many cities can you get to join us? So
Is this?
Are we going to be able to spend all of this year? Allocate some this year, some next year?
No, because it hasn't been passed yet.
yeah, it hasn't been passed yet, so I don't know. It's a writ action, so those tend to proceed a lot quicker. I really think it's going to come down to how many cities, if any, do you think you can get to join us?
If we come back, if it passes, we see it as a threat, we have no luck persuading anybody else, we can come back and say, guys, we need 4 votes to fight this. It's impacting everybody.
Just as I mentioned on this one and the other one, there 150 is the appropriate amount for this year. This is a question of how many people do you think can get to join us? So.
The mayor seems confident that he can get a lot of people.
All right, so we want to settle on 150?
You had 150.
What?
You had.
Councilmember Baji, Councilmember Barrett?
Don't really care. It's fine. I could put it at 0 actually if you want. I don't have a coast in my district.
It's coastal cities, not
Coastal
coastal.
city. We're all
It has to
spending
do
it
with
as
the
one
coastal
city.
act, though.
That's fine, 150.
Okay.
This can occur after the public hearing's closed.
Well, we're still getting facts from staff. All right. Let's see here. This is back in 48, grinder repair, 313,000.
Only thing I'm
They want to
asking.
move it up to.
Only thing he's asking for.
It's the middle point between.
Are you fine with that?
What is it?
BRR 48.
ERR 48, it's grinder repair on multiple streets in District 2.
Yeah, I think we incorporated
Yeah, they just.
BRR 40.
It's the Emerald and Juanita.
I don't believe yours,
We already put that in, just $250,000, right?
Yeah, it's a little more than that.
it's,
About 300.
I don't think you had it in your item.
I have reworked the motion, Mayor Pro Tem, and if we can close the public hearing, I can
Mayor-
make it a motion that
Councilmember
integrates
Obaji?
everybody's decision.
We're still-
everybody's priorities.
Do we need to close the hearing to?
If we ask staff questions, we need to keep the vote.
That is correct, but you're negotiating, and that really should come about when you have a motion or multiple motions. So to your point, any questions you have for staff are now. But can you live with that? Can you live with that? That's going to be hard to accomplish when you don't have an overall motion
Right.
to work from. So I would encourage
I
you.
get it. We just
Okay.
had Mr. Saman here, and we had input from you. So I just want to make sure we go through these big items here, and we go down this program.
And I'm totally okay with that, but I would focus on
Right.
getting input from the staff rather than the negotiation with your fellow council members.
Okay, fire department, 6-month pilot program. You said you were not into that. Let's see, Metro EIR, we have 150,000, they have 230,000 for that. Will we be spending the full 230 this year or 150 if we are going down that path?
It said 150, so I put it, change it to 150.
Okay.
I said 150, and then your motion had the 150 even before we spoke.
Okay.
Community Planning Department assessment? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Community planning department says they're at 100,000, we are 100,000 for that.
We're in agreement on
Okay. All right, are there any other big items here? Fire engine costs. Do you have any issues?
No, it's coming from
Okay.
the vehicle replacement fund. It's prudent to do. Absolutely support that.
And can I mention, just for my department, there are two differences. They had the 39 with the 203,000. If we can find governmental grants, that's not yours. Also, you don't have, I don't recall if you do the pallet shelter. There's no cost because the majority of it will be paid for by other sources, but I can't give you a number. If you pass 12, it's just direction to our office to explore what the costs are and how much we
I
can.
thought we already provided that in the strategic plan, but okay, that's
Well,
fine.
but it's part of the budget, and you'd asked for a budget response
It just looked
report.
like $1.5 million from the general fund rather than, admittedly, I didn't read the text as much as.
It was just like, but that's the cost of infrastructure, but we may have to pay that anyways to have it ongoing. Our contract with the county ends in September. They pay the bulk of it. So it'd just be, if you pass number 12, it's to direct us to fully explore. And we had a meeting with county and they seem doable that they can provide the bulk of the funding for that. So,
Awesome, all right.
We
thanks.
can talk to Wendy, right?
No. We're done. If we can't talk to staff, once we close public hearing, there are no more facts, no more input. So, we'll go from there. So, did anyone else have any questions? Any more public comment from anyone? Any more questions from staff? Anyone? Any more questions from the public, members of the public? Zoom, any more people on Zoom?
No more Zoom, and let me just double check on the comments.
Oh, we did the other items first.
That's it.
Okay. All right, there's a motion on the floor to close the public hearing with a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, passes. Anyone opposed? None. It passes unanimously.
Okay, let's go.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve our decision packages as amended. That we came into agreement with. Let's do this. Let's break this up into two motions. Councilmember Baji, you want to do this? You want to do decision packages and then we'll do the other items? Or all as one? Or do you want to propose?
Propose a motion.
Second.
I would like to propose a motion.
Yeah.
Let's hear the motion.
All right, do I have the floor?
Yeah.
All right, so, more or less your decision packages, let me make sure this is plugged in. You can light up 1B, please. Madam Clerk.
2B, right?
Sorry, 2B, yeah, 2B.
Okay.
All right, so, we have the general fund remaining balance after all the decision packages are accepted, so I'm working backwards and adjusting things from that, so.
We're just gonna adjust the budget.
1.659 million. If we reallocated 1.051 million from the police shooting range to just general CIP money, adding that in, essentially we have, or general money, we have 2.7 in the balance. So approve all DPs unless otherwise indicated. Delaying DP 1 and 28 delayed offset, that's fine. There's no impact.
It's not a perfect offset, so we'll tabulate that.
Like 4,000.
Yeah.
D9, specific direction to implement a teen programs with the approval of that decision package. DP 32, I forget what we've discussed in that and what that decision package is.
That's the tree trimming.
What do you guys want to do on that? Cut it or leave it?
I think we'd like to cut it to the 200,000 level. Was it?
No, we said ongoing and then the core, which is like 400 and.
So.
Yeah, you got it you got leaving core alone, so you have core continuing at 311,781, and then you proposed a one-time supplement of 103,930.
So what do you want to do on that?
So really what it is it's a cost of 103,930, but it's a savings, it's actually a savings of 207,851 on ongoing. resources.
So under nothing on
We gotta
DP
reflect
32,
that
just
on the
leaving it
budget.
as is, nobody's giving me clear.
No, keep the 107 number, not the two, the ongoing.
We gotta add it. See his
Let's
list
see
right
what he
there?
has to say, and then we'll get to that. Why don't we do that? Because if we can afford it with what he's saying, then.
Okay.
What you would do, Zane, on your side, if you went with their motions, you just show savings of 207,851 in that column. You would do it.
207,
207,851 is your savings for their motion.
and which is doing what? Just reducing the amount of money available for tree trimming?
Yes, correct.
Okay, all right.
But that shouldn't show as an expense. It needs to show as a credit.
Right, no, it is, because this is the positive balance. So, and then we have take $170,000 from the CalPERS reserve one time for decision package 44 for our homeless efforts. And then DP 18 IT fund, $55,000 in savings. That gets us to a net fund of
Mhm.
2.972 to play with.
Right.
All right, so.
Did you include the 170 in that?
What's
Your
that?
formula?
170's in there.
The 170 is in there.
2,500 savings,
Oh, sorry, it's not in there, you're right.
Not in there.
savings. $40,000, 40,
Okay, there you
yeah,
go.
kick the revenue and then 40.
So it's savings from how the decision.
And that doesn't,
You should have
yeah,
DP 44.
right.
No, they already have it in the motion.
So,
Councilman
We
Abaji.
don't take it out of
Doesn't look
CalPERS
right.
reserve. That's not right. CalPERS reserve, just take it out of general fund.
No, we
Yeah,
talked about-
let's not, I would refrain from using reserves yet. Let's wait till we get to the balance before we figure it out. With the exception of you using the CFA funds, that makes sense to
Oh,
count.
okay, I see, the CFA funds are.
Just show,
I thought we discussed, you wanted to take it
No.
out of the IGG, we said, no, we want the beds available. And then you said, okay, let's take it, if it's one-time expenditure, take it from
He
the
said
cal.
that, and then the city manager said, hey, wait till the end.
just shows it just shows an expense
You're
here.
170,000
Okay,
short.
show it as an expense, we're not 170,000
There
short.
already.
All right, we're gonna be fine.
Okay, hold on, but if you could go back, just so we could track this in real time. The impact of there's actually net savings on the decisions DP1 and DP28 of $2,500. So that's accretive to the fund balance.
2,500?
$2,500 is the difference between the two decisions.
All right, and I'm gonna move these just so I have it copied and pasted somewhere and I can copy and paste back if we need it to here. All right, so that's that. And, all right. So total fund we're working with, 2.975432. All right, going back to police. Same stuff here, actually, nothing changed from my prior statements. Two motor officers, $430,000. Overtime, $25,000 for motor police officer enforcement traffic.
So,
No motor cop equipment, fixed speed reminder, two of them for $12,000.
hold on, let's talk about that for a second. Councilmember Lowenstein and I, we would agree to one and then reevaluate at mid-year for the second one.
All right, so I'm going through my motion.
Let him go through his
Appreciate that, but
Okay.
we're gonna decline to take that. This is one of the single most important things to the families in our city. And it's frankly, our police, let me stop and say this. For years, to the public, for years, city councils up here have just chopped at fire department, police department to save money and to essentially, and all the rest of the staff in order to make budgets work and make a balanced budget. Nobody so far, we've started to look at the fire department in the last couple of years and add positions back finally, but we haven't done it with the police department. They're still not at their 2008 recession levels before they got cut. We need to do that. There's crime is increasing, it's rampant out there. There are police just pulled over, I think 2 weeks ago, numerous felons with concealed weapons unlawfully on their person. It's a dangerous world out there, and it's not getting any better in my opinion. So we need to do this, and you're not going to take from patrol to do traffic safety. You need motor officers to do that. All right. Fixed speed reminders, 3 of them, $18,000. And by the way, public safety is job number 1 for us electeds. Electronic signboard, $16,000. A radar trailer, $13,745. One additional drive slow Redondo banner, $2,000. Blue check mark, recurring, by the way, this should be from the recurring emergency communications fund.
Is that a fun?
All right.
Oh, so that, you're not hitting your balance there then. That's a net. If you're going to take it out of the emergency communications
Oh,
fund,
yeah,
don't
you're
draw
not
it
gonna
against
balance,
you.
All right. All right, so that's 0. All right, moving on, fire department. Recurring 49 and, recurring 49, making it permanent. Agree with that. It's not a one-time expenditure. BRR 32, this is $30,000 for City Gate to explore modular fire station in District 5. Enhanced EMD production, software or hardware, an additional $21,000 coming from the Emergency Communications Fund. Same thing for the incentive pay, $65,000, halfway between the 5% and the 10%, also coming from the Emergency Communications Funds.
Can you, yeah, there you go.
All right, and then this actually should be the same as 0. All right, blue check mark, ECC fund.
Well, okay, that's still RPPD. Okay, yep, got it.
That's all right, and BR 21 authorized $95K for engine 662 for overhaul. This is basically copied and pasted from your
We don't need that one. That one's currently in DP 51. You don't need that as an expenditure.
Take it out.
Okay.
No.
All right, including the acquisition of a new truck.
No, that's via.
That's going to be, well, what you may want to just add as a
that's what
line
I
item
had- that's what I
direction
had in there, and
to,
then-
just do direction to pursue an advanced replacement of new fire engine.
Direction to purchase an additional fire engine.
That's $1 million right there. You have to account for this now, because we're going to start paying for this now.
Yeah, but it's not a vehicle replacement.
So it could be $1 million out of vehicle replacement. That's fine. We have to account for it now. What is?
All right, good. All right, for future litigation, Metro EIR, we've reduced that to 150,000, and BRR 44 regarding challenging SB 423 and protecting the top priority of the Coastal Act, $150,000. And, you know, we won't make this recurring, we'll just fund it as needed in the future. And then the, make sure this is adding correctly. This has got to be
You should be down to 2140.
this and this.
You gotta drag it down.
I should be down to what?
At the bottom, after the next one, you should be down another 150, so you haven't dragged there yet. There you go. Oh, no, you gotta do
It's
the,
the equation's
yeah, you
wrong.
gotta remove the equation.
All right, yeah. Nice
There you
math, Mike.
There you go.
All right, so now other one-time recurring improvements. Perry Park Senior Center, 30,000. I think that was both our budgets. Senior lunches subsidy, you reduced it. I mean, I don't know why we're decreasing the subsidy to our seniors who are probably facing inflation on a fixed income.
We're not
I'd rather have
reducing.
it 17,000. That's what I had it at 17,000, my budget per the BRR. You have it at 12,000. I'd prefer to keep it at 17,000, but I'm not going to die on this hill.
YMCA versus Diana's quote, correct?
Yeah, so so Councilman Naranheim has the catering subsidy option in the BRR. You had the
YMCA.
former cost from YMCA.
Oh, got
So,
it, okay.
I mean, but candidly, I mean, we can be tight. You might want to just split the difference and call it 15 to be safe.
Diana's, we had, it was fantastic.
Yeah, it was great, and we could
fine.
actually get better pricing
All
potentially in
right,
partnership.
easy
so.
enough.
Yeah.
Banner sign program, Artesia Boulevard, 43,000. Blue check mark for the city of RB, social media, $179.88. D4 Terrace Native Garden, honestly, this is if we're pulling from, I don't need to see all this right now, it's not getting constructed right now, but if we're pulling from the police, from the shooting range, then, you know, we put that there. With that said, I would be happy at any time to vacate these funds and put it towards buying a unicorn if one presents itself. Adding a pollinator fountain to the civic center.
$175,000?
What's that?
Okay.
Take a look at BRR 54. Adding a pollinator fountain to the civic center improvements, $4,000. Repainting the King Harbor Gateway sign, $72,000. D2 business blade signs, I incorporated your appropriation of $60,000 from the Uplands funds.
Let's maybe not title it blade signs, because it's not just blade signs. Just say improved directory signage, because BR 67 talks about static
In-store
electronic
signage.
signs and in-store signage. So we may, so just leave it at the BRR.
Improved signage for International Boardwalk.
Directory signage, yeah, business and directory signage.
All right. Assessment of, so we both have the $100,000 audit of community planning building. Landscape median, if you need to pull something, you can pull that. It's a tiny median. Commissioner hand buttons, $2,500. D1, I increased that to, well, no, I did that before the meeting. BR 53, clean up Veterans Park, $30,532.
Something's wrong with the formula there.
Okay.
That part looks fine.
Okay, this,
It's down below.
it started with this and I must have copied it below.
There you
By
go.
the way, the cost to repaint the King Harbor sign, 74, not 72.
That was BRR.
64.
Thank you for the correction.
Yeah, no worries.
Correct that from 74,000 to 70, just to 274,000. Where are we?
Athens.
BR 10, do we need this? What was that?
BR 10, let me see.
Have it here. Let's see.
Lost your motion there.
Civic Center landscaping?
Okay, no, we already got that, so. All right, don't need this one. All right. All right. We are at,
Okay. All right.
46.
You're below that.
46, thank you.
You got a typo on 45 there, Councilman, just if you want to clean that up.
Approve.
Just probably just get rid of the business. Start with improved business and directory signage.
That's upland fund, so it shouldn't be, taken out.
Yeah, there shouldn't be an impact there either. That's, should be zero.
All right.
Your formula doesn't reflect that, though.
The formula here should,
Did you put zero in the NE?
oh,
There you go.
There you go.
moving on. Hand buttons, increased transient resident cleanup, Veterans Park, we got that, $30,532. Athens service on George Freeth Way,
Can you cite where you pulled that from? Was that the BRR 53?
And then Franklin Park repairs, dual stripe. Oh, have you considered, Councilmember Kalajerovich, whether there should be dual striping of basketball and pickleball while they're doing it?
I have, community says dual use.
Dual use, okay. So I'm specifying that, dual striping basketball and pickleball, and allocating $250,000. $150,000 of that's advanced from the subdivision park trust, and $100,000 is coming from your discretionary funding, but in any event, you're gonna get everything that you asked for.
That's only 100,000, not 150.
So yeah, you can't,
I impacted the general fund only with 150, but if it came,
okay, so it's a $100,000 advance from the discretionary funds.
yes.
So that should be updated in your notes to the right.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, this
Yeah.
here. 100K advance for these discretionary fund balance for general funds, advance to subdivision trust. All right, renovate bullpen at Perry Dominguez Anderson BR $44,000. Renovate snack bars at Perry Dominguez Anderson. Do we have the amount of that?
Zero, it's included.
Oh, it's already included, okay. So we don't need this one.
Yeah.
And then,
Just leave it in.
to redesign Wilderness Park money, use Wilderness Park monies for redesign of all those features. We agree on that, I believe.
Zane, yeah, could you make the note, I was gonna say the notes on the right, on the bullpen?
Yeah, you don't need that.
Oh, wait, what?
You just don't need the note.
Yeah.
Don't need the note about the advance?
Yeah, because the $4,000 coming from your overall flow here.
But I want it to be reimbursed to the general fund whenever we do get excess subdivision trust funds.
So make that note, if possible, restore with subdivision trust funds, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. I didn't say this in the last discussion, but it was here, was $20,000 for a July 4th, 2024 Dominguez Park 4th of July pre-fireworks show. That doesn't mean the fireworks will be launched from there. Fireworks will still be launched at the Seaside.
But just for the record, we're potentially going to have three parties in town between the Lagoon, the Riviera Village, and Dominguez Park.
It's the 4th of July. It's America's birthday.
We might have more city-run parties than block parties at the end of the day.
Okay, so what y'all don't realize, if you don't live in North Redondo, is Dominguez Park is far more accessible than Seaside Lagoon, especially on a day where you want to have beers and all that, right? Rather than call an Uber to take you back home, it's like walk, but whatever it may be. Get right on the back of somebody else's E-Wagon.
Hopefully with a helmet.
Yes, with a helmet. All right. Okay.
Down to waivers.
Waivers, Tidelands funds, I should put Tidelands funds here. 6,500. You had it in your motion at 6,000.
It's 6,000, not 6,500.
Okay.
And then the next one theoretically is only, if it's just the general fund portion, I think it's only, well, their motion had 17,500. So it had 10,000 for Super Bowl and then 2,500 for the other three events.
That's right.
No. Well, no, 10,000 for Super Bowl from, they have a $60,000, $70,000 bill they haven't paid yet. So
Well, no, I know that your timing was, as I heard it described, it was either $10,000 credit for prior and nothing for this year, or
Yeah.
$10,000 subsidy for this
Exactly.
this year.
We had a $23,000.
So but it was an overall $17,500 hit
So
to the general fund.
I mean, what are we defunding? Are we defunding?
Springfest was left off as a result.
Okay, so.
No,
we're doing-
No, Springfest was left in. What we said was free use of the location. parking lot.
So that has a value. So that should be accounted for here. Let me pull up the BRR.
All right, so 30,500 for the waivers. And then for BRR 39, 203,760 use of the intergovernmental grant funds for more beds in Wilmington. That's a win, guys. Tell city attorney if you're able to get that. 2 alley segments of B or C, a BRR 59, alleyways resurfacing, $120,000, and that's coming for the CIP for the allowance for alleyways of PCI less than 25. Less than. That's what you wanted, Councilmember Collins.
So you're gonna cite those specifically?
Yeah.
Didn't I? What?
Yeah, so 2,
B and C.
okay. Yeah, make sure that's clear, not before Christ, but B and.
Cool? Is that
Yeah.
clear?
Yep.
Is that clear, Mr. City Manager?
Yes.
All right.
But we've lost the formula here. You got to flow that out.
No, it's.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, you're right. It's actually already
No,
funded.
I thought so
You're-
too, though,
You're
when I looked at it.
dedicating to project scope. That's fine. You're fine.
All right, and then, oops. All right,
Hold
back here.
on, Wendy is a question.
Sorry, you just scored a little fast. If you could-
Yeah, I know, I'm back here. Oh, you want me to go down? Here. All right, next is $90,000 for the bulb out at the intersection of Diamond, North Francisco from Traffic Calming Fund, BRR 26.
I would make this suggestion, if this is going to be part of the motion, we're pretty tight in the traffic calming budget. I would show this as an appropriation.
All right, I'm happy to do that. That's easy. We have CIP money, so,
I thought we had 500,000.
We do, but in talking to Andy and Ted, we've got calls on virtually all of that fund.
all right, this should not be reflected here. All right, 90,000. Emergency Preparedness Coordinator accepted into RBFD budget ongoing, that's BRR 31 from General Fund, $116,000 recurring. BRR 37, Drinking Fountain Refill Station, I basically copied and pasted this from your slideshow, $19,000. I'd say,
It was 15,000 or 19,000?
Slideshow, not fireworks show.
It was 19,000 in total. 15,000.
15,000 and 15,000.
Yeah.
it's advanced the subdivision trust fund.
Materials and supplies out of Quimby is a little bit of a challenge.
Oh, got it.
I would rather us not do that there.
Never mind. And then paving Emerald between Juanita, basically BRR 48, and then Emerald between Lucia and Prospect, so a total of 242592.
You're forgetting the 6880.
This is
That's short if you're going to do all three.
plus 68,880. Okay, $311,000. And then BR 70 authorized $250 for the Riviera Village pavers from the general fund. That's $250,000. BR 48.
You counted it twice.
Oh, counted it twice. There you go. We just saved $242,000. I copied and pasted it.
I'm sure Todd could have found a few alleys to do.
Yeah, if you'd like, I'll throw it.
All right, and then 25,000 for training software documentation such as Fire Rescue One, Moodle, or Target Solutions from General Fund. And then 7,000 for maintenance and supplies for the Veterans Park Senior Center from the Subdivision Trust Fund. Is that appropriate? Yeah, that was gonna be the whole $7,000 or 6,328.
6,320.
And again, maintenance and supplies, not a good, not a good use.
Okay, so.
Is that general fund then?
Yeah, I would just use discretionary resources here. It looks like we're going to be okay.
Okay, so 7,000 is what was needed, so I'll just store that. And then BR 12, provide direction to pursue the pallet shelter, but it's just pursue grant money, not used in the general fund, expansion of the pallet shelters. 25,000 for recreation equipment for teens at Alta Vista Community from, is that, again, one of these things that shouldn't be drawn from the subdivision trust fund?
If it's
Equipment?
facility equipment, yes, it can be drawn from there.
Okay, so we'll call this an advance. Advance from, okay, but it's drawn on the general fund. And then the balance would be section 641,000 allocated to the CIP.
Can I make a suggestion that we not necessarily allocate that to CIP? We just leave that unallocated so we can have a little bit of discretion from a safety net standpoint.
That's fine. And then John Parsons of Public Art Fund, you know, I'm happy to pick off if you want to not fund this permanent monument and we can come to it at a different point in time. I really don't, frankly, I don't see how anybody on council prior to this time has really spent art fund in a significant way. So I'd like to get that going. And I don't even see what goal you'd be saving this for. So, but tell me what you want to pick off here if I'm going to earn your vote on everything else. If I don't have you on everything else, then I'll just keep this as is.
Well, first of all, there's a lot of things. On the Esplanade, there's art projects that we can be doing, and I've already requested for in the strategic plan that's in there. And we shouldn't be rating this fund in its entirety. There's other areas in Alta Vista that need to be done, in the harbor, artwork that needs to be done, muralizing, as well as many other areas of the city. So,
Can I make a quick comment? Just for the record, as it pertains to this fund, you have all given some level of direction on the first one, Gate Wave, and the muralizing of the Public Works building. Both of those projects are active and in motion. So identifying those as something you've already chosen to spend money from, you're committed to that.
Same with the Pride permanent monument. Pride or multicultural equality for all.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if you've taken formal action on that yet, but you have indicated an interest in exploring that as a project. So just so we're clear on semantics here, the Gatewave and the Public Works building are projects that are in motion that have been supported by the Art Commission and the council. So I think those are just a reflection of accuracy. The other ones would be kind of new efforts theoretically in the budget.
Can I also say that this isn't run by the Public Arts Commission? I think they're going to feel slighted if we do this and you fund it all.
You should see watch the last Public Arts Commission meeting and see whether they think they're going to feel excited about anything proceeding without them.
One thing I would suggest, we're going next month. The Kings donated the $25,000 for the mural on the skate park. They had two estimates, 75, 25. You may want to put 50,000 towards that mural, because then we can bring two artists' vision before the Public Arts Commission, which we are going to bring before them next month. And I think Cameron mentioned it was around the 20th of July. So if you're looking for things in South Redondo, we'll have more of a range of artists. If you choose the 25,000, then you don't have to spend any money. But just know that we're bringing that before them. So
I'll put in 50,000 for that. I think that skate park and that skate area is great for everybody and really adds character to the area down there. What I'll say is this, Mayor Pro Tem, when the money is allocated, it's not spent, and certainly not in this city. This money's going to sit there. And if we need to reallocate to fund another art project, we'll do that. I have still not seen an instance where staff has said we need this money to do this thing reallocated and it hasn't passed. And I don't think it's going to happen here. But this is a way of providing policy direction.
okay, great. I appreciate that. So let's put down 100 grand for the Esplanade for all the requests that we're getting.
Absolutely. No problem.
That would be for exploring the monument art concept for,
Esplanade art concept.
sort of memorial monument art concept.
Let's make sure this is working right. Oops. Something's wrong here.
Yeah, this at the bottom is.
Okay, that's right. Just take that one out. There you go. Okay. So that leaves still 223 in the John Parsons Fund that's unallocated.
And just for clarity, the actual expenditures encumbrance of these projects will occur when you approve art contracts, right? So these are set asides. It's quite possible when we come back with the Gatewave project, with engineering and other requirements, and it could be significantly more. So we will draw on remaining proceeds. So I think I certainly wouldn't recommend we appropriate any more here.
The Gatewave, while intended for District 4, is not going to District 4 as of
Going
yet,
to District
so
2, yeah.
No space to do it, so.
So the calculations is missing the 50,000 where it's 568. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Have all eyes on it. All right, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Brave.
Thank you.
Okay, I think there's a lot. Can I make a comment?
Yeah, you can make a comment.
Okay, I think there's a lot in there. It's great. I don't mean to pick on you at all. But I voted
Well, actually, well, yeah.
for 320,000, one of which was, there's an alleyway that's really bad in my district. I want to make sure that that's funded. And that's the one on, in between Maria and Paulina.
And how much was that?
I don't remember because it was from last year.
How much you need? How much you need
No, I
for
didn't
it?
think so. I think it was 120,000. I think it actually might have been more. It's a big alleyway. Yeah, it's long.
3 zeros. Is there no other source of funds that would we'd ultimately receive in the city other than general funds to fund that kind of thing? I'm just asking you.
Well, there's already money that was allocated towards it. And the other thing is, Mr. Barrett, there's, Beeland is really bad too. It's like 18 on the, I did it so that we could.
Residential
The
street,
Beeland
This is from
alleyway?
last year. Yeah, maybe it's in,
there's still 750,000 there.
no, it's not residential street. It's
I'm
specific.
sorry, I missed that, Councilman. Just
Okay, so there was 320,000
for the alleys,
for the alleys.
Yep.
120,000 is encumbered by,
the motion,
the one on 190th. That means there's 200 left.
correct.
I just want to make sure, because I wanted that.
We don't
alleyway.
have them, right,
Yeah,
in the fund.
so.
Yeah, I mean, the alternative would be you could draw into the unallocated balance, appropriate the funds to cover those specific segments, and then you've got the full 320 to allocate when we come back with the pavement management study. We also have other residential street rehab money. We also have the slurry seal program. We have other things that are occurring where we can talk about this. But if there's a desire to fund alleys of PCI 25 or less and include these two on top of the 320, you can draw from that unallocated balance. You can do that.
The PCI less than 25?
Yes.
All right, so what is?
It's the alleyway between Maria and Paulina. Between Diamond and Del Amo, that's behind Maria. I forgot the name of the alleyway.
Is it, it's the one in the BRR?
It's
It's from
125?
last year. It's from
120?
last year. It's probably more than that. Probably 150.
Any thoughts on that? Ted?
Ted probably doesn't know.
Andy?
It's from last year.
Do you guys recall the calculation for the alley between Diamond and Del Amo? Come on, Andy.
It's really,
God. All right. So what maybe I would suggest is you add it to the scope, just like you did with Pages, and then you add $125,000 to that CIP account, and it's called for in the scope, and you add 125 to the project account, and then you've got 4 segments that are dedicated in the scope
yeah,
of work.
that's fine.
Maria.
Then you don't have to worry about the exact amount right now.
Yeah.
To be Maria. Yeah, Mario.
Oh,
Mario.
I know, it's late.
Right here.
I mean, isn't this the same if I just add it
It
here? or
is, if
no?
you do it, is just maybe note added to scope of PCI less than
Scope of
25, just like that.
PCI
So that way you've got
less
the
than
answer.
25.
Yes. That's the one that's marked in red.
Yeah.
Maybe add the word project scope, capital project scope.
Yeah.
Same.
And what's anybody know on Beeland? What's going on there? What the PCI
It's a
is?
short alleyway, but it's in bad shape.
Do we know the cost to do
I think
that?
it's like
It
18.
wasn't in the BRR or it was in the BRR?
PRR last year?
Yeah.
I have the page and condition here. What,
Go up and be up in District 5.
oh. There it is.
How the BRR.
Councilman Obaji, while they look at that, can
It's the
you
one behind the adult school.
add the word project, there,
Hampton
add to
Boulevard
capital
and-
project scope of PCI, alleys, PCI 25 or less?
And this is the one behind the adult school, Scott. It's in really bad shape. It's got huge potholes and everything.
I can't see my thing. To scope of capital project?
Yeah, capital project for alleys, PCI less than 25.
Yep.
And then you've got the additional appropriation there.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, depends on what it is.
of course, well, to take 100,000 from your, what was it, the Inglewood grant conceptual
Yes.
drive-by garden
Yeah.
and put it into Franklin Park so that I'm not using my discretionary funds for that, because this is something, I mean, that neighborhood just, they did the foundry, there's $900,000 that Quimby put in, and it should go to this neighborhood. We got to
But
fund
here's,
this.
yeah, let's talk about that because, I appreciate that, look, Franklin Park needs to be built up and there's potential for matching grant funds from a number of areas. But this corner is literally at the gateway of District 3 and District 4. Everybody going to District 3 driving down Inglewood is going to pass by this corner. It's also a gateway to go to Target and the South Bay Social District. So I don't think this will get done now. I don't have a problem. I guess, what do you have in mind to allocate your $100,000 discretionary funding to in the future?
Well, I do have,
An alternative would be just to advance $250,000 of Quimby funds, because I think based on timing and what we just described earlier, I think we could probably,
Yeah, sure, okay. let's
then
do
you don't
that.
have to draw down on the 100.
Okay, that's fine, we'll do that. All right, thank you.
And then the notes you might want to reflect, no need for that first portion of that.
Advanced to subdivision. Is that okay?
Yep.
it's better.
It's better. You mean you wanted to pull from my project? Is that your goal?
No, I'm just saying, everybody's getting a little something, and I had very little asks, and then
You're getting 100% of them.
sort of. You also took like $1 million from something that I was trying to fund, so.
I want a shooting range too, and trust me, after these guys are gone, we will get a shooting range.
Just for the record, are all these friendly amendments accepted by the seconder before we go
Are
on?
these friendly amendments accepted?
Let me hear a quick recap.
The quick recap was rather than Councilmember
That's why I
Couch,
was asking now.
rather
'cause I
than
didn't
District
wanna
3
get to the end.
council member taking $100,000 from her discretionary spending, we're going to allocate general funds towards it and hopefully get it back from Quimby fees later on in life. And then, and we're not going to touch the little park, demonstration, beautiful native garden on Inglewood and Grant. And then Councilmember Lowenstein wanted an additional $125,000 for alleyways. Do you all have a number on how much it would cost to repave the alleyway in District 5?
It's small. I mean, it's a short alleyway, but I don't know. There's money still, if we appropriate the 125, there's still 320 left.
Well, there'll be about 320 less the 120 earlier, so it'll be about 200 left.
All right, so I'll
But
make
still,
it,
that's viable.
No, I thought we're taking out an additional 125.
Well, you're covering yours here. The other one is coming out of the existing 320. So
Right.
I think that amount was whatever that was.
I'll make one amendment to my own motion here on line 70 to fund from the PCI or residential alleyway less than 25 PCI, the Beeland alleyway in D5. All right, we don't know how much it is, but hopefully that provides the direction to get it on the list.
That's in the, so you guys are picking streets pretty quick. It's good. Makes it real easy come fall.
Can I just ask you guys one question? Don't take it the wrong way. But why is that money still the infrastructure? I've already earmarked my infrastructure money. Why not use it? It's been sitting there for 3 years.
Which one?
The 100,000.
Right, it's just depleting and yeah, I agree with that.
Because the longer you wait,
I
I
used
want to
it
bring
before I got it.
Shakespeare by the Sea to Redondo Beach. That's what I want to use my
Yeah,
money
but-
for.
That's Shakespeare. That's infrastructure money.
It can only be used for roads.
Discretionary stuff?
Yeah.
Roads.
No, it's not limited to roads.
It is.
No
That's what we put
discretion.
it for.
It's infrastructure.
Infrastructure, roads.
Well, infrastructure, but it was discretionary spending for
Roads.
For parks
No,
or.
for anything,
for
you can put it
parks,
to
Yeah,
anything.
parks are
Capital
part of it
improvement.
too.
That's when we had it earmarked for.
It's capital, it's.
Capital,
It's
capital,
infra-
no,
marked
not
as
roads.
infrastructure.
Your colleagues have not used it for roads.
Yeah,
Some of them, in some cases.
discretionary
outs?
infrastructure.
Bulb outs,
Infrastructure,
There've been parks too.
Right.
Park improvements have occurred as a result.
All right.
okay.
Not operations costs, that would be new. But it's
Right.
discretionary.
Call for a vote.
Hold on. Is there anything else that you have?
Did you accept that amendment, District 2?
Have you gone?
All right.
You have anything else? No. Okay. I would like to actually amend the police position. So we just heard from the police chief that we can't even fill all of these spots. So rather than hiring 2 new positions, which we can't hire right now, let's fund 1 right now.
No, thank
And,
you.
okay, you let me finish?
Let him finish,
Okay,
'cause there's
because
a
it'd be
reason
nice
for
if you let me finish. The other thing that we can do here is fund the deputy fire marshal position for 6 months. And because it's not actually, to your words, we're actually spending the money, actually doing something for deputy fire marshal for 6 months. And then at mid-year, we can hire fully fund the other police position. And we're not even scheduled to have all the police positions filled at 96 for full complement until not even mid-year. So that would be my amendment.
I decline to exercise that amendment.
Can I add something to this? So fully funded for a year would be 500,000 roughly, 415, 430?
What, 4:30?
Okay. It's going to take 6 months to get somebody at least 6
Right,
months.
so it's coming back to the general fund if it's not used. So what, like, that's also the why I don't get why this is a big deal to you guys. It's not gonna get, 2 officers are not gonna be assigned to the motor unit within the next year. Maybe 2 by the second half, but that money's just gonna come back. But at least it's providing that direction.
Why don't we do some money with it, actually do something with it right now, and have deputy fire marshal trial for 6 months.
Okay, actually, on that note, you have so many vacancies in the fire department.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
We have
you do.
none.
It's,
The
I already
police
had this
department.
conversation. No, we have both. We have both.
I will say that the one thing that was added in this motion is that by funding the civilian emergency preparedness coordinator, we have significantly freed up some of the responsibilities that were initially envisioned for DP 48, the captain. So we've added now, I mean, this motion as proposed, as I stated earlier, adds 2 new additional dedicated administrative staff
For the
to
fire
fire
department.
operations.
Right.
2, not 1, but 2,
Time to pay attention
and
to our police
upgrades to
department.
1.
We haven't been paying attention to our fire department for years.
Right, I get
So,
that, and we've been
let me
slowly
finish,
adding to them.
Councilmember Baji, let me finish.
Right.
We haven't been paying attention to our fire department for years, and we're just now starting to get to a position where we need to go. Other departments such as Manhattan Beach have these positions and are fully funding them, and Culver City, same saying. So it's 6 months. We're not spending the money regardless. We can't get to that point in time, so let's just spend the money, to your point.
I call for a vote, and this is
Okay.
no disrespect, but I have a federal deposition to take tomorrow, and he has a federal jury trial to continue tomorrow. So let's get going.
Thank you, sir, but I will remind you, we're doing the people's business right now, not your own personal business. And we're setting the budget for the entire year.
Right, so
So
lump sum
I'm
ad
running
hominem
I'm running the meeting right now, not you.
Call for a
So
vote.
I appreciate that, but I won't be voting for this way. I will also say, let's see here.
We're close, guys. We're not far.
I don't know if you noticed that every single thing that you proposed is in my motion.
Except for the deputy fire.
And you're trying to take away the one thing that we said is our utmost priority, and is the utmost priority to our residents.
No, if we could figure out a way to.
We're getting both on this.
Make a substitute motion, Mayor Pro Tem, please.
All right, so we're getting both, we're getting everything with actually funding the position and actually doing something with the money. We won't be able to otherwise do that. So.
Can I ask before you make a substitute motion, and you agree that the top priority sets the tone but won't be spent? If you have 416 balance, why don't you just ask him to include that, not take
Deputy Fire
away.
Marshal.
I already did.
No, the 134.
So you want to deplete this, see, this was what's absolutely insane, is you were like, don't use all the money, don't use all the money, but you're willing to allocate one more position that nobody has asked for, nobody has said is
6
necessary
months.
right now for 6 months for $134,000.
There's a lot of things here that in your motion that nobody has asked for in the, and from staff. So the answer is,
Not from staff, we've asked for them, somebody asked for the BRR. All right, so how much do you want? That's fine, how much do you want?
134.
134.
34, trial, oops, wrong box. All right, trial, deputy, fire marshal, 6 months,
It's a captain rank position. That's
captain
important.
rank, who cares? Let it go. So, I mean,
Captain rank.
they're down on people, like, good luck. Whatever positions they can hire people to, let's take them. 100, sorry, my short-term memory's gone right now. 134,000 times 1. And that's not, I don't think that's adding right. Oh yeah, we got some problems here.
No.
That's correct.
There we go.
Okay. 2,000.
300,000 left. Not ideal.
I think the mid-year report is going to be very favorable because very little is money will have been spent.
How do you feel about the mid-year being very favorable after our conversation earlier today?
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, there's a lot in here that won't get accomplished in the first half of the fiscal year. But this is about long-term policy, and eventually these things will get done. So, yeah, if this gets us done here, let's get it done.
Just a reminder, I'm with you guys on traffic safety. I'm totally with you on that. But we're going to hopefully get 2 or 3 positions back on that. And we're taking the structural from 1.2 million going forward down to 700,000 and probably less than that based on all this. So if that's what you guys want, I mean, I think I'll go for it, but.
Yeah, we have recurring structural issues with this motion as proposed. There's no
Yeah.
question. We are not balanced long-term, but as I said prior, we've got other revenues on the horizon next year. Possibly, hopefully.
Credit card, this motion is essentially credit card spending.
Well, no,
doing the
it's
trial-
savings, it's savings spending. We're
The reason
spending
we're doing
from
the trial and
savings.
the fire
saving on
marshal is
spendings.
one time.
Right.
Not that it's ongoing. So we're going to see. But if you guys want to do it,
Yeah, I
Can
don't
we
like,
make
okay, Councilmember Kalijevich, do you have any other issues or comments or things to add to this amendments?
Just comment that we've depleted a huge fund for the shooting range, but we beat that to death, and we will have to revisit it next year, and that is it.
Can I just make one point of clarification? Can we make clear that the trial deputy program is one-time funds for now? Just add that
it's
to the
one
note.
time for sure.
Where is this?
Just 6
Add
months.
the note there on the right. Yeah, one time.
One.
Never easy.
Councilmember Barron, do you have any other questions or comments? Additions, deletions? Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein, do you have anything else?
No.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji, you have anything else?
My motion so amended, seconded.
Second.
Okay. Voting, Councilmember Lowenstein,
Aye.
Councilmember Kalijevich,
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji,
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett,
Aye.
and myself, no, because we are spending too much on this. Thank you very much. And,
Seriously.
all right, so item L2.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, we got to read this?
Yes.
Can you also email that out to everyone, please? Thank you.
Yes. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2306-064, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting an annual budget for fiscal year 2023-2024 as amended. Thank you.
All right.
Councilmember Obaji, can you send us that revised Excel?
Going to, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just don't want to lose it.
All right, is there a motion?
Hurry.
Open up item L3.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. This is the,
Yeah, public hearing item on
Public-
fees. So what I would suggest, you basically made, we need to open the public hearing procedurally, or
We did.
reconvene the
Motion
public hearing.
Open the public hearing.
Reconvene.
Ah, sorry. Motion to reconvene the public hearing on L3.
all in favor? All right, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right.
All right, so real simply, all I would do is I would recommend that the council approve the fee changes as adjusted based on the budget. There was one action. You delayed implementation of the Community Development Department fees until October 1st. That's all your motion needs to reflect. All other proposed fees were approved. That's all you need to do tonight, commensurate with what you just did.
One thing I would like to add is I'd like to change on the fee schedule, the outdoor dining for sidewalks for $2, the $1.
For non-alcoholic use, which
Non-alcoholic.
has, as we pointed out in the BR, a negligible impact on the budget. There is no change. So that is a fee that can be accommodated in the motion.
Okay. Is there any public comment? There's the public want to come down and speak. Any members on Zoom?
Then on Zoom, and let's see if we have an L3.
The city manager, what's the change on the fee? Alcohol, non-alcohol, what was that?
So right now we collect a blanket $2 engineering encroachment fee for all outdoor dining in Riviera Village, whether it be in the parklet region, out in the street, or on the sidewalk for either alcohol or non-alcoholic use. Our historic program, and this is now sidewalk only, not out on the parklets, our historic program had a distinction between alcohol and non-alcoholic use of the space. There's very few businesses that actually only use the sidewalk for non-alcoholic sales, for food sales. It has no budget, no impact on our actual revenue projections or forecast. But in order to clarify that, we need to add back the $1 distinction for non-alcoholic use for sidewalk dining permits, and then $2 for alcohol sidewalk dining permits.
Okay, thank you.
All right. No other public comment on this? Any other?
Just one
Luann?
e-comment.
Oh, one
One e-comment. Opposed.
opposed. Okay. Is there a motion to close this public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So I propose a motion to approve the master fee schedule and align them with the budget, and then also change the master fee schedule for the $1 on the dining.
Sidewalk dining
for
permits, encouragement permits.
non-alcohol
now
versus
posted.
alcohol for $1 versus $2. Clarify that, make sure that's clean. Is there a second for that?
Second.
All right. Any debate, questions, comments? All right, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. All right.
Okay, I got to read.
Yep.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2306-060, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Community Development Department user fees. Adopt by title only number CC-2306-061, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Public Works Department user fees as amended. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2306-062, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Community Services Department user fees. Adopt by title only resolution CC-2306-063, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Fire Department user fees. Thank you.
All right, thank you. City manager items.
Nope, just congratulations on adoption of the budget. It's a very big deal. Well done. We're ahead of schedule. I don't think we've had a 12:30 finish on that for quite some time. It may not felt that way, but
Last year.
after one, I think, almost two.
My first budget meeting went till 2:33 a.m.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Any mayor and council referrals to staff?
No, thank you.
Any other council members? Anything? Nothing? All right. So we are closing in adjournment for Jeffrey Payne, a former 13-year city employee. And I'm sorry I didn't get to Renee because Renee wasn't here. So if you could speak something.
Yeah, Jeff was a member of our finance department, our former budget analyst. Jeff used to prepare the budget books, local resident, lived in South Bay. Yeah, he'll be missed. Been retired for a couple years.
All right, thank you. Any motion to adjourn in memory of Jeffrey Payne?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
All right.
If I can get everyone to sign the 2 certificates that are in the office back there.
Can you unlock the office, please?
Yeah.
Congratulations.